closer than I thought it would be.
Yep.
Oh, is it one health? No way! No way! Dude, I thought that wasn't even close. Oh, that's so sick.
Need to fight it. He is only on tier 4 as well, so he's not guaranteed to kill Zigzag.
Guaranteed to take the win. Guaranteed to knock him out as well at 7 damage exactly. Man, Light's having the game of his life now, turning it around.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of Lobby Legends Castle Nathria. Yesterday had a lot of exciting action with people messing around with quests, and today will be more of the same, I'm sure, as they battle it out for their share of the $50,000 prize pool. With me, as with yesterday, is my incredibly helpful analyst, Lee. Lee, how did you find it yesterday, and what are you looking forward to today?
Yeah, yesterday was really fun. I enjoyed that it was so close for both of the lobbies, with 2 players sneaking in just the bottom of those top 4, Sleepy and Matsuri. And today I'm looking forward to some more maybe riskier play styles than we've seen yesterday, because for today they do have to win a match at the end to win the whole tournament.
Yeah, and I think Sleepy in particular is somebody I always pick on for like extreme results, but also the reigning champion is back, Rimgosu, a player that we'll be looking for those wins. And like you say, Sleepy and Matsuri, 2 players I'm sure you played against hundreds and hundreds of times, regular America's Ladder finishers, so I can see why you singled those out. But yeah, they both snuck through when, especially in Matsuri's case, we thought it was impossible pretty much. Here is the overview that you were talking about. The bottom 2 bits are what matter. We have advanced to Sunday already. The final lobby will feature the check format, which means that first of all you have to get to 20 points and then you have to win a lobby. And Lee, I don't know if you actually played in that format yet. Obviously you will at some point, but do you think that is an advantage for those players who are used to taking a risk, or are all these players good enough at just adapting anyway?
I think there'll be a slight advantage, but not much, because all these players did, qualify at some point through ladder, so they know what it's like to, take down a lot of victories for a lobby. But I do think the players that you mentioned before, Sleepy and Rimgosu, since they're more used to, playing in a playstyle where they do win a lot, I think it'll be advantageous for them here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was having a quick look before the broadcast at how the players have done across Lobby Legends. I'm just adding it up again now because I didn't believe the number I came to, but 12, 13, 16, 22, 32 wins in Lobby Legends matches. Lobby wins between all of these players already in qualifiers over the last sort of 6 tournaments. That's a lot, because we haven't had, this is 6 tournaments, small sample size. These are players who are repeatedly getting here. And in the case of the 2 Chinese players, we don't even have the stats for their qualifiers because they're quite hard to get hold of. I did get hold of a couple of seasons, but not the recent seasons. So we're looking at players who are very used to winning across the board. Also, obviously, yesterday we did trial the Tavern Buddy. Thank you for people on Twitch who are taking part in this. And again, have some fun with it again today. You can do the first 2 things now. The fantasy team, where you're going to pick the top 3 players in each group. There's only 1 group today, it's 1 lobby, so easy enough. Out of the 8 remaining players, pick the 3 you think are going to do well. I think Lee destroyed me across the board on all of these yesterday, apart from the bandwagon where he kept forgetting to pick. Secondly, we've got the puzzle box. I'm just going to go straight through these. You predict the events of today's matches. Basically, there's lots of, will this happen? Will this not happen? How many of these things will happen? How many of these things won't happen? They're the 2 you should be sorting out now while we're getting set up. Then there's the bandwagon. This is the first 4 turns of the game. You've got to pick who's going to do well in that lobby. You get more points for picking earlier, but you can change your mind if you don't like how your player's going. And finally, Barov's Blessing, which should be TJ's something, but sounds like blessing TJ's task. I don't know. 2 sides of the match it will show in their shop for the whole turn, and you will have to pick who you think is going to win that particular fight. And Lee, you destroyed me yesterday. So what's the strategy that people should be using to maximize their points in this game?
Y'all, if I had to, expose my secrets, which I guess I will, I'd probably say, just like in the game of Battlegrounds, you sometimes have to be more realistic with what you think will happen. Like, maybe you really like this hero or this quest reward, but you gotta think, how many games are actually gonna be played today? What's the chances that, it'll actually be picked, and then the chances it'll actually go through. So, the sample size today, like, it may only be like 4 to 8 games, so you have to use that to weigh your decisions today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly looking at how the points work there. Obviously, we talked about getting to 20 points. That's how you do it. You just keep playing Battlegrounds. You get that many points for your finish in each particular game until you've got 20. And then you still keep getting the points. The person with the most points, if they don't win in the check format, will get second place, which is $7,500, as we'll see in a moment. So very much worth still getting those points all the way through. There we go. Thank you. But if you do win when you've got the lobby in check, you do pick up that $10,000 and the right to call yourself a Lobby Legends champion, which, there haven't been many of these. That's a nice thing to have, especially for, the streamers and such like as well, who can just put Lobby Legends champion and clickbait titles and things like that.
Yeah, in that case, it actually wouldn't be clickbait.
True. Absolutely true. And then you have to change it to ex-champion, or you just keep it as champion. That's always a debate. Which side are you on for somebody who has won a world championship years ago? Is 5 a world champion, or is he an ex-world champion? How do you classify?
I'd say it's kind of like the president. Like, once you're president, you'll always be president. That's how I feel, at least.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely one half of it. That's why I asked. It's like, could very easily take both sides of that. I'm kind of with you. I kind of like the fact you've earned the right to be called the world champion. So, yep, Lobby Legends champion would never be clickbait for as long as you continue to stream, which also sounds good. Here is some of the action from yesterday. Collins there winning the first lobby and failing to get through. And this is the man who benefited, Sleepy, who took to Nathria twice in a row, I believe, there, to just get enough points to get through.
Yeah, I believe so. And I heard from yesterday that he actually didn't think he was going to make it through, so he left just to blow some steam, and then he came back and was like, oh, I made it through. So I'm happy to see him today.
I mean, to be fair, 4th place was his best finish, and his other 2 finishes were both... They were better than they looked, like an equal 5th, which felt like a top 8, and I think the other one was another equal 5th or similar to that, which also felt like a top 8. So he probably felt like he hadn't got through. But sometimes the numbers fall your way because of Bitter Babbit and Vimgosu dominating all 3 games to some degree. It just meant that a low number of points got you through in the top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just something that happens as well, too. Like, the spread can be so varied, so never really want to give up. Like, in the case of Nathria as well, he had only 2 points, I think a 7-8th and then a 6-7th, leading into his 3rd game, but he still managed to make it through off of the very small chance that the other players placed the way they did. Yeah,
that was the thing. So we not only needed that top 2 finish, but needed all the other players to finish pretty much in the exact order they finished in, which was pretty ridiculous. And we weren't sure right up until the end. Not because we can't work it out, but when you're casting and there's numbers coming in, we're not official sources. We don't like to say, hey, this has happened, because if it hasn't, then people are going to say, hey, well, the casters said, teacher.
Yeah, you never want to be in that spot.
But yeah, it looked like there. We don't mind giving a guide as to how we think it's gone, but yeah, you never know what's going to happen when the numbers are added up, especially if there's a mistake we haven't seen or something. But let's have a look at the puzzle box questions for today. See what's going on there. I'll let Lee have a look through these and have a chat about them.
Yeah, so again, we have 6 questions like we did yesterday, and we're going to have the first question is, will a player with either Sire Denatrius or Malcolms, both new heroes from the latest patch, A little different from yesterday's question, which was just Master and win. This time around, since there's 2 heroes, and I think both of them are quite popular, I had to go with the yes, as well as you did. And then I strongly believe that Stolen Gold is one of the best quests, so I also have to go with yes on Stolen Gold being the winning quest for a game. And from my experience for these lobbies, at least 10 turns is not too long of a time, and I feel like most players do end up making it past that, especially if it's just one game. So
Right.
I think a game will go past 10 turns without elimination.
That's a massive change, right? When we did the Lobby Legends 3 or 4, I'm not sure which, but the one when Nagas had just been released, like, you were winning on turn 10 sometimes. People were dying on turn 6 and 7 if they didn't get the stuff they were looking for. So it's an incredibly different meta.
Yeah, this time around, I think, since there's nothing that's super dominant, or at least can eliminate players that quickly, yeah, the game's going longer, which is always a win for the players and the audience, I think.
And we both decided there wasn't going to be another of those festivals that just go on for 22 turns today. That was quite crazy yesterday, watching that really intricate battle as well between the Exodo Pirates and somebody trying to not lose to that. All right, we have today's lineup. There we go. There's the full players out in force. We've got the fantasy teams coming up in a bit, but who would you pick if you had one pick only out of these?
If I had one pick only, I would, I think, go for Peter Babbitt. I think he's in probably the best form he's ever been in, and I think this is going to be his tournament.
Yeah, I think he's been on fantastic form as well. I'm going to pick... well, if I had to pick one person, I'd probably pick Rimgosu, but there we see the fantasy teams where I've gone for Sleepy, who is a very aggressive player. I've picked Eastleaf again. I picked him yesterday, knowing not that much about him, but it is his second time here, and people coming back tend to do better the second time. And I've gone with Penguin San, very similar choice there. And you've gone for the more popular picks, I think, Lee.
Yeah, I think I've gone for mostly the same as yesterday as well. I chose all 3 of these players in my fantasy from yesterday. But yeah, interesting enough, I think the Penguin Sound pick is quite a good one. I believe he even came up with some stats for him as well.
Yeah, so Penguin's played 15 games in Lobby Legends that we've seen, and he's won 4 of them. And he's only been in the bottom 3 twice. Safe to say was the really interesting one, though. He's played 41 Lobby Legends matches already and won 8 of those. And again, we'll talk about some of the others later. But Rimgosu just stands out. He's played 23 matches. 23, right? 7 first places, 4 second places. That's 11 out of 23, which is basically half. You're going to give me that one? 11 out of 23 in the top 2. Which is absolutely ridiculous. And that carries on as well. Like, he comes 3rd the next most times and that sort of thing. So it's not just this feast or famine we've been told to expect. It's just feast, as far as I can see.
mean, in the case of Rimgosu, he's really keeping up his winning streak. Peter Babbitt did prevent him from becoming the leader of yesterday's lobby, but I believe he still came in 2nd overall for that lobby, and it's just incredible to see both those players dominate the lobby.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's without that was the stats coming into this tournament, and they've both built on that yesterday. That's a good spot, actually, Lee. Yeah, so they both made that even more ridiculous. So, yeah, all of these players done pretty well, apart from Matsuri, who hasn't had the best of times in Lobby Legends so far. And again, Sleepy to some extent has also struggled, but I think Sleepy has often found himself in position where he's behind early, so he's had to double down on the aggression, which just gets you further behind more often than not.
Yeah, but like especially with today too, because of the check format, the rounds can drag on for quite a bit. So I think if Sleepy gets in the position where he puts the lobby into check, all it takes is one good game for him, and you can finish it.
Yeah, absolutely. I talk about Sleepy almost as much as I talk about XQM, because he is one of the players that, when I'm learning Battlegrounds strongly, streams at a time that I can watch and gives a different perspective to other players a lot of the time with the way he plays very aggressively. And it's something, it doesn't help me, it helps me lose, but it also helps me temper my game and realise, hang on, there's lots of other ways of doing this. Leapy will not lose when he does it a lot of the time. But someone like me trying to just, hey, I'm on tavern 6, it's turn 7, this is great. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, it's an entertaining watch a lot of the time to watch somebody do that strategy really well.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of goes through that phase of, let me copy what the streamer's doing, but then they kind of realize, oh, when you play like that, you have to get so many things correct, otherwise you get punished immensely. So
yeah. There was a game yesterday where he forced a very early Tavern 6 and then sort of bailed out with a Foe Reaper, which is quite often what you have to do if you don't like your picks up there. I think I'd have lost that game horribly. The Foe Reaper, which he then built into a giant cleave that just sort of kept him alive even longer. It was just, yeah, I've been greedy, here I am. Oh, sort of whiffed on my 6s. Foe Reaper, settled down, tidy it up. Was quite an instructive game to watch, actually.
yeah, I mean, I think he did also get a second triple into the Tea Master Theatar too, which is a fun watch as well. I think we saw a lot of that card actually in yesterday's matches, which is a little bit surprising to me. I think when that card first came out, because I was like, oh, this card doesn't seem particularly strong, but it's been proven over and over in the last few weeks that, oh, it's actually pretty good.
Is it good as, let's say, a game-winning card, or is it good in the same way that Gascoiler is, which is, hey, it's early in the game and look at all these stats, it's going to keep me alive for a long time?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like both things. Like, when you get it early, you can easily just build around it, but it can also be game-winning in the sense of, well, sometimes you just happen to find another Tea Master, and then, well, if you're getting 12 Telvin stats per neutral minion you play, then, you know, it kind of gets out of control. And, yeah, those are some heroes that can really take advantage of it as well, like Millhouse or Trade Prince Gallywix.
Yeah, and I think that's something when you're trying to predict, you see a whole new release and a whole change of set and a load of cards change at once. It's very hard to predict exactly what's going to happen. And I think we were coming from a meta where, oh great, 12-12 worth of stats, I'm just going to poison all that, and that's the end of the game. Who cares? Your 12-12 doesn't matter to me. And it's turned out that actually the numbers of minions, like the stats on most minions, 100 is really big now. Whereas maybe when you were making that assessment, you were looking at 100 minions, it's like, yeah, that's all right, but they're going to get poisoned or outstatted by some big Nagas or something. But numbers in general of stats have sort of come down, I think, across the board.
Right, and I think one other thing too is because Tea Master can make some really valuable minions stronger that were harder to buff up in the past, like Deflecto, Holy Mackerel, and Cave Hydra. They're now a lot easier to buff up with that card, so when it's 100 stats on a minion like that, that gets the trade into multiple minions, it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of a backbreaker in some cases.
Yeah.
Even poisons can't really save you from that.
And that's why we get to see, which we will see today, something you pointed was going to happen yesterday, and we saw a lot of it. The Leapfrogger build, the Pirate Exodia, the Mech Exodia builds, those builds which are capable of doing giant amounts of damage are super powerful right now, especially with the help from Stolen Gold in particular.
Yeah, and I was surprised to see not that many Leapfrogger builds yesterday, but one thing I did notice that kind of made it not as popular was that all the players really knew how to beat that build. So players, I think, didn't go for it as often because it wouldn't win as much as it would normally.
That's actually a really good point that I hadn't considered. And we see that time and again in these tournaments that the players who are actually involved often end up doing things very differently. I remember at the HGI we were talking about, it was the Avenge meta, and we were talking about, oh wow, everyone's just going to make giant elementals, and yeah, they're going to milk and just get huge stuff going on. And actually, what everyone did was take tanks and just play for tempo, and nobody could set up anything with elementals because you'd be dead if you even went near trying it, which was a really weird thing to happen given the meta at the time.
Yeah, that's one thing I like about Battlegrounds is how dynamic everything can be. Like sometimes, like, oh, everyone should go to tier 6. Sometimes it's, oh, we all have to stay on tier 4 unless we get something really outrageous to let us go up. And I think right in the meta is it's kind of a mix of both. Like, depending on what quest you get, I think it really dictates how you play a game.
Yeah. And this was something you touched on yesterday as well, where the top players are not completely used to playing in a lobby full of all of the other top players. They're used to playing in very difficult lobbies, but they just get you guys get a little bit more time on ladder than you'd get in one of these tournaments. So you tend to get completed builds a lot more, you were saying yesterday, whereas now you sort of have to quite often just go for the tempo you can get. But we are going to get into the game. Here's Beta Babbit. And a choice straight up, do you want a Flurgle?
Oh man, I'd say I am a fan of Flurgle, but I like it with very specific tribes, specifically Elementals and Beeson, because they're token cards that can help you activate your hero power early. But I think here it might still just be Flurgle or George with the Murlocs in, since you can poison Murlocs and give them Divine Shields. But I would have really liked to see the Flurgle pick here as well, just for fun.
Yeah, I'm actually slightly surprised, although nothing that Beta Babbit does surprises me when it comes to trying things other things. Talked at length yesterday. Hero powers that cost stuff. Oh my goodness. I don't know why. Oh my god! I'm thinking Murlocs. I see 3 Murlocs, and my brain goes, "Wow." Yeah, hero powers that cost stuff really better be good right now, because completing quests and so on is such a big priority. But as you've said, Murlocs, George, it's a pairing as old as time.
Yeah, and I hope it does work out for Peter there. But one of the issues is it may not actually be enough in the early game and the mid game to get to that late game where they're so strong. And it's one thing that Peter's going to have to balance out pretty well. Just getting to the late game where Divine Shield, Poison, Murlocs are king.
Don't forget, everybody, you've got a couple of turns to get your bandwagon picks in.
And we can talk about the other heroes here as well. I think that Millhouse is always a strong pick. It's one of my favorites. And I think in the hands of a player like Rim Ghosted too, that can really take advantage of those high volume of cards being played. Yeah, I'm excited to see where he'll go for this game.
Yeah, I think that I've seen less Millhouse than I would expect to see so far in this meta. I feel that the heroes that can cheat mana, which Millhouse does in its own way, are really powerful with quests, but maybe it's because of my lower MMR where I get more time to do that sort of thing. But yeah, the Gallywixes and Millhouse of this world are really good for me so far this season.
Yeah, and like unlike Gallywix, where it can be kind of weak early game, I think Millhouse has that completely reversed, where it's much stronger early game because you get the gold now rather than later, and Gallywix is much stronger later because he doesn't have the restriction of 2 gold rolls.
The only issue I have run into occasionally with Millhouse is you can't take a Wisdom Ball or something like that. You just anything that relies on refreshers obviously is dead.
Yeah,
I've tried Wisdom Ball, thought it'd be pretty good because hey, I haven't got many refreshers. They're going to be good, but you soon notice that sometimes the Wisdom Ball doesn't do anything for 4 hits in a row, and you've wasted 8 gold, and that's your turn gone.
yeah. I would say that the one caveat is if Millhouse can get a hold of Recycling Wraith, he can make the cost of the rolls significantly cheaper and play Wisdom Ball, which Rim Ghosted actually can do this lobby since Elementals are in. And really interesting here, Hoff ends up going for the very early triple on turn 3 with this Shell Collector.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. And we're going to see Sleepy on the other side, just playing very minimal minions as well. I think he opted to hold them for the quests, which is a very Sleepy thing to do.
Looking for, yeah, exactly. I enjoy doing that as well. It's not particularly risky for a huge upside, I feel. Have a look what he gets rewarded with.
Unfortunately, he's not going to be rewarded for holding his minions in hand. What stands out for you here?
The first thing that catches my eye is the friends along the way, but it's 4 combats is such a lot of damage.
Yeah, I Did he end up going for it though?
He took it, yeah.
Yeah. He does have the 2 Skyags already, so he could get an easy triple on that by the time he gets it, and it also doesn't really affect the way that he'll play his turns. Like all he has to do is just at the end of the turn, make sure he orders his minions correctly.
You can also take the 3/6 next turn, which means he have 3 minions with 3 attack, which kind of allows him to cheat a little bit on the quest.
Yeah, I always like that part of it. You don't get punished if you do have a lot of minions that have the same attack. Oh, but here, from Ghost going for the evil twin. I think it kind of makes sense since he did also triple this Picky Eater, and he's going to be able to copy that relatively quickly. But when it comes to the play quest as well, I think Milhouse does have a pretty easy time usually to complete it because it's so easy to just buy minions for 2 and then sell them for 1.
Wow, he feels he's so strong he doesn't even want the Soul Juggler here. He's just getting on with playing an Amalgam, which is obviously on Milhouse huge because every single card just buffs that for effectively 1 gold. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see as well another player choosing to go for an early 3-drop triple instead of waiting for a potential higher tier minion. Kind of just goes to show how these lobbies are a little bit different where no one really wants to be too greedy. They're very conservative, at least with their early life total and strength.
I mean, if you run into a couple of, oh my goodness, what is happening here? Hang on, I'm just going to cut myself off. There's so many triples. How greedy would you want to be on this one, though? We've talked about not being greedy. Is this 2 6s?
Maybe not 2 6s, but I think you can even go for you can go for 2 5s or a 5 and a 6. He doesn't even have the option to take a 4-drop triple right now unless he wants to buy 2 summons this turn, but I imagine he'll just buy 1 and freeze the second one. Yeah.
With that in mind, is he considering just taking the Murloc first, just to get a bit stronger while he waits?
Yeah, his quest is play Naga or Murlocs. I didn't quite catch the quest reward, but if he's planning to play this really, really slowly for the triples,
it's
then
Evil
I
Twin.
think the Murloc would be better. Evil Twin, okay. Yeah. I feel like in this case, because you're also going Murlocs, I think the 5s would be really good. The issue is, if you take a Salamato now, you don't have an easy way of taking a 5-drop next turn. So you might have to just buy both the Salamatos on 9 gold to take your 5-drop.
Right.
But we may also see a 4-drop here.
He was just planning a long way ahead to see what he wanted to take.
Yeah.
And when.
And with the Salamato take this turn, I imagine he's going to be going for a lower tier triple, or than the 6 drops.
Got a lot of tempo here, but the Tess, say, is still on a high health total, which is always terrifying.
Yeah, I think Tess usually gets a lot of armor now with the last few patches. Kind of, yeah, a scary here to have armor because all she really needs to do is survive until she plays against the one person that she wants cards from, which we kind of saw from Peter Babbitt yesterday. Just taking all the Nomis and the light spawns.
Penguin-san, a whole bunch of nothing, but on Zephyr, as long as it's pairs of nothing, which it seems to be, that's fine.
Yeah, and one nice thing is you can go for 4-drops and then easily triple them as well by rolling on tier 4. So you could see potentially a golden Doomsayer or Big Fernal here, or even an Elise if he thinks he has enough time to play it, because this is a bit of a slow card.
Yeah, I'm not an Elise fan, I've got to admit.
Yeah, and Penguin-san does end up going for the highest tempo card. I think he's going for another 3-drop here. Yeah, and if he gets a Ring Matron or another Big Fernal, this could be a very nice combo for him.
Oh.
Yeah, he snap picks it. He knows what he wants.
I didn't even see what the other cards were there.
Yeah, and the quest completion as well, very early on. I think it's something we've just been noticing a lot of these past few days. Players are just going for turn 5, turn 6 completion.
I think Alter Ego is not a quest that I particularly like on average, but with Demons and getting it super early, yeah, I'll have some of that, thanks.
Yeah, I also like the fact that Penguin-san can go for a triple on command with his hero power and the 2 big fernals. So if we see a triple into a Felbat, his quest reward suddenly becomes extremely valuable because all those stat buffs become permanent on board from the Devour effect. But I imagine it'll be a while until we can see the triple.
Sorry, I was listening to you and processing what Eastleaf is doing here, because it's one of those hands that's going to be good really soon, but is currently not good.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where, you know, you really want to play Murlocs, but all you've been offered are tier 1 and tier 2 Murlocs so far. But all Eastleaf really needs is one Primal Fin Lookout, and suddenly these Murlocs become a lot more formidable.
Considering the freeze here, a lot of buffs were available, but chooses not to do it. Like you say, the Lookout being the big deal. The other things were nice, but you have to sit and sort of think how your board is going to look at the end of your next turn. And actually, yeah, it's going to be sort of +2/+2 and some health, but that's not going to be that good. You've got to look for the big hits on the Lookouts, I think, there. Yeah,
I think on Brand a lot of time you are looking to roll for the 2 big 4-drops, which are it's a Primal Fin Lookout and Reef Explorer to help you fill up your board with more valuable minions. Usually by that time you just have a bunch of tier 1s that you collected while you're fulfilling your brand quest.
Right.
Or your brand reward, or hero power.
The George plan going okay.
Yeah, I'd say it's even going fantastic because he's playing exactly the tribe he wants with the best card for that tribe.
And he is freezing here as well, which is interesting because it's only half a shop, I assume, is the reason.
I imagine so, yeah. And with the Murlocs having Divine Shield, it's a lot more valuable to get the buff on them, as opposed to if they were just vanilla minions.
Because you basically get to attack twice with the same attack value, right? So you're getting sort of double the buff.
Yeah, and it works very nicely with the attack buff that Felfa Navigator provides. One stat point that's sometimes a little lacking in these boards, because you'll sometimes just want to go for poisons later on, but before you get that, you still need to be competitive with them.
Yeah, that's something we saw yesterday, actually, was the Murlocs you end up poisoning are amusingly high attack sometimes, as Sleepy takes an absolute beating.
Sleepy is not in a good spot here with this quest, also not providing much tempo at all.
But yeah, there are outs here, got a double Peggy. But you do take an absolute beating with those Murlocs if you're not careful, so you just have to improve the attack values, even though he's going, even though you know you've got to poison them later. But I'm going to shut up and watch how Sleepy gets through this turn, because double Hogger.
I imagine Sleepy will be trying to, obviously buy all the pirates he can, since they're essentially free. And he has 3 pairs right now, one of which, if he manages to triple into Eliza, puts him in a good spot. But the issue with this is he's not very strong, but he has a lot of potential to win this lobby if he rolls in. He even triples
into Eliza to save the day.
Yeah. See, this is against Penguin San though with his 2 big fernals. This is a miss. Let's see. A hard time for him.
Oh no!
Not the card he's looking for.
Absolutely not. I think if he gets the Eliza, I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think so as well, as long as Eliza doesn't get sniped, and with 2 Scallywags, it would have been a pretty sure thing.
Does he have to play the Imp Mammoth here, right? And just hope.
Yeah,
he's just burning gold and just absolute, it's one of those close your eyes and look behind the sofa, because you should not spend your gold like that normally, but he's all in. He knows he's probably going to die here, and if he doesn't die here, he's so well placed.
Yeah, it depends on whether or not he can get value off this Arsenal captain, but the important thing to know is his Wind Fairy minion got sniped, which he was really hoping to get double boss from the Golden Arsenal captain. And it seems like it's rather close, but I think the amount of minions just don't quite add up here. Yeah.
No!
Lost an important flip, and Sleepy is devastated.
It's just the difference between an 8th and, I'm not going to say and a 1st, but look at that. He was ready to There are Murlocs in the lobby, so he probably wouldn't win the lobby, but he was going to be sort of top 3, top 4 a lot of the time there while the Murlocs are setting up.
Yeah, I'd say that it definitely isn't a sure thing until he finds a fourth Hogger. Once you have one golden Hogger and a normal one, then you are actually generating money, but right now he's basically just getting some free pirates for boss, but yeah.
He did have
the
the friends along the way as well there, so his odds were really strong of getting all the stuff on pirates.
I'd say if he had a little more life and he got a Tony 2 tusk, the golden one of the Hoggers, it'd be
Right.
a much different story.
But Sleepy, once again, going to have to do it the hard way, whilst the rest of the lobby carries on. Again, no problems till somebody gets 20 points, and it's always in your own hands. No matter what the state on the board, if you win every remaining lobby, you will win the tournament. That's how the check format works, because you stop the other people from being able to win by winning yourself.
Yeah, and you're a little sad to see the Nomi sold, because it is a fan favorite, but Sisei now has the Amalgam and the Peggy synergy, so he's going to choose to buff up his board rather than the shop. And with the Golden Selfless as well, so he's very primed to just go into full Poison Murloc mode.
Yeah.
I believe this is a good matchup for him too, because from the brand, obviously he'll steal a brand pair and also potentially a lot of Murlocs to buff his board with. Oh yeah, he's quite happy to see this burger go.
Yeah.
And I believe he picks up 2 pairs as well with the Swolfen and the Felfin Navigator, but he is going to take a bit of a beating here potentially.
He was aware though, right? Like, you don't go for Golden Selfless quite this early usually unless you know this is coming, so very aware that he was going to take it, and actually managed to keep it down to a sensible number by going for that Golden Selfless really quickly here.
Yeah, but he's going to have a little bit of a tricky time just getting to that point of filling the board with Poison Murlocs. I think it may be difficult to have that time with only 14 life left.
Hoff dies to the ghost of Sleepy. It is an ice block,
yeah.
but Sleepy is not the sort of person, I don't think, who will be pleased to see that. You're saying yesterday it means you've done well, but I think Sleepy knows he was doing well. That's how strong he was looking. Oh, no.
Yeah, it was a rather unfortunate matchup to play against a bunch of big demons that were slightly bigger than his pirates.
Yeah, and he did get a good hit off his Imp Mammo as well, which gave him a chance, but they were only slightly bigger. But early on, if you've got 16-16s versus 12-12s, it is actually just destructive, and they were all sort of level across the board, slightly bigger. So
yeah, and Rimgus here is having an amazing game. Actually, he picked up the T-Master over 2 good options as well. He had a Felbat with a Felbat on board, or the Lieutenant Gar, which is actually not bad at all. And you have a Golden Wraith. He is really looking to be in a good spot to win this lobby, with Evil Twin also giving him an amazing.
this Myrmidon's going to be gigantic on its first turn, thanks to the Golden Domu.
Oh yeah, I didn't spot that. So that's probably the minion that he'll end up looking to copy with the Evil Twin. And I'll be curious to see what happens first, if the start of combat effect on Corrupted Myrmidon happens, or if the start of combat effect on Evil Twin happens, because it does matter in terms of what gets copied and what doesn't.
I think, and I'm quite happy to be wrong here, this is not anything like an official thing. I'm just going to guess for the sake of it because we're going to see it. I think the Myrmidon happens first.
Yeah, I'd imagine so too. It'd be consistent with other conflicting startup turn effects.
It's going to be one big Myrmidon. Oh my goodness, he's looking fantastic for yet another lobby win here.
Yeah, and he's also at 36 life too. It's that thing where he didn't take any damage early because his hero power was so strong back then.
Myrmidon after.
Yeah, we see, unfortunately. Or actually, it wouldn't have mattered in this spot because the Myrmidon is still a lower HP than the Amalgam, but in the future, maybe he'd like to see a different thing.
Yeah. I don't know, a Divine Shielded Amalgam is probably a better copy than a 200-200 in a Murloc lobby anyway.
Yeah, but I think the important thing is you can also decide to glow scale Divine Shields a different minion based off of what will get copied. But now he knows, or he should know now, that the Corrupted Myrmidon will likely never get copied.
So he's taking out Say there. So as you say, on the test was starting to get Murlocs together, but never really got big enough to defend himself. So nice for everybody to get rid of the test, though.
Yeah, especially with so many players in this lobby going, at least with some variant of Poison Murlocs, like the George on Beater and Rimgosu, maybe with a little bit of Murloc splashing in, but also mostly a Menagerie build.
Matsuri looks like he's playing a different game to everybody else. Like, he has nothing on that board somehow. Oh, dear.
So, Peter Babbitt's quest was perfect for exactly what he's trying to do. He's on tier 4 with a tier 6 card because his Ghastly Mask gave him a young Murkai. So he already has a full board of Poison Murlocs. They all have Divine Shield. They're all going to get a lot of stats because of this doubled effect on the Ghastly Mask interaction with young Murkai and Felfin Navigator. So right now, the stats on Rimgosu's side do not seem nearly as appealing when he has to play against the full board of Poison.
How does Bitter and to some point Eastleaf here as well progress? Do they start looking for selflesses and stuff? Because people are going to tunnel blast them and so on later on.
Yeah, so I think the game plan for Beater now is to stay on tier 4 or tier 5 to look for Golden Selfless and eventually Baron. So when he inevitably gets Tunnel Blasted, he can replenish the shields with Golden Selfless. Right. I think there's not a need for a significant amount of stats because there's no mechs and there's no beasts. So the only minion type that can maybe cause him trouble is a large Wildfire Elemental.
Right, so yeah, all those cleave minions not being present being the point. And he's got time, right? He can just roll now looking, he'll probably buff things if he gets a good chance, but he can just roll now looking for the end game.
Yeah, the good thing is there is so much passive scaling on the side of Beater with the young Murkai and the Ghastly Mask. He just doesn't really need to buy Murlocs if they're not called Primal Fin Lookout.
Feel sorry for Eastleaf there as well. Had a pretty good Murloc poison board for turn 12. And yeah, was the first person just to walk into Bitter Babbit. And I think that whoever walks into Bitter is just going to die for the next 2 or 3 turns, honestly. They might get a chance to solidify later, but here we go. It's Barov's Blessing. Who do you think's going to win this? I've got my pick.
Oh. Yeah, and the funny thing is, Beater also has the Tunnel Blaster in his shop, the exact card that everyone else in this lobby should be seeking to go. When you see George with 6 Murlocs and you're playing against him, you just have to be terrified of what's going to happen.
Do you just not refresh this shop until the last second or two? So no one can get that Tunnel Blaster, or is that just pointless?
It's actually a pretty fair strategy, I would say. Especially now, I mean, there's not really a need to roll past it with the 0 remaining golds, but I do tend to do that if I am playing George and I'm only looking for maybe 1 or 2 cards like Beater is with the Selfless. Mm-hmm. Every little chance like that does help, and I think it is worth it if you know your turn's going to be pretty easy.
Just to be clear, it's a fairly specific scenario that he's in, right? It's not like do this all the time and leave yourself 10 seconds to play your turn. This is the last roll of the shop that he might not even roll anyway, and yeah. If he had 1 more roll, he could just wait a few seconds.
Yeah, like technically there is 3 gold to spend in Beater's hand, but at this point, like, yeah, might as well just keep it hooked up. And with Penguin-san not having a Tunnel Blaster, I think there's just no chance that he can overcome this amount of Murlocs.
I mean, how many it's 8 Murlocs, but it's 12 Murlocs if you count Divine Shields, or 11 or something. I don't even know anymore. It's a lot of Murlocs. Way too many fish.
Oh, yeah. And they all tend to flock together, as Murlocs do.
Flock of Murlocs, is that the official Warcraft? Where's Raven?
Yeah. We may need a specialist for this. But one thing to note as well, it seems like Penguin-san had 2 Tortolan blue shells in his hand already, maybe predicting that his gold is better invested now to spend later after he loses to the George.
Yeah. He's already used his block, right? Because he lost the block to the Ghost, so...
Yeah, so we don't know exactly what quest is, but I'd say this is where Tavish really shines. And you were mentioning yesterday how Tavish was the top hero on average for all players.
Yes, yeah.
This is, yeah, this is a case where it's gonna do a lot of work. Hoff can decide to order his minions any way he wants to, but if Matsuri chooses shoot the lowest health minion, he will always get a Leroy here.
Leroy. Yeah, we still haven't really worked out whether that was just because Tavish doesn't come 8th, which was a fair reflection of the stats, or if it is to do with the fact you can target the beast builds you're talking, in particular the barons that people might sort of leave on the right hand side and have to mess up their ordering if they don't leave it there. Hello?
Oh my gosh. So normally you wouldn't want a triple Leroy, but with 2 in the shop, you could feel a little tempted because that means that if you find an additional Leroy, you can play 3 Leroy on board. But I imagine
3 Roy Jenkins.
Yeah, not sure which Hoff will be. If Hoff will be freezing for those Leroys, or maybe just the Tunnel Blaster because George is in the lobby. But yeah, Hoff opting to not even play any cards here. Oh, so this is a nasty wildfire from the side of Matsuri. This is what I was mentioning before that Beater would have trouble with, but the issue is his Murlocs are so beefy that a 52 attack Golden Wildfire won't exactly cut it in terms of dealing with the Murlocs.
Honestly, just too small. Come on. Sort your build out.
It's so hard to build a beat, like 40 HP Murlocs. You'd have to get it to be above 80 attack, and it's just, not happening, I think, for Matsuri this game.
No, he's held in there, though, for the top 4, which is a game of 2 halves today. Get to those 20 points any way you can. Just, constant top 4s with a win or 2 thrown in maybe helps. And then it's all out trying to win the lobbies. So I absolutely feel that Matsuri would love the title of champion, not just for the thing, but in terms of relative to second place, if that makes sense. There's some players will want the second place, but I don't think this lobby's got many of those. I think they're all going to be shooting to win it later.
Yeah, I believe so. Especially players that haven't gotten a win yet, which is most of them except for Rim Gosu. They'll definitely be wanting to go for the first, but I could see if you're Rim Gosu and you've already won one, you're like, okay, I've already proven myself, let's just go for a nice easy payout.
Oh, but you could be the first person to do it twice. Like, Blythe has lived on the back of that in Sottel's mind for the last it's 5 years when he won 2 Masters Tours back to back. So, Meanwhile, we talked about how well he was doing as TJ's kindly showing us this crazy APM turn. But he's just got the Murlocs to walk into at some point.
Yeah, and still no Tunnel Blaster in hand. It's one of those things that Millhouse is a little bit bad at finding very specific cards since the rolls cost so much. But he's going to need it if he wants any chance to beat Beater. But I think even with Tunnel Blaster, it's just not going to be enough.
I'm just laughing at the home server advantage here. Like how fast that was all going.
Yeah, it's insane. No. It's like Penguin-san is ready with the Tunnel Blaster. Just such a strong card in all these endgames. Basically, if you're not going for shields of your own, then you'll usually want to be running it if the lobby has a lot of shields, which it does in this case.
You're not quite enough, though, the way that it's worked out.
Yeah.
All the 50-50s.
Stats on the side really matter.
Yeah, the 50-50s and the stats mattered there, so... Ngosu, once again, going to be in that top 2, and now...
Yeah, Rim Gosu and Peter Babbitt, the leaders from Lobby B yesterday. What a coincidence.
Absolutely ridiculous. They're back at it again. But want to see how this goes down, if Rim Gosu can find any way of dealing with it. Because if he does get the Tunnel Blaster online and set up his own selflesses, it could be okay. But as we see, as we were talking about several turns ago, Peter Babbitt has just started going for those selflesses some time ago. Tunnel Blaster found for Rim Gosu, but he hasn't got his own selflesses yet.
Right. In this case, like, Rim Gosu is quite behind in terms of this race. When it comes to the endgame and someone's going to get Tunnel Blasted, it's kind of a race to see who can get more selflesses and barons. And since Beater has 2 of the Selflesses and 1 Baron, and Rimkus has the burden of having to run a Tunnel Blaster, it's just so difficult for Rimkus to win here. Also, the Evil Twin kind of being negated by the fact that it's just going to die to a poison anyways, the big Amalgam.
Will Bitter, with his 18 health, will he assume there's a Tunnel Blaster already, or will he take the risk and have a look at what's the setup before he actually starts changing things out?
So we know on this side that Rimgus doesn't actually have one, but I think at this point, this late in the game, when you know that players should be trying to find a Tunnel Blaster as hard as they can, I think he'll usually just predict that and play he'll play around a Tunnel Blaster. So he might play a Selfless this turn just to guarantee it and sell his Baron.
Yeah, we'd expect the brand to be gone. Let's have a look what he's got the setup as. Yeah, perfect, pretty much. He's still got the extra Selfless in hand, so didn't find the golden, but whatever.
Yeah, so in this case, it seems like Beater will be winning by 1 minion just because he has 6 and one that has Divine Shield, and Rimgus only has 6.
Yeah, unless the
Could even be
6661 doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, and not enough.
12? 12.
1 off, but for the most part, it's mostly enough. Rimgus did pick up 2 Barons though, so if he picks up 1 more Baron and a Selfless, he may have a small chance, but the Baron by itself will not trade into any of the minions on Beater's side, so he'll only be fighting with, I believe, 5 minions if he plays a Selfless and a Golden Baron.
Yeah, like you say, I think the words of... whatever you said, I can't remember what you said, damn it, my brain is melted. But yeah, the burden of having to play the Tunnel Blaster is what you said. It's a really good way of putting it, because you are literally starting 1 behind because of the pressure your opponent's good boards put you under.
Yeah, and it's just something that that you have to play against the entire game too. Like, you have to put so much more resources into your board to be able to beat the same thing essentially.
Well, is hunting down that 3rd Selfless. Running out of gold to do so though now, so probably not going to find it.
Yeah, I would say that the some of the pairs aren't really that useful, like the Corrupted Myrmidon. And oh my.
Got there.
Well, Rimgosu does actually have a chance here then.
Nothing scares me.
He had like infinite gold somehow this turn. I don't know where it all came from.
I think it's just from the Recycling Wraith. Like, it actually doesn't cost any... It's like basically the same cost as a normal hero with the Golden Wraith. If you play 2 elementals, your refresh is free.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one thing I would like to see maybe in the future is another poison instead of this Manta Queen, because right now it is possible that the Manta Queen gets sniped without the Tunnel Blaster going off, which negates the value of the Tunnel Blaster a little bit. But for right now, Peter may actually be losing this one, because all the shields went on relevant minions instead of the Baron.
Is there anything you can do with Baron positioning here? As we all go, so to maybe use it further forward to proc a shield, something like that. When does that come into play?
Yeah, I think that's when you do that, when you know there's a shield on Peter's side, which he does know. So he can put it earlier to have a chance at popping a shield, but at the same time you kind of do want to have it back as well, because if it survives as the last unit remaining, then you deal damage, and if it dies early on without getting the value, then you tie. So you have to balance both those things. And I think with only 1 Selfless on Peter's side, with no Baron and the Selfless not being golden, you may just want to hide the Baron so you can make a tie a win instead.
Obviously, from Bitter's side, just been looking for this extra Selfless forever. And you see the difference having to pay for your refreshers makes.
Yeah, I mean, so Rimgosu isn't generating that much money because he doesn't have Hoggers or Brand to generate money with Battle Cries or Pirates. But he still is, you know, basically not having to spend money on rolls if he finds enough Tavern Tempests and Elementals, which I think he's been doing a good job of seeing the amount of cards he's played.
Talk us through this. I understand this one, but I'm going to let you explain it. Prisoner.
Yeah, so basically what Beater is trying to do here is delay the death rattle on the Tunnel Blaster as long as he can, so his Divine Shields don't get procced. And I think this does work out for him just because there's only, yeah, like there's no way to make the Tunnel Blaster stats smaller. So we can see here, Tunnel Blaster will attack into a 2-attack taunt, and then it will not die, but the issue is you also need to have your opponent's minions run into your Poison Murlocs, because if your Poison Murlocs attack, they're going to hit into the shields. They're going to hit into the Mantis Shields or the Tunnel Blaster. So that's why he had the Imprisoner, to delay the attack on the Murloc, so the Murlocs wouldn't run into the Tunnel Blaster. But yeah, you see, Peter was a little upset there.
The champion, Vimgosu, once again winning another lobby. It's getting pretty ridiculous, honestly. This is his second lobby Legends, and not counting yesterday, where I think he won 1 lobby. He had 7 lobby or 7 single game wins already in qualifying and in the tournaments, plus yesterday, plus the first one today, plus he's the champion. He looks pretty unstoppable. The sample size is starting to get relevant. I mean, we're over 25 games now, and he just seems like an absolute monster.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is such a great game 1 because it featured 2 of the players that I feel like have a lot to prove with both Beater and Vimgosu. But yeah, like you said, the sample size is getting bigger, and it'll only continue as well as more of these events play through. And yeah, like I kind of thought that he wouldn't quite make it through this game because Beater seemed unstoppable, but unfortunately, you know, Beater couldn't find the Selfless or the Baron in time.
Yeah, he won at least 1 lobby yesterday, so that's 9 lobbies, or 9 games that Vimgosu has won out of a total of 27. That's 1 in 3. If he keeps doing that, he's going to win a lot of tournaments, put it that way.
Yeah, I think he also mentioned that he hasn't gone bottom 4s very often, so like that makes it even more of an insane achievement to win, just to play so well in the most competitive lobbies ever.
Yeah, bottom 3 times. Apart from I haven't got the last game yesterday in there, but yeah, bottom 3 times, and Vimgosu getting used to this. It's only his second time here, but I think we're going to see a lot of him. Number 1 at the moment in the standings. So if you've got him in your fantasy team, nicely done. And I think you have.
Yeah, I believe I also won the bandwagon as well, and I purely went off of Millhouse because he's my favorite hero personally.
Yeah, and I picked Better Babbitt for that. I remember I did. Looking back now, yeah. So you've outdone me yet again in that heads up. But I think there'll be chances to pick both of these players many more times today. Again, we've got at least 4 lobbies, and somewhere between 5 and 8 is the likely number of lobbies we will get today. Although the way these 2 are playing, it might end really quickly. Let's have a look at what other people put in their fantasy teams, not just myself and Lee. And yeah, Bitter Babbitt, fan favourite, really good player, and people love to see him do well. Vimgosu, the champion, and Sleepy. Is that roughly what you'd expect to see?
Yeah, I think so. Right now, those are probably the most well-known players in the Lobby Legends tournament today. But as more go on, I'd imagine we'd see it equalize a little bit more.
Yeah, I know that Beta will be, when he sees those stats, he'll be very happy to see the support he's getting. So I think he's going to be the fan favourite for the day. 62% of people wanting Bitter Babbitt to win for their fantasy team, and so that they can see him streaming as the champion, which will be fantastic.
Yeah, just the support for the scene and all these players in general has been fantastic. It's one of the things that really drew me, at least, to Battlegrounds, just that everyone's quite friendly and just love to support each other.
Yeah, I have really enjoyed the scene so far as well. But as much as I'm enjoying chatting about it, we are going to try and get on with game 2. So we're going to get those set up. Back for you in about 3 minutes with game number 2 of the finals. welcome back, everybody, to Lobby Legends Castle Nathria. And, well, Rimgosus just seems to be unstoppable, taking down the first game of this final lobby. With me, as always, is Lee, who has been watching Rimgosus' destruction. Lee, it's got to stop, right? He can't just keep winning at this rate against these players.
That's what I kind of thought, but I mean, from what we see, and it's just, I don't think it's gonna stop. They both look so confident and just dominant, both Beater and Rimgosu.
Do you have, like, you play against these players all the time. Do you have players that you don't like playing head-to-head and players that you do like playing head-to-head, or is it just good player versus good player, you both know the score?
I'd say actually with most of the high-level players, they're quite good at the end game, the head-to-head, but I would highlight, I do kind of not enjoy playing against Beater sometimes because he does play the end game extremely well, and it's hard to go for first when he's also in a lobby. So sometimes if I think I'm not having enough of an early advantage, I may decide even to play for second early on just because he's in a lobby.
That's high praise indeed. Again, it's only something that is really relevant at the very top levels, the sort of top 100, top 200 levels, because everyone else doesn't get to play the same opponents over and over again like you guys do. But that's amazing to see. Okay, Silas or Daryl here for Eastleaf would be my two choices.
Yeah, we could even potentially see a Cariel pick, but I imagine probably be, I was gonna say Silas, but Daryl with 5 armor is actually also quite good too. He's one of the most picked heroes in the past with 0 armor, and now with a little bit of armor and with the quest being the way they are, with higher armor equals, you know, easier quest to do. I think Daryl's a good pick.
Yeah, of course we get a Master and Win today. No, it's not the one that's on the puzzle box, but we can get our bandwagon picks in, and I'm going to go for SSA because Barov can win lobbies, and I like to win lobbies.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the Panda pick. You know, I didn't quite believe in it yesterday, but now that I see one, that is actually will be a Panda game. I like Rimgus's chances here.
Yeah, SSA playing sensibly, not having a bet on turn 1. I like to bet on turn 1 if I possibly can, but the meta isn't really built that way at the moment. There was a time when the heroes that had explosive turn 1s or nothing to do on turn 1 were all over the place, but at the moment people are playing pretty much the same as each other on the first 3 or 4 turns, so it's just a waste of a gold.
But in this case as well, I think there'd only be 2 heroes that would maybe have a little bit of advantage or disadvantage, with the Hook Tusk having hero power on turn 1, and potentially Sleepy's Maiev hero powering on turn 1 minion on board. Yeah.
Well, if there's 2, then I think it's a good bet because you're likely to get to pick one of them. But yeah, if there's only 1, heroes like Alakia just not in there. They're the ones you're looking for, or Yogg is another one.
Yeah, and fan favorites of Curator as well, and Nazoth, I believe, with their 2 minions. But yeah, I think we saw Sisase. He also had the Swabi triple lined up for him, so interesting to see how that develops in the future. I think Barav has the option to take a very high tier triple if he chooses to.
Yeah, especially if he hits on his bets early on, which he's done so far, because the reduced costs and the extra money, it's almost like being bad Shudderwock with huge upside later on as well.
Yeah, but at least with the hero power that can be relevant later as well. I also do like the interactions with the quest as well, with add cards to hand being one of the requirements, and Barav, if he wins all the bets, that's 3 cards per turn you can get to fulfill that.
What have we got here? Jandis.
Yeah, I'd say Jandis is probably a little more relevant with being able to swap into a better minion than the Swabi and then level up. The Tipper may not be exactly what he's looking for. Maybe another mech or a Murloc could have helped a little bit better.
Yeah, not really exciting, but just get through the fight okay. But again, having to play all the stuff on the board on both sides, it makes me sad. I like people to hold all their stuff in their hand.
Yeah, if we maybe on Suki's perspective, I imagine we see another hold as well.
He did take damage that turn, I noticed, so
Yeah.
very likely. Have a look at Hoff's choices.
So the Stolen Gold stands out to me the most here because it's just friendly minions die. There are no beasts in, however, but I think mechs are always a good option as well to have Stolen Gold work on, with Omega Buster being a good one.
Yeah, and Harvest Golem peeking through the gaps there is a good way to have some things die repeatedly early on.
Yeah, the Mirror Shield also isn't bad as well, because I noticed Quillboars are in, which means Mirror Shield has synergy with Gem Splitter, and Murlocs are in as well, which means that you can make a Beater Babbitt cosplay with the Poison Divine Shield Murlocs.
I like that Beta Babbitt's just going to get all of the grief for that now. Anytime someone gets Murlocs with poison and shields, yep, Beta Babbitt's fault.
But I mean, even though like Rimgosi showed that there was a way to defeat large Divine Shield Poison Murlocs.
Yep, still Beta Babbitt's fault. Invented Murlocs. No one had noticed until this tournament. Sorry, I'm being really silly.
We see Barov here also going for the early triple. We kind of saw this theme as well in the last game, where players don't typically want to hold out for very greedy tier 5 or tier 6 triples. Yeah, I really do like to see this as well. Like, you don't have to rely on an early triple if you have quests to play for as well.
Right. Tough choice there for SSA, because if we've guessed correctly, no idea what Sleepy's got, because Sleepy kept everything in hand most likely. So, not a fun bet. Have to just go on the heroes.
I believe the other pick was Penguin Sun's Varden as well. So not like the best early game hero, because there's no inherent tempo advantage. But it seems like, yeah, he did get the bet right.
Yeah, he's in a
believe
great
it was on
spot
Sleepy.
now.
Yeah, you can choose to level up and buy a minion and a hero power yet again. Sleepy here with quite a few good options. Those could be T6 drops, and knowing Sleepy, he may even choose to go for that route. But no, deviating from that. Actually, quite a big surprise to me.
Yeah, maybe it's the tournament situation. You don't want to get too far behind. Oh, no, it's the quest situation.
Yeah, it's the quest for henchmen. Oh, and it makes so much sense too. If he had managed to get like a Deflecto or a Crackling Cyclone, the henchman would buff that up significantly.
Yeah. The 3 drops where the Divine Shields live at the moment, or some of them at least.
Yeah, but I imagine we'll probably not see another tier 3 triple here. Oh no, we will. He wasn't quite happy enough with the first one. Oh, I see. He's just going to hold it and have enough gold to buy the free dealing gambler to make best use of his 2 gold remaining.
It actually makes sense as well, right? Because he gets the droplets off the board, which means that the henchman's going to do it on the minions that he wants to keep.
Yeah, the one unfortunate side effect is this Death Riddle minion will be a little bit big and, you know, not dying sometimes, but it still seems like a good play in the spot.
Yeah, tend to take the view as well, especially his health total. It's fine, but if he'd lost a couple more, fights, it wouldn't be. If my 8-7 doesn't die, well, at least it didn't die. At least I won the fight.
Yeah, and I think here, every single fight won just means so much. Like, Sleepy will finally be in a spot where he can play with a good amount of life total instead of, like, very limited as it was in the last game.
Yeah. And they're the plays that when I sort of jokingly say that when I watch Sleepy, I just end up losing because I'm trying to be sleepy. They're the sort of plays where if you're playing that way and you're not really sure what you're doing, you can end up in a right mess. But everything there had a purpose. Keeping the stuff in his hand had the purpose of, he can go for the big triple later, but also it coordinated with the henchman, taking off the elementals from the board, so he got the buff on the things he wanted and so on. Everything has to be properly coordinated or you just end up dying if you're not careful.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed here is I feel like 3 players in this game have already had the Elemental able to be tripled. Just no lack of really triples at all. And Matsuri at the Snickers Snack quest completed already chooses to go for the Reef Explorer. It's quite a good option to have on board, as I think right now you're going mostly for value rather than pure stats.
Yeah, which makes sense. Babbitt.
Oh, so we have 2 Daryls in this game.
Oh, yeah, and it's a giant strong arm as well.
Yeah, he's gonna choose to maybe hold a card in hand, though, for his red hand effect. He's gonna be a little weaker this turn than maybe he'd like, but he'll make up for it in the next turn.
This is another strong, likely finish for Bitter Babbitt, just by being Daryl, right? We joke about it, but being Daryl is one of the best ways to have a strong-ish finish in Battlegrounds. And with a second place already in game 1, being Daryl seems like a really smart move here.
Yeah, and it seems like Ghost is also having quite a good game as well, having a big deflecto, which may not, carry you to victory, but also puts him in a similar spot as Peter Babbitt, where it's going to be hard for him to lose these early fights. And I believe his quest is Devils in the Details, so he'll be getting even more passive scaling as well, with that eating a random minion for both his left and his rightmost minions.
Yeah, the people who are saying the puzzle box where no one dies by turn 11, I think this might be your game. Everybody seems to have got off to a really good start here. We've seen triples everywhere, and everybody's on at least 26 health still on turn 7, which is also pretty rare. As Hoff, this option, just going full tipper nonsense.
Yeah, and he can even choose to take this tier 6 triple right now, but he may decide to tip more gold to get more stats on the tippers. It's always a hard choice, but I think usually the value of the tier 6 will be higher than the additional stats on tippers.
He did also have to get rid of his death rattle. Did he end up with the death rattle quest in the end? I'm just checking that now.
It seems like he had...
He did 15 die.
Okay, yeah.
Or maybe it's done its work. It's turn 7. Maybe the Harvest Golem's kind of done its work and he's getting quite close anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting to choose that over the Southwest. It might be close enough to getting there. And yeah, I mean, he's going to get it. I think that's 13 out of 15. So he'll have the, the stolen gold, yeah. And with the Scallywag as well, that's actually potent.
Yep. The starter Pirate Exodia is just forming here, and he's on a high enough health total that he should be okay, but this could be a lot of damage coming in for him if he's not careful here.
Yeah, but luckily enough for him, he played against the Finley Daryl from Peter Babbitt, so even if he loses, it probably won't be too much damage. In this case, it'll only be 7, I believe. But yeah, this is also a puzzle box question as well. Will a player win with stolen gold? So you may want to keep an eye out on this Zrella from Hoff.
Yeah, well, take that. Interesting, he's choosing that as his 2 gold play, so he's going to have 2 health, not 1. Is that relevant later on, or do you just not care?
I think the issue is maybe you won't find a minion that you'll want to hero power later, so you might as well take it now. It could be relevant, but he's choosing to take that risk anyways. And I think it's a fair one to take, that it may backfire, but I think the chance is small enough that choose to do it. But here we see a really interesting combination of quest and hero power, which is exactly what I think Daryl wants, because Daryl sells and buys so many minions. It's good to keep those stats, on your board by keeping them with Anima Bribe.
Yeah, the subtle alarm is going off when Anima Bribe and Daryl get together. There'll be a subtle comment somewhere on the internet in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, and luckily for Eastleaf, he also found the premier minion to dance with, and
nice.
So I think because Eastleaf will be staying on tier 3 for most of this game, it could be a good triple right now rather than waiting for a higher tier triple. Eastleaf seems to agree.
Ground Shaker!
Yes.
With Anima Bribe and Divine Shields, and it's all going to go crazy.
But not the snap pick I thought it might be. And Eastleaf goes for the Gold Grubber because he does have 2 golden minions with the Micro Mummy and the Gem Splitter. So I think the game plan here is he's going to keep this Gold Grubber's passive scaling and eventually sell it on the board sell it to give a deflective, maybe stats or a magnetic.
Oh, Ground Shakers just seems so good there, though.
Yeah, I think here the issue is there's only 1 Divine Shield minion on the Deflecto, And for Eastleaf to find another one, he would have to
Right.
roll into either another Deflecto or a Papa, or I think a Cyclone as the only 3 options. So maybe it's too slow of an option for him right now.
He was incredibly low health as well, I've only just realised, so he did have to actually survive that fight, which might have been relevant as well.
Yeah, so a really, really scary spot for for Eastleaf there. Whereas Peter Babbitt is on the exact opposite side of the spectrum, where he's 33 life with his Finley Darrell.
Yeah, he's safe for the foreseeable future. Interesting to see if he can convert it into even more.
Yeah, and I think the main
Penguin's got
difference.
stuck here. Not stuck, just waiting for the Peggies to do their thing.
Yeah, and he
Oh, yeah.
does have this Replicating Menace. Yeah, I was just going to mention that I think it's a difference in Quest where Peter Babbitt was able to get Red Hand activated very early on, which gave him a lot of immediate strength, whereas it kind of takes a lot of time for Anima Bribe to be worth it, and you do tend to notice the difference in the power level later on, whereas dancing on a board may not be as strong as other people's quests and compositions.
This is what he's got left. A horrible, sticky situation with 2 gold here as well. But he's got to win this fight, so he's got to buy and sell something here.
Yeah, so he's just choosing to go for another Divine Shield minion and invest the rest in his Gem Splitter, so you can get 4 more or even 6 more for the next fight.
Oh, he's moved it up. He's moved it back. Interesting. Is that Micro Mummy seems a little bit far back to me. Why so far back?
So I think in this case it's fine because his Deflecto bot has 47 life and he's not expecting it to die even if the Micro Mummy is later back. And he wants to prioritize having the 2 Divine Shields earlier for Gem Splitter value, as well as maybe getting a Gold Grabber hit so it can value trade more likely.
Yeah, and he can actually get an extra hit with the Deflecto before it gets the shield in some circumstances there, because he can take a 20-20, I see. That's really clever. I like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the health point matters a lot. It's something you usually don't do because when you play Deflecto on a lot of heroes, it's hard to scale up the HP of it. But in this case, it works out very nicely.
Okay.
And this is now turn 10, so one more turn. If all players survive, then we will complete one of the puzzle box requirements.
All right, so if you're on that, you're hoping for Eastleaf and Penguin Stand to get through this next turn.
Yeah, and Hoff with a really nice setup here. He managed to golden the Eliza with a Tony, so he no longer needs to put the Eliza on the far right, and he can now play a Baron to make golden as well. And he found new synergy as well with the Selfless. Really, really enjoying the position from Hoff right now.
It's funny because you look at this board without processing, you just look at some numbers and it's just a completely random selection of minions, but actually the Exodia is quite clearly building here. It's just a case of how he slowly filters it across.
I think right now, like some of these random minions, like the Tavern Tipper, can be sold off for some stronger minions. I imagine Divine Shield would be a pretty good idea. Like maybe a Deflecto and a Reset could be good instead of that and the Sparring Partner. But for now, it seems like a great filler minion.
Yeah. It's only turn 10, which is a weird turn because you can get destroyed if you're not careful. But he's got plenty to stay alive with, so he's okay.
Yeah.
You also say just pushing that advantage?
Yeah, so he has a random Golden Hogger. I had to check the quest to make sure it wasn't pirates, but he has get 2 random Murlocs at the start of each turn, so he just somehow found a Golden Hogger. Really curious to see how that how that happens.
I'm interested to see where he goes with it as well, because he's actually got the 2... I mean, they have poison, but he does have the 2 amalgams, which are pirates, if you can find a Peggy and some really good cycling here. Will it mainly just be using Hogger to get a lot of gold for finding Selfless, or will there be more he can do with this?
I think it does equate to a lot of stats because he can just buy pirates, and if he finds South Sea Strongarm, which gives a pirate +1/+1 for every pirate bought that turn, he can buff up the amalgams quite a bit, which may be what happened here with that non-taunted amalgam.
There's a strong
There we go.
There's 4 more pirates.
A bunch of pirates too. But the issue here is, a strong cards to get sold here. Either a Leroy or a Manta Queen, I imagine. Or even potentially the Hogger if you just want to keep it around. But I think at 16 with damage cap still on and playing against Daryl, it's a good idea to keep the Hogger for now.
This is the sort of situation, I'm glad the Leroy went, where, again, at my level, at the sort of, the strong casual level of player, the Bran ends up getting sold here. No good player ever sells the Bran until the extreme end game. So quite instructive watching what gets kept in these situations.
Yeah, and important to note as well that since he's playing against Daryl, who may not even be that powerful, it's even a bigger read to keep the brand for more scaling in the future.
Trying to find a way to get that salty in there as well.
Yeah, it might just be a pirate for the strong arm. And here in this case, so he did lose the very powerful unit in Leroy, and he's not going to have a great minion to end with, except for this King Burger Girl, which does have the Death Rattle effect of buffing all Murlocs by +2/+2, but not nearly as strong as a Leroy.
Oh, he's going to get greedy. Nice.
Yeah. This is a really interesting pickup. He could have maybe kept some gold in his hand, but if it is the case that he gets the ghost next turn with Penguin Sun dying, then he could potentially keep it for another turn and get a golden card from it. But yeah, I imagine it'll be a little greedy to keep it on board.
Yeah, especially with, I mean, what gets sold if he does want to keep it around, but he's fine just making big numbers go up in this kind of convoluted, Murloc-y, piratey way.
Yeah, and it seems like it will... Oh, he just managed to tie with Eastleaf, but I think Eastleaf had a few coin flips there to actually just die this turn.
Will Penguin San hold on? Because if he does, got to turn 11 with no deaths. But
yeah, it looks like he holds on by 1 life, so another puzzle box completed.
Ticked off. Turned off. This is where I'm going crazy. If I'm like Rimgosa or something, and I've got quite a good board, but I'm slowly dying, this is where I'm screaming at the lobby, like, why is nobody dying? And then I'll kill somebody, and I'll be like, look, you have to do it yourself if you want the job doing in these parts. And because nobody died. But Penguin is making a massive board here, but it's only massive numbers, and it's not got much else going for it.
Right, he does have the benefit of having at least a selfless pair, so it does mean that these random amounts of stats will have Divine Shield them in the future when he triples the selfless. But yeah, this is like a good board, I'd say, against players like Daryl and maybe like Beater Babbage Daryl, but not quite the board you want for a win, especially when you're also only at 1 HP.
Yeah, these next 2 or 3 turns are absolutely monstrous. They're really important in the whole scheme of this tournament because 3 or 4 people are going to die every turn, quite likely here. So finding a way to just survive a turn will be everybody's priority. I don't think any of these players, unless there's a board that we've not seen, will be really looking at winning this lobby. They'll be just looking at, look, can I come top 4 and see where I'm at? Because there's going to be so many deaths now.
Yeah, it seems like 4 players can die this turn, but it's also possible and none of them die. But I think Penguin Sun's going to have a tough time with Sisse's board of Murlocs and the 1 random Hogger. So I imagine we see damage cap gone this turn. And now we can see also Sleepy's Maiev. We can see what he is up to. Again, another T-Master board. This card is just popping up everywhere, especially because it is a neutral type, so every single lobby can have it.
Yeah, and like you said, I think you weren't the only person who underrated that card. I think the whole community looked at the card and like, haha, this card's stupid, why is it here? And now we're learning that actually, turns out the developers knew what they were doing, as Eastleaf just barely dies there at the end. Oh.
Yeah, just by 1 lonely Puppet, and Rimgosu actually going out as well. But Penguin-san holding on. He actually managed to, I believe, tie with Sisse. And Sisse is also still at 16 life.
Rimgosu maybe is mortal after all, finding for the 4th time ever a bottom 3 finish. That includes qualifiers and everything.
Yeah, but still, you know, not in a bad spot with this first. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just trying to find any reason to say that he's not going to win because he's doing so well. Like Matsuri, with a board that can develop pretty quickly. These things are massive, but only the 2 poisons at the moment.
This is kind of like what we saw from, I think, Rimgosu's Maiev yesterday, where it's just a ton of huge Murlocs. Really difficult to beat unless he's playing against, you know, a board of similar poison Murlocs. But I think no one was really playing that this lobby, right? Like, I think Beater is playing Max, Say is playing Murlocs and Pirates, so he might be the only one. Hoff is playing his, he's playing Exodia.
Yeah, and gets the 15-15 on the Baron, which is kind of the last. It's not the last piece, you know, finding your Khadgars is the last piece, but it's the last protective piece you need, especially when the lobby is going to end so quickly, or is going to get to the top 2 so quickly. Making that 15-15 protection from Zap and everything just gets so much nicer for you now.
Yeah, unfortunately for Hoff, no Khadgar should make this comp a lot stronger. I think he'd easily still have the Golden Hogger for one of those if he could, but he may just choose to go for, I think, either a Selfless or a Manta Queen here. Would both be really nice. And one interesting thing to note as well is if you put Manta Queen on the left or the right with Stolen Golds, you will get double the amount of adapts, but in this case, he chooses the Baron to be more important.
I am surprised he put, so something I'm going to need explaining to me, the Manta Queen near the Baron just in case of a giant cleave. That feels like a scary thing to do.
Yeah, maybe in a time issue because he was running out, but I think it would have been nice to put it between the Scallywag and the Hogger, so there'd be no cleave issues there at all.
That was my thinking, so glad to see that I'm thinking straight. But yeah, he did have no time, so that'd be the reason he did it.
And Penguin's on and Sleepy out here. Unfortunately, not quite enough against the giant Murlocs and Matsuri.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's looking closer and closer to the possibility that Pirate Exodia will yet again win another lobby. This time with the help of Stolen Gold.
Puzzle box question: Stolen Gold winning a lobby, but. I should have asked them to put in Pirate Exodia winning a lobby because I always bang on about how that's the best build. We'll go head to head with Froggers later as we get Barov's Blessing. Pick the winner out of these 2. This is a right old mess this time around. TJ threw us a nice easy one to start off the day with.
Either not be able to find a Deflecto, which I think would give him at least a chance. Like say if maybe this 83-76 Puppot was a Deflecto instead and the board's resets, it could be competitive.
Yeah, he's got to get that poison of Bitter Babbits. He's going to have to crash into the big minion most likely. Oh, you got me excited there when you changed your mind at the last second.
Yeah. I almost put a Beater just because I was so used to saying Beater's going to win. But in this case, yeah, I think Bader did execute very well on the game plan of have a solid second game to back up his first game result. And here, the amount of stats is just insurmountable.
Yeah, Matsuri's got a load of money still as well, just creating more and more poisons along the way.
Yeah, I think he's going to choose to have the young Murkai be used with the Burgurgle, but he could also opt to fill his hand with the Golden Lookout as well. In this case, I think the stats are probably a lot more relevant.
Bravely not giving his 258 health attack minion any more poison, because it shouldn't be needed.
Yeah, my god. I'm not even sure if a single minion on the side will die. Well, maybe the young Murkai will. It's a little bit small, but yeah, just the Swolfen and the Lookout are just way too big to even be close to dying.
Bitter Babbit will finish in either 4th or equal 3rd here, which is fine. He had a good start as well. It's just more points chipping away towards those 20 that you need, so he'll be okay.
Yeah, in a super good spot as well for the next round. I think there's a tie with Sisase and Hoff, which we may see a lot of as well this game as well. We saw, I think, the same situation in the other Pirate City game, where it was Murlocs versus Exodia, and they tied over and over again.
Yeah,
It's this like it's the positioning with the selfless where you can very easily force ties, but I think actually was there tie? There was, yeah. With that 1 and 3 flip to kill off the Eliza, I think that didn't happen, it'd be a slight loss.
Obviously, it just buys more time though for the Khadgars to be found on that side, and on this side, more times to find your Baron that you might want to use. So.
Yeah, and one thing to note here as well, Sasay did pick up a 4th Hogger, so every pirate he buys generates him money, so that may give him the tools he needs to beat Matsuri, but I think the odds are a little bit hard though, because on this side there's not that many Poison Murlocs, but he also has the backup plan of making Toxfin Divine Shield Amalgam immediately after.
Will he be tempted to... He's got the Divine Shield Amalgam. Oh, they're golden, so yeah, he can do that. That's fine. I was wondering if he's going to be tempted to keep the module in case he fights the pirates again. But I think he has more pressing issues.
That was an interesting choice. I think the reason why he decided to go for that is with 2 golden amalgams, he can now sometimes play for 4 Divine Shield Poison Amalgams if he picks an additional 2.
Yeah, he's against the ghost. He's going to get paid off for that as well.
Yeah, and it was Speeder Babbitt's Ghost as well, which is not the most scary of threats.
I was wondering, as he's found another amalgam, if he was going to possibly, which he chose not to do, play the Tony and the amalgam and try and get another golden one.
Oh yeah, that might be a little too much here, but he does choose to keep the Hogger on board instead of playing a stronger minion like the Baron, just so he has space next turn to continue to cycle pirates for more money and find maybe an additional amalgam, Toxfin, and module, which is what he needs to generate a 4th Poison Divine Shield. And wow, Hoff on the other side found 2 Khadgars in 1 turn. He had 0 Khadgars in the previous turn.
Yeah, and he's been looking for them for a while, to be fair to him, so he's allowed to have a turn where they do turn up. It is turn 15. He had this build going to some degree really, really early, like turn 7 or 8. We knew this was going to be his endgame state if he survived.
Yeah, and funny enough here, I think there's a chance this is enough to kill Matsuri if there are more procs here, but no, not quite.
Loses quite severely as well, because that huge Murloc is actually basically got poison. It's really weird.
Yeah, I think it is a slight loss, right? No, it's a tie again.
Of course it's a tie. It's always a tie.
Oh man, this is going to be exciting though, because there's going to be so many tech card decisions. And now Hoff does get a turn of respite, but yeah, Nasase has to play very aggressively for this next fight in order to not lose.
Yeah, he did turn down these Hoggers a few turns ago in favour of... I don't even remember, but he just turned them down. It may have been late in the turn, but he rolled past one, didn't freeze it. That was the turn where he picked up the Nosy Loot, I think. But I think he was a slightly different build at the time.
I think so, with more of the Bran and the Murlocs, but you'd think he chose just to go more in this Hogger route so he could go for a better endgame build, but the issue is, yeah, he doesn't have quite as much stats as Matsuri does, so he's going to have a harder time, I think, beating Hoff than Matsuri does, but I believe he's in a better spot to actually win against Matsuri because of the amount of Divine Shield Poison he has. And again, the burden of playing a Tunnel Blast is on Matsuri, which is a big deal in these matchups.
Yeah, did he just use his hero power during the middle of this somewhere? Was that supposed to be a misclick? Because surely you just don't need more gold. Like, why would you ever do that?
Yeah, I've personally been in that spot a lot where I accidentally click on it because my mouse is going so fast between the middle of the boards and my hands.
That makes sense. Okay, he finished up. He actually finished up, yeah, quite nicely here.
Yeah, and I think his Hogger is enough to kill at least 2 of those Murlocs, so it's a pretty significant deal.
.239 health Murloc is oddly the really scary one if he doesn't get poisoned, but he will get poisoned this time, so that will be a lot of damage.
Yeah, if the Baron had managed to survive there, would that have been lethal? It actually would have with an
Yeah.
extra 5 damage. So the positioning could have been important there to put the Baron a little further back. And I think that's what you mentioned earlier about Baron positioning. If you want to put it earlier for popping shields or later, and this is a case where maybe if it was behind one of those other amalgams, it would have resulted in lethal instead.
Got you. That makes sense. Do you pick up the? Yes, you do. Okay. Because you pick up the Baron here, partly for the golden, but also just for some board space choices if you're going to start navigating your board.
Yeah, and here's the part where we'll probably need to see say pick up a tech card option against Exodia, and without Void Lord being an option, I imagine the best option will maybe be a Annoy module, or perhaps a Zap if he thinks it can do anything. But on this side, I think the minions were buffed up. Maybe not the Khagars yet though.
Meanwhile, one of the fights is finished. It was slightly desynced at this point, but there we go.
Yeah, and one benefit as well of there being a Pirate Exodia player is this has a lot of time to play his turn because the turn timer scales based off of the combat length of the last combat.
Right, and that goes up to 120, right? Is that the maximum?
I think sometimes even more. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I've seen some really long ones when there's leapfrog mirrors.
Ugh.
Again, the leapfrog area.
I'm like the enemy of chat. No leapfroggers, boo.
But at least you're a fan of Pirate Exodia, which I think chat also does enjoy. But yeah, there's not really a great option here for Sisei to end on. I think the Leroy would be the best one, but at most it can trade 1-for-1, so it's never really the option you're looking for when your opponent is summoning multiple minions.
This turn has been really strange, just to watch, because obviously I know what he's been doing, I know why he's been doing it, but the whole turn, just nothing happened. He's just bought and sold a million things for like +12, +12. Great.
Yeah. And there's actually one thing important to know. Sisei did decide to... Oh, he bet too, yeah. I mean, he does need the goal this time.
It makes sense, right? He knew that made sense last turn when I said, was it a misclick? He knew he was probably going to sell the golden hogger this time, so he wanted to bank some gold for the next turn, I think might have been a thing.
Yeah. But yeah, one thing to note is I think Sisei did have a golden hogger and a normal hogger on board, and then he had a normal hogger in hand, but he decided to triple the hogger. If he didn't do that and he held the hogger in hand, he would have been able to generate more money this turn, but because he tripled it and then he sold it off immediately after, he was not able to play as much cards as he wanted to, which actually does matter here because it means his turn is significantly weaker without having infinite gold.
That's a really good point, really good spot. Yeah, he because you've got infinite gold as soon as you've got the 4 hoggers, you don't need the second triple. So.
Right, especially if you're planning to sell it off too, which he had to in order to be strong against Matsuri.
Nice. Yeah, nicely spotted.
Yeah, and here, again, it's hard to tell how many of these Sky Pirates are going to summon, but the bad thing about having taunts is they can all converge on the taunts. I think it's sometimes better to have them spread out to attack other minions, because then they don't kill off minions on their own. But, yeah.
Ouch! Just destroys him.
Pirate Exodia not quite getting it done. Not enough pirates. So I think we may see Sesase take this one down with his golden selfless here. And I think almost the golden baron. He had one in hand.
So we got going on. Still got that. That huge Murloc is just absurd now. He's given up buffing it. It's just got so big.
He still has that toxin in hand, but there's simply no need to play it. I wonder if he'll make the read that he'll need a Tunnel Blaster, because I think he did play against Sisei, and he saw there's I think 2 or 3. There are 3 there are 3 Divine Shields on the side of Sisei. So
yeah, he's seen a convincing victory for Sisei against Hoff there as well, so he should be able to make some reads into what's going on. Obviously, it's going to be difficult to know exactly what, but he also faced him 2 games ago, so maybe he can put together what's going on there.
Yeah, I think, however, he does have a nice play in terms of dealing with the amalgams of the Leroys. You could play double Leroy and maybe sell off one of these other Murlocs, but in this case, the Tunnel Blaster will be better than Leroy. we'll see if he ends up going for a triple self for it.
He's smirking a bit there. With basically what you were talking about going through his head. Yeah, he's also had to poison the thing. So he does go for the double Leroy, but picks up the tunnel blaster in case he needs it.
But we'll see. How many shields were on that side? I think it was just 3 for now, but maybe now additional one? No. Oh, but I like this zap tech from the side of SSA. So if there was a tunnel blaster, you could clear it off before the selfless went off, so he would still be able to get shields. But oh, in this case, the fight really not going well for Matsuri. The shields get full value on both the amalgams.
As I say, my bandwagon pick, just because he was on Baroff and I said that good Baroff games can be good. Great analysis there by me. Taking it down, picking up a chunk of points, much needed points as well after the first game. Matsuri also will be very happy with how that one went in there. Attempts to start moving towards 20 points.
Yeah, but in this case, no one with too big of a convincing lead, except for maybe Beater with his 4th place and his 2nd from the last one. Yeah, just super close overall.
Yeah, one of those where it wasn't exactly reversed. Obviously, that would be incredibly unlikely, but largely reversed the standings from the first one. So, going to be interesting to see what the standings are. So, to say, navigated that very strangely, right? Early on, went for a very early triple when he could have gone for something huge. Just made sure he didn't die with the early pirate reductions, and then sort of rocketed up to getting those hoggers and had the hoggers amalgam thing going on for a long time. Chose not to get massive stats, instead sort of weaved his way about, trying to stay alive and kill people at the same time, and eventually came out victorious.
Yeah, I think he did a super good job of balancing both getting stats and being strong for every single turn. You could see he held many cards for the turns, and he would put in useful cards in place of the buff slots when he needed to play a fight, and that was really well navigated. I also like that he managed to hold the Golden Hogger for so long and use it to a powerful effect later on to make 3 Divine Shield amalgams, when normally you're limited to 2, because, you know, if you try to get a 3rd, you'll triple your original 2, but did a good job of just taking the triple early on, even though it made him weaker to set up for that endgame.
Wow, Matsuri actually once again just surprising us by sneaking up the leaderboard into 1st place. Bimgosu with that bad result all the way down in 5th, but again, position matters, but 20 points is what they're looking at. You can't win the tournament until you get to 20 points. And Eastleaf and Sleepy, even though it looks like they're having a bad time, and they probably are, at any point in this tournament, if you win all of the remaining lobbies, you win the tournament. It is always in your hands.
Yeah, and it seems like there is not the possibility of the lobby being in check after lobby 3, but there's plenty of candidates for putting the lobby in check for lobby 4. So we'll see at least 5 games today.
Yeah, which is what the Be Nice did. Just put them in check on 4, won it, bam, won on 5. And ever since then, it's just slowly increased by pure coincidence of stats, like humans spot patterns in all sorts of things. But we haven't had it go backwards yet. It started off at 5 on Lobby Legends 1, and Lobby Legends 5 went up to all the way to 8 lobbies. So expecting 9 or 10 lobbies today, Lee. You ready for a long one?
I think I am, yeah. I'm always excited to see high-level Battlegrounds, as is always the case in Lobby Legends, and I think it may also be the case that as players get better at adapting to this format, the games will extend to be longer, because people will recognize what they need to play in order to maximize their chances at winning, even if they are in not the most advantageous spot early on.
Absolutely. Well, we want to see more high-level Battlegrounds, so let's get the next game set up. We'll do that for you, and we're back in just a moment. Legends Castle Nathria continues. We've had 2 games already. Game 3 just getting set up now. And Lee, Sleepy and Eastleaf down on 2.5 points. What's the best thing for them to do? Should they just carry on playing their game, or is it time to hit the panic button and try and catch up?
I think they should probably continue to play their game. I think we've seen Sleepy continue his playstyle of going for early high tier triples. And I mean, with the standings the way they are, I mean, it's fine to continue to go down that route. I think there's not really a difference. There's not really a reason to change it up, even though the points may be kind of far behind. In terms of putting the lobby in check at, for game 5 or game 6, it's still about the same. So just gotta continue to put up good results.
Yeah, I think you want to make sure that the lobby's in check, like you've got your 20 points by the end of lobby 5 if you possibly can, because by that point 3 or 4 people are going to have the lobby in check, and you're really running the risk of somebody just winning the lobby at that point if you're not in there already. But as we've discussed, every single tournament so far doesn't really matter too much how far behind you are, within reason. If at any point you put up any sort of numbers at all and you win 3 lobbies in a row, you'll win the tournament, pretty much. Like they're far enough behind at the moment that they need to get a few more on the board, so they need to win 4 in a row. But yeah, you can always get it done, and so be interesting to see what they do. Though it's easy to sit here talking about it, analysing it, saying what you should do. When you're sat there, you just had 2 horrible matches. It's like, oh no, panic! I'm gonna need the points immediately. So we could see players making strange decisions now.
And in the case of the player cams too, you can kind of see emotions are running a little bit high for some of the players, and it could be an indicator of a little bit of tilt. But I think these players have played so many games of Battlegrounds in general that they have the skills needed in order to keep that in control. But it can't be hard to, keep a completely level head in these environments where there's a lot of money and reputation at stake.
And it's why I'm a big fan of this player, Say. Just seems to constantly enjoy everything that's going on in Lobby Legends and gets results because of it second last time around. But we've seen him have bad days where he's just smiled all the way through and enjoyed playing the game. Talking of which, there's some heroes here. What do you like?
Yeah, I think I like either a Master Nguyen pick or a Yasharj pick. I think Galliwix is probably not the best pick here, since there's limited amounts of tokens to generate money off of the hero power with. So he does choose to go for the panda, yeah.
Hey. Your bandwagons in. I'm going to go for whoever it is on the test. It's Eastleaf. Oh, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, I think I always root for Cookie as well when I see him in a lobby. But it may not be the best lobby in terms of going 3-on-3 with, which is what Cookie tends to like to go for.
Yeah, Cookie's it's not very boom or bust. It seems to be very boom or okay. But 3-on-3, obviously getting that 3 drop early is pretty huge. Meanwhile, Sleepy doing the thing. No messing around from Sleepy on Calico. I'm not taking any minions on 1. I want my early 6 drop, thanks.
I think that's typically how Garalcon likes to play. There have been varieties in how people played him in the past, but right now everyone's usually trying to go for a good tier 6 on turn 5. But that's not to say you can't pick minions that aren't. I think even yesterday we saw a turn 2 Catherinier pick with double Weaver on board, which maybe we'll even see something like that this game as well if Sleepy sees a tier 4 or tier 5 that he really wants to take.
Yeah, the Catherinier in particular was a really eye-opening game. We already had double Weaver on the board at the time as well. And I can't remember how they finished everyone. I don't think they won the lobby, but it just built a very solid board that was going to be stable for a long time.
Yeah, I think it was one of those decisions where, okay, this probably isn't going to win me the lobby, but this will be good enough to get me a solid placement, which I think is exactly what happens. And Matsuri has quite an amazing start. He already has a pair on turn 2 and 4 minions as well. Kind of the dream start with the Hook Dusk, with also a coin in hand as well.
somehow manages to lose the fight.
Yeah, to the other hero that can benefit highly off of tokens.
Absolutely ridiculous. No, I'm curious to see what he does now because I hate it when I'm playing against Hook Tusk on ladder, and they've played all of their turn 3 minions and got to start like this. You're facing like a millhouse type board. Like, just chill out and leave some stuff in your hand, please.
Yeah, it's especially bad when they also end up going for early triples here, which Matsuri has hit with the Shell Collector. I think we could see another tier 3 triple like we've seen in the previous games, but if he wants to, he could also buy the Shell Collector and hold it in hand and opt to take a turn of damage to get a 4-drop next turn. Curious to see what Matsuri's play will be here.
Yeah, I'm hoping TJ stays with this one because there's so much going on next turn here for Matsuri as well.
Yeah, and it seems like he will choose to go for a tier 4 here instead.
Yeah, it's a lot of early money as well with the tier 4 with the Shell Collector.
Yeah, I think one thing to note as well is the Panda did stay, I think, tier 1 until last turn, so, you know, if you're going to take damage, it's pretty minimal. So the difference between a tier 3 and a tier 4 can be enough to take an extra 4 here.
Yeah, and the opposite, right? You know you're losing the fight, so you might as well lose it.
Yeah, and for the quest as well, holding this card in hand would be a great boon.
I like this.
Yeah, we see a very early Snicker Snack with playing 3 Naga, so was it Naga and Pirate? If that's the case, you can also cycle this Gambler as well.
Wait, with this Shell
wait.
Collector in hand, there's so
This
much
could
money.
this could be a activation on turn 4 if he managed to hit a Naga or Pirate off of Hero Power or something. Like, he did miss on this triple, but he can still do it.
He wants the Necrolite, right?
I think it's either that or the Treasure Seeker Elise, and use the coins to Hero Power a 1-drop in shop because he wants to keep this pair. And he actually can just buy a Naga right now to activate it.
Yeah.
So it's a turn 4 quest activation, thanks to Matsuri holding his triple in hand.
Yeah. So I think that's why he was smirking. I think he was looking at the Necrolite. Honestly, I'm not always right when I say those things, but yeah, because he's got the Snicker Snacks going on, the Necrolite would have just been silly. But
it's hard for me not to change my bandwagon now. Yeah. So now he can
use 2
Battle Cries. Yeah.
Yeah.
He may even decide to hold this one for a Bran. I think that would be actually a pretty good idea.
It's turn 4. He's played like 1 million things this turn, and he's going to get 1 million more things go off. This is ridiculous, and he sees the funny side. Yeah, have a sip of energy drink because I think you're going to need it. This is going to be a really ridiculous game.
Gosh, with this, I don't even think he loses this fight as well. It's such an insane turn, and this is part of the reason why Hook Tusk was the best hero in the game when it came out. Just the ability to do this very regularly with 2 token generating cards with Alley Cat and Malak Tidehunter.
Yeah, and I don't want to watch anything but this until we see what Matsuri does, honestly. I'm just quite happy to watch this entire point of view. I know there's a whole lobby going on, but this is just too ridiculous.
I'd really like to see a Bran here. That would result in another triple and a lot of money to play with.
Sleepy, meanwhile, has got to his 6.
Yeah, was that Pilfered Lamps off of his quest? I think let's
have a look. Sleepy, 35 friendly minions die, which makes the Gas Coiler more interesting. We can already see that he's got down a Scally, and yes, it's Golden Lamps, which he's presumably plotting the whole course to winning the lobby here with those lamps. And that makes the Gas Coiler tempting, but obviously Orgazo is so good.
I think Orgazo is probably the card you're looking for when you look for an early scaling card, because it helps you play Naga so well, but like you mentioned, with the quest requirement of having friendly minions die, the Gas Core is also very appealing, and Sleepy does decide to go for that. The one issue I would say with this is a turn 5 Gas Core is usually not dying to actually help your quest, but against Hook Tusk here, who we saw had a tier 4 and a tier 5 triple, it could easily die, and he could actually lose this fight, depending on what he tripled into.
So he's put it up front to give it maximum chance of dying, right? It's going to hit something and then take some damage and then hopefully get killed by the second hit. Is that why it's first?
I believe so, and the main thing as well is he does have space for 2 minions to summon if it dies, which I think is the deciding factor here.
Oh, perfect for him, except he's going to win the fight, but yeah, he got those death rattles. of really good minions, but didn't quite get to the deaths.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Nathria was expecting to lose that with this board, but yeah, if Sleepy had taken Orgazoa, he may have even been taking 15 damage that turn.
This is TJ. He's on his toes. He's showing us everything, but TJ's going to have to really be on his toes because this is a wisdom ball quest for Rimgosu. So this is going to be a crazy one as well. And all the time, Matsuri's got like 700 triples to come at some point. We've got Sleepy looking to get lamps. This is going to be a nutty lobby.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well is eSleep is on Test, who can take advantage of everything that these players are doing. All these very, very high tier cards are going to get stolen by Tess as she goes to the lobby.
Yeah, and I mean, eSleep won't have much idea that's going on, right? It's not like you'll know that Galakon's got a good card. You'll see Matsuri at some point flash up a load of triples, but at this exact moment, eSleep won't be aware of just how crazy this is going to get for him.
Yeah, and I think depending on who eSleep plays against, this can easily snowball out of control. But Hoff here also getting an early triple. That's kind of been the theme of these last few games. Everyone's getting early triples and really, really having huge power spikes for the game.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the meta that much either. I was talking yesterday sort of about things that seemed a bit different from other lobby legends, and one of those things was the observer not having to dash everywhere for all these crazy early triples. But this is old school. This is a lot of early stuff going on here.
Yeah, I mean, Malagos and Hooktusk really just reminds me of the metas where everyone was just forcing token triples. I think exactly what happened this game, too.
Yeah, they sort of half force and half have to get a bit lucky now, though. But yeah, back in the day with the double Murlocs and everything as well. A lot easier.
Yeah, and then Brand being usually the key card to scale those Murlocs as well. But yeah, I really want to see who eSleep's doing. I'll see if he managed to steal any interesting cards.
The triple there, eSleep, there we go.
Very anticlimactic, but granted he hasn't hero powered yet, and it could be a lot of good cards on the side of this hero power.
In fact, he's just staring into space. Implies there's stuff he might want there, yeah.
Yeah. But he's also doesn't have the most exciting opponent for next turn. Beater Babbitt on the Kurtrus is not playing the same as everyone else where they're going for early triples. He's playing for very consistent hero power completion into just tempo every single turn.
That's one of those phrases where you can stop after like 6 words. Beater Babbitt is not playing the same as everyone else because that's just what he does.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we see, right? We see a big Deflecto. He managed to complete Alter Ego, and he has this Gem Splitter to scale pretty consistently with that. And I think he just managed to level to tier 3 this turn because there's no cost reduction at that level. So he stayed down really low to complete his quest and his hero power.
Yeah, we talk about the Sleepies and the Rimgoses a lot because they're the flashy, exciting players that we love to see their style. But watching Beater Babbitt's stream, like what he's got now going on, it's just some cards that happen to have amazing synergy. He's taking no damage. He's plodding along, and he can turn it into a win really well. You've said how good he is head to head. Like it's just incredible how he does that because the synergies he creates.
Yeah, he got his Khadgar snipes that could have helped him complete the quest this turn, but he still might do it with this Omega Bust and the Gas Coiler. And I think that would result in an immediate triple as well with these 2 Scallywags on board.
Here we go.
But yeah, he's going to pay a very heavy price in life for that snipe. Although, granted, not that much since I think this Bristleback Knight does die.
Yeah, if the Bristleback dies, then he'll take this.
Yeah, really not bad at all, but he easily could have won that fight had the Gas Coiler died first.
Turn 7 lamps, though, things will get really crazy here. Turn 10 lamps is pretty good. It's one of the few quests you don't mind getting too late.
Yeah, and wow, Rimgosu is dead already. And I think we were talking about how Wisdom Ball might have been interesting spectate, but spoke too soon.
Unlucky. Automatic Eliza here for Sleepy, going for the Exodia, obviously. But remember, he's got lamps, so he only needs 2 of everything to get these Goldens. He's going to get Golden Khadgar. He's going to get Golden Baron. He's going to get Golden Eliza. He is going to be in a fantastic spot here. And if he misses, well, they'll have a Golden Gas Coiler. Why not?
Yeah, I think this is like the perfect scenario as well for Sleepy. Like, it's so easy for him to look for 6 drops, so you can get a Golden Eliza, but it's also very productive just to go for Golden Khadgar and Baron, since those are usually the more potent pieces for that combo. But I'm excited to see yet another Pirate Exodia game. Not what I was expecting. I expected, more on the Mech Exodia or the Progress side, but I'm glad to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I always highlight Pirate Exodia because, again, I always make the comment that I feel it's the strongest relevant build, but I didn't think you would see much of it because the time required to find it is normally so heavy. But once again, we see somebody on turn 7, turn 8 with so much of it and so much other sustain to look for it. Like the gas coil is perfect when you're trying to set up Exodia, right? It's just going to keep you alive and take so much damage.
Yeah, and deal a lot of damage too now that the damage cap is lifted. We might even see, like a 20 damage turn from Sleepy. But I think he's playing against the Ghost, so maybe not.
As I say, he's really managed to turn this board into just a pile of cards. My favourite boards, the pile of cards board. Just stuff all doing something with big numbers on the end of it.
Yeah, I do like this combination, however, of Cave Hydra and the Critter Wrangler. It's going to be something to look forward to when he finds a way better to give that Hydra Wind Fury. I could see a lot of problems resulting from that.
And Eastleaf, once again, has kind of taken a lot of damage and dodged the person with the good cards. There's good synergy, there's big numbers, but not the cards you really want as a shop.
Yeah, and I think Beater may have been taking a lot of damage this turn. Like, I thought he was at the top of the leaderboard in terms of life, and now he's at 11.
Yeah.
He must have taken a massive beating this turn.
Penguin's almost got this set up, but also feels like could just die if he's not careful.
Yeah, luckily with the Tertullian blue shell, he is able to play with a little more gold than normal, but yeah, in a tricky spot where he's transitioning into a comp that has a lot of potential. It looks like with the Brand, though, and with the Cobras being in, he can very easily generate a lot of spells like he's doing right now with Shell Collector and with some Battle Cries later on.
This is why I always defend the first 2 or 3 weeks of a new meta, the new meta of the Nagas specifically, where everyone just takes Nagas for 2 weeks and whatever. We know what we're expecting to see now. We know how this pops off. They've been toned down, they've been nerfed. We know what all the cards do because we spent 2 weeks just playing Nagas. And I do think it helps ram home exactly what the new expansion is going to do, what the new minion type's going to do. Because now we're faced with these Nagas, and we just know this already, how it works.
Yeah, and I think it's in a good spot right now that it's not every lobby, but it's still probably one of the best scaling minion types in the game.
Yeah, I do my check at the start of every game when I see the minion types as a lower ranked player. I sort of look through all the minion types and say, okay, what tier is relevant? And for Nagas, I just say 6. Like, Pirates 5, Nagas 6, Murlocs 4, etc. Mechs 3 or 4 or 6. And work out where I want to be going, what I want to be leveling. Do I want to be playing tempo? Do I want to be playing aggressive based on what number I've assigned to each minion type?
And oh my gosh, Malygos from the Hop taking 30 damage. This early death from Rimgosu is really changing the dynamic of this lobby right now. Some heroes that are relying on early game strength and health are kind of getting a little punished by that right now. But look at Matsuri's board.
Yeah, he's getting Seisei though with a huge cleave, so it depends how big Seisei's cleave is going to be. This could look really good and end up getting murdered really easily. It's really strange.
Yeah, I think in this case, it's one of those things where if you have a large taunt, it's actually beneficial for you because it can stop Hydra from attacking twice, unless they have a Divine Shield. But in this case, the glow scale may even work against that because it's such a small statted taunt.
I think the Hydra was about 30, give or take a few. Last time we saw it, I don't know how much buff it would have actually had since then, but if it is any bigger at all, it could just wipe this board out.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well is a lot of the buffs were from the Bird Buddy in combat, so they'd only be temporary. It could be a lot smaller than we think.
Yeah, in which case he will get absolutely hurt.
Yeah, so...
Also worth noting, Sleepy's very low health total.
Yeah, and he's really relying on time to get the pieces of his Part Exodia. One cool thing to note here about Matsuri's board is he did manage to keep this... Was it a turn 4 triple on the Shell Collector into the Elise? He's kept that this entire time into turn 10. So it's one of those things where I think we talked about it yesterday, where sometimes if you can keep it for this long, it can give you so much value. And I imagine that's how Matsuri is able to get so many nice tier 6 minions.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
And he's
sense.
also managed to keep that Shell Collector triple as well for additional money to fuel his Dark Gaze Elder. But yeah, the Hydra not being quite big enough, and I'm quite scared for Sisuse here. There's a lot of damage on the side of Matsuri.
Absolutely die. I don't think so now. Or maybe. Maybe.
It's a hefty amount of damage. I think a little bit short.
23.
But yeah, I'll see if more people end up dying. Sleepy, unfortunately, getting defeated by, again, it's a very tempo-heavy strategy from Beater with the Deflectos, the Gem Splitter, and Kurtrus Hero Power.
I wonder how many people have silently, under their breath, cursed Beater over the years for this tempo style. It's so good and so infuriating and so hard to copy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate too, because Sleepy, again, going for a more greedy strategy with the Pilfered Lamps, and getting it very early too, but I think he just wasn't able to hit the triples he wanted. I saw T-Master on his board as well, so he didn't hit the Eliza triple or the Baron triple, unfortunately. Maybe not even getting many triples at all.
Blessing time. At your picks, I'm glancing at this. I have no idea who to pick. I'm going to pick Sese, but... because I have to cast as well as panic pick. Lee, on the other hand, will take his time and get it.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit of time. It's interesting because Hoff does have the cooked book with a large taunted Deflecto, or taunted Mechrol. I think that the stats on it mean that this Hydra may not get to kill it in one hit, which is the most important part of this combat. Say it really needs a Leroy to deal with this, but being on tier 4, probably not able to find it.
Where is Sese going with this build? It feels like he's sort of got stuck in, I want to be beasts, but I'm not quite there, and I don't quite have any of the stuff I want.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that happens pretty regularly with beasts. You just happen to have a lot of good cards early, but you struggle to make it into a better comp, which I think is Sese's position right now. Like, he found the stolen gold. He could sometimes play for a leapfrog build, but he didn't find a Baron, so he's stuck in this. All these cards are kind of good, like turn 6, turn 7, but it's turn 11 or turn 12 now, and it's not going to be enough to cut it.
Gonna be quite a close fight if he, because he has positioned the Hydra second, the Wind Fury one, so...
Yeah, in this case, Hoff really only has one strong minion right now with the Mechrol, but it's not to be underrated at all, and he has great cleave protection here with his positioning of the Gascoigne. But it's still rather close. I think the shields are now actually completely gone from the side of Hoff.
Very close.
Yeah, but the addition of that Leroy from the Gascoigne is going to make this such a close fight.
TJ lured us in. He gave us a nice, easy one at the start of the day, and now look at this. It's gone up in difficulty to this degree. Yes, it does manage to get it.
Yeah, Hoff going out here as well. Imagine maybe one more player. Oh, both Tess and Cookie out now. think yeah, the test Eastleaf didn't really manage to get those early good cards, so it's unfortunate for him. But Beater in fantastic form here. He managed to find a Ground Sugar was combined very well with the Gem Splitter and these double deflectos, but he's gonna find it hard to improve or even survive here, I think, against Matsuri.
That's what made me giggle. There was just this sort of flicker across his face at the start of this turn of, okay, well, that's my job. Now what do I do? Because this is it. This is what he does. These are the cards that live here, and that's all he's got now.
Yeah, I mean, he just does so well at adapting to situations in, and he's managed to get top 3, I think, for this game, and then for that other game with Daryl, like, and when he does have the chance to win, like, he'll take it. For right now, he executed it perfectly, his role.
The great timing as well from the observer there. Thanks, TJ, for that. It's like, here's what's coming up, and here's the other side. Unlucky.
I like that Matsuri finally sold off the Golden Shell Collector, so his quest now does nothing, but look at where it took him. Like, he doesn't need it anymore.
The Tunnel Blast is the only thing he's got to worry about. Like, I don't know how much he knows about what's going on, but he'll see Mex 4 is a thing that he'll know, so he'll probably just play it.
Yeah, I mean, he might even choose to not need it because, you know, the mechs on the side can't possibly be that big, especially without the ability to scale them with, like, a grease spot.
Then with only 3 players left as well, you might just choose, well, let's just make sure. Let's just win it.
Yeah, might as well. It could be rather useful against this save, but I think he was showing Beast the last time, right? He had that weird build of Stolen Gold.
Yeah.
It's also a useful card in that matchup as well to kill off small beasts. Yeah, Beater taking a drink from his water bottle, knowing his job is finished. He can finally relax and take a break.
Yeah, get another 5 points for his troubles, and 4 5s is 20. That's the target. Try to get to 20 by lobby 4. So yeah, just keep chugging along in 3rd places and get up there.
The dynamic of the group now is, I think, the people that were ahead are now even more ahead, and the people that were behind are even more behind now. Yes. I think Sleepy,
Sleepy and Eastleaf were the 2 sort of chasing, but also we are seeing finally the Rimgosu sort of bust or boom we've been talking about. It's been all boom for the first 20 lobbies we've seen him in, but 2 in a row misfiring now. So we are starting to see that maybe he is mortal after all, as the sample size is starting to level out a touch.
And this is where, we can see maybe like a more balanced playstyle that Beater has been advantageous, where, you know, he just doesn't really get those 8th places.
Yep, absolutely.
And yeah, like, this game was so different from the last one, where the last one, I think it was turn 11, we had the first death. In this game, it was turn 7, which really, really threw off some of the players. I think they needed a few extra turns to leverage their health advantage.
Yeah, it really changes the lobby quickly. I mean, this was an incredibly crazy lobby with all those triples, but if 1 or 2 people die, especially if it's an odd number of people, which puts the ghost in play as well, the lobby really speeds up. Of course, the damage cap being removed, just this sort of board just kills people so quickly.
Yeah, I'm just laughing a little bit because now Matsuri even has I think it's going to be like a 200 win free cleave to beat Fortnite. It's just non-stop what's going on. The beatings will continue.
There were some decisions very early on as well, so it looked very early. It reminded me of the old Jandis boards, or like you say, the old Hook Tusk ones, but even more the old Jandis ones, where you get so many triples on turn 6 or 5 that just nothing else matters.
It's one of those things too where it's like you get that early advantage, and then the quest enabled him to take advantage of it even more. With the, I think it was the turn 4 completion of the sticker stack with the golden battle cry. It's just
call that a cleave? This is a cleave.
This cleaves would need to hit like 6 times in order to even come close to killing. 42 damage. I think probably the highest damage combat we've seen so far.
Yeah, Matsuri enjoyed that one. Not surprising, was in the lead going into game number 3 and then taking down game number 3 is going to put him very close to putting the lobby in check early. And if you put the lobby in check early, you kind of get a free shot at winning the tournament. So nicely done those last 2 games in particular for Matsuri, but also Beta Babbitt, just another 3rd place. He's incredible how he just keeps chugging.
Yeah, and Matsuri is in completely the opposite situation he was yesterday, right? Like, he's kind of gone from being in last place to commanding first place now. Yeah, like, it's incredible to turn the tides around so much and be so close to just winning your first Lobby Legends.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see it as well. He's a player that coming into the first Lobby Legends at the start of the year, I was very excited to see. Hadn't seen that much of him. Streams in a time zone that I don't necessarily always get to watch as much as I'd like. But heard a lot about him, saw how he was doing on leaderboard. And he hasn't had the best of times in Lobby Legends particularly. Nothing terrible or anything, but hasn't really set it alight like I thought he might. So it's great to see him having a really good tournament now that we're getting to watch and show us exactly what he's got in front of everybody.
Yeah, and he might continue the trend also of being one of the players that wins the first Lobby Legends finals they make, where I think Rim Gosu also was in that boat, as well as Kid 5 at Waterloo.
I mean, Rim Gosu was literally his first Lobby Legends that he'd even top 16 to get into the first round, which was ridiculous.
Oh wow, yeah.
Like, it wasn't even his first sort of... He hadn't even played qualifiers before. He just turned up, no one knew who he was. Well, a lot of people didn't know who he was and just won. So, yeah, Matsuri has at least been sort of playing qualifiers and stuff. I mean, yeah, you're right, Kid 5 as well. We don't get to see the Chinese qualification system easily. He was a known player, but it was his first Lobby Legends as well.
And yeah, we're seeing here the advantage just so much, with 17.5 being the highest and 3.5 being the lowest. Now Sleepy, I guess, may need to change up the playstyle a little bit. Before I said he could just play the same, but now it may be a little more drastic. He has to play more for first if he wants that first place, but it's also valid to play the same and try to move his position up in terms of the other players.
I feel like he's in this position because he has been playing for first place. Like, he took lamps, and again, I thought he was winning that lobby the second he hit the Eliza. The second he had that board, he got the lamps active really quickly. I thought that he was going to get it done. So I wonder if he'll be streaming, if people want to see his perspective. We may be hearing Sleepy explain in Sleepy words how things aren't really going his way, but yeah, we shall see.
Yeah.
Anyway, that is... Sorry, you have a quick chat?
Oh yeah, I was just saying, I think with Pilfered Lamps, it's one of those greedy quests where it is a little hard to snowball with it, because you do rely at the mercy of the shops to give you pairs even.
Yeah, absolutely. You just hope to triple into a 6, then your 6s should get at least another triple into another 6, but he didn't get that chain going. But that is the third lobby of the day, so the players and the casters get a longer break. We're going to take about 10 minutes, I believe, now. And then we're back with possibly the concluding segment of Lobby Legends, Castle Nathria. So we'll see you soon. back again, everybody, to Lobby Legends Castle Nathria, and we are getting towards the business end now with Matsuri getting close, 2.5 points away from getting the lobby into check. Also, Bitter Babbit just the 5 points away. So, Lee, the first question, the obvious question, we always talk about this, is this the game where the lobby goes into check?
I feel like it strongly will be, just because Matsuri doesn't need to do too much to get there, but as we've seen in the previous games, even if all you need to do is not place too poorly, sometimes, you know, it just happens that you don't get the placement you need, which could just be anything that's not last. But I think strongly that either Matsuri or Beater can do it. Beater's been putting up really consistent scores, and if he gets a good game, I think 5 is very attainable for him.
Yeah, very obtainable. He just seems to do it all the time. It seems to be what he plays for, just get those 5s. Of course, it's going to be interesting if nobody does get the lobby in check. That would imply that it's all been really squeezed together, and then we might get this weird situation where lobby 5, or game 5, 5 people get check all at the same time, and then it'll be a scramble for victory in game 6, which could be really interesting.
Yeah, and it means that even if you're the last of those 5, as long as you win the next one, there could be like 2-3 players above you, but you would still win the tournament. So I'm kind of curious to see what that would look like in terms of a match, especially if everyone's trying to just win.
Yeah, I think if it gets to that point, so a discussion we had yesterday was about, you know, some people might play for second or third because the prize money is so good, but if it's just a mad scramble where you can't necessarily guarantee yourself a third or fourth, we might just see everybody going flat out for the victory and just take their chances and see what comes, which would be amazing to watch if that comes about.
Yeah, and it could be one of those things too where you could think, oh, this game is going amazing for me, like I'm gonna win it. Like Sleepy could have maybe thought that with his Pilfered Lamps coming online turn 7, and then he suddenly sees, oh, well, Matsuri is on tier 6 with like 3 triples and just owning everyone in the lobby.
Yeah, he must have missed 3 turns in a row on like any pair, because you get dealt pairs in shops as well to triple into your 6s, which then get you a pair of 6s, which then gives you a triple, which then gives you another 6. Lamps goes completely nutty like that. He must have really just whiffed incredibly hard. And of course, if you do miss, your board doesn't improve because you are just pressing that re-roll button over and over again, I presume, at that point.
Right, yeah. And I think it's kind of hard for him to triple stuff on his board too. Nothing too strong at that moment.
Matsuri, choices here. Nazoth, obviously the stronger of the heroes. I've been playing some Toki because of the huge amount of armor, and I found her to be okay. Where do you lie here?
I think I would maybe go for the Alex Traza if I wasn't in the position of needing to only get 2.5 points. But I could see maybe Guff being the pick here like we did before, just trying to get a good placement. And so Matsuri goes for the 8 armor Guff, who did... Was it win or get second in the lobby? Or it was the Pirate Exodia player, right?
It was, because the little buffs, you were talking about how the little buffs from Guff were actually making a big difference in terms of protecting health total, so it was the Pirate Exodia, yes. Yeah,
we could see potentially another Pirate Exodia from Guff here with the Scallywag and Shop, but I imagine the token minion may be a little more appealing here.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. What are you looking to do with Guff? Are you looking to play the game sensibly, or are you looking to complete quest cheap? Like, obviously, both is great, but are you really planning to use the hero power a lot here?
I think it depends on what you get offered. The Guff we saw yesterday did get 2 triples very early on, and in that case, he was able to go for a different game plan than just pushing the hero power button and getting stats. In this case, I think we have to see what happens with Guff's shops, but I'd like to see him play sensibly.
But here's the player that Matsuri obviously looking to get the lobby in check. We're kind of assuming he will do, but Bitter Babbit needing a good finish to do that, but has got the Millhouse. And I don't know, if I had to pick somebody to play Millhouse, I think Bitter would be one of those players right up there on the list.
As a Millhouse enthusiast, I'm very impressed with him, and I've actually gone ahead and chose him as my bandwagon pick for turn 2.
Oops, I missed out entirely. I'm going to have to pick my turn 2 right now. Who are we going to have?
Ooh, but I think this is also an interesting lobby of heroes as well. We see the Omu and the Rakanishu, both heroes that I wouldn't say are the strongest right now, but they've had their spot in the spotlight before. Specifically, Rafam, I think, fell off quite a bit, maybe because the hero power is not quite conducive to completing quests on time.
Ah, the farm. I mean, when you were good. As in, he's still
Yeah.
good, but I mean, when you were like, oh my goodness, it's the farm.
Yeah, Rafam used to be the scariest hero for quite some time. I think especially when Acolyte was still a tier 1 minion. And yeah, with an amazing start though too, like double Micro Mummy to get early scaling and have a pair is exactly where Rimgosu wants to be here. It's also very well suited to complete quite a few quests with the mummies being able to provide procs for summon and friendly minions die, and the mini Myrmidon for add cards to hand.
This is so old school, like the mummies to make sure you're scaling while you're going through the levels and all this. Interesting to see how much he plays that way. And of course, it's Sleepy.
The Sleepy holding the battle cries.
They're the key ones. You talked about this yesterday, like battle cries, death rattles. Battle cries in particular are the most important to hold back, right? They're the ones that can be super relevant, especially when they've got minion types.
Yeah, and really hoping to see Sleepy get rewarded for holding it this time, because I think the last few times we were on him, yeah, none of the quests benefited from him holding cards.
So it was against Tess, which is always nice.
Play Pirate and Naga, so Sleepy
Wow,
is rewarded
Red hand?
for a red hand. I imagine that's now the easiest quest to complete because he has 2 out of 5 of those. Stolen Gold as well for 45 gold is one of those passive ones, but it's going to take quite a few turns. I think at the very least 4 turns. Omu does get to benefit from his hero power in terms of completing that quest.
And I think this is sensible. Weirdly, I think Sleepy needs to have a more steady game, because if he can pick up 5 points here and get himself onto 7, suddenly he's in that zone I was talking about before, where you only, in massive sort of air quotes, need to win 3 lobbies in a row to win the tournament. But if he keeps getting no points, then he's going to have to win 4 in a row, and that's just like not happening ever. So, you know, picking the red hand, getting yourself a sensible start, you can still win the lobby, as we're playing for Wisdom Ball.
I think a win would also just put him in good morale as well to carry on, because this tournament can last for quite a few turns. But here we see eSleep with the very early triple as well. Opting, I think, to take... he just goes for it right now. 2, 3. Oh, the Pashmore is always super impactful this early on to provide early game strength, but Warden could also be a pick here to supplement his hero power with even more gold, especially as he has very few minions to proc avenge.
Yeah, I quite like this. And also, excuse me, with Galley, you're kind of expecting to sell your minions as well. So taking something that has an immediate effect rather than the Pashmar, which might take a while to get rolling. I can see how he go that way.
And we see here the difference between the Galliwix and the Millhouse. Millhouse has a full board, Galliwix has 3 minions, and the life total advantage is quite high now with being a 9 HP lead from Millhouse.
That's a good way of showing what's going on as well, because on the face of it, they do the same thing, right? Your minions cost 2 instead of 3. That's kind of what they both do, or 1 instead of 2 if you want to go through buy sell. But yeah, when you see the stark contrast in those boards, it does highlight it quite strongly.
Yeah, and here we see Reno playing on tier 1 up until even 7 golds, but no triples, which is mainly the reason why you play like this. Really sad to see from Penguin Sun's side, but on the flip side, he's making pretty good progress on his quest as well.
On the flipper side, in fact, yeah. I never know what to do if I miss on this turn as Reno, whether to hold on. Holding on seems to get you killed because you just don't have the board, the 3 drops that you need, but also you can sometimes triple into a 4, triple into a 5 still, and hero power, whatever you get, just make a pact with yourself. Yeah, the card I get, whether it's a high main, whatever, I'm just hero powering. So I don't quite know what to do when you miss on 7.
Yeah, I think in this case, you probably just stick to what you're doing and continue to roll a little bit for the triple, and then you play very heavily for a strong tier 6 or tier 5 minion, which I believe, since Penguin Sun's quest is get 2 random Nagas, he'll want to go for a 6-drop.
Yeah.
And play the Thissa.
Yeah, he's managed to build a strong enough board, high enough health total that exactly what you're saying is what I'd expect him to do.
Yeah, and here we see the benefit of the mummies early on too. I imagine that's why he managed to complete this summon 12 minions quest by turn 5. Again, a theme, with Rakanishu also completing his smoking gun quest very early on.
Eastleaf's been taking a lot of damage. I wonder what he's up to. But first, we're going to see Better Babbit taking a 5. Of course, he's taking a 5.
And he's going to take another 5 here as well with this Elemental. And if this is another Hogger or a Tony Two-Tusk, I'm going to say the game is already over. As bold as that may be. But unfortunately not.
Lil Rag is not a bad second prize for a Millhouse.
Yeah, it's perfect. So now he can spend his time to roll for Recycling Wraith and Peggy to supplement both the Little Rag and the Captain Hogar. And we see him just picking up free cards, because they are, like, you spend 2 gold, you get a gold back and a gold coin.
It's always worth doing if you've got the time, and often worth doing even if you haven't. You never know when you're going to pick up something that makes a difference, especially with the free pirates you can take. Yeah,
and Beater Babbit with the quest of have Bob's Tavern refreshed 10 times to get Alter Ego. So quite a difficult one with Millhouse, but he's making it work, I think, with that refreshing anomaly triple.
Yeah, absolutely. And when he does get that, he's going to just buy him. It's only turn 6. It feels like about turn 9 the way he's going. When he does get that, it's just going to buy him enough time. He might even be able to go up to tier 5 or tier 6 very quickly with Millhouse, which isn't always on.
Yeah, I imagine we might see him do that once he supplements his board with a few good 4-drops with his current tier 5s, but here we see Matsuri yet again the Snicker Snacks very early on, and just in a dominant position to finish maybe top 4.
Yeah, which is all he needs, of course, although, you know, you want more points, cost more money, but in terms of winning, all you need is to get into that 20-point zone, which is what he'll be thinking about for now.
And looking for... Oh, Nomi is really good, I think, early on Reno, but the quest reward doesn't quite help with that.
Just go, I'd Nomi here. I've got so much money in hand.
Yeah, I think it's also the pick as well. The Little Rag isn't quite going to cut it, and Glow Scale, while potentially strong, doesn't really help you with your future game plan. One interesting thing to note is he also might opt to hold his hero power and not use it right now, and go for a tier 6 next turn if you can find one right there.
Like this?
Yeah, but it also might be another tier 5 triple.
If I get another Nomi.
Another Nomi, then you're...
Golden one of the Nomis.
oh what a Captain Hogar.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my brain didn't even get to the right-hand side of the screen.
And yeah, now we see it's the consolation prize of 1 Nomi, but Chem Hogar is going to be the play here. And Tess able to steal 1, and we know that Beater Babbit also has a Hogar. Could mean that we could have 3 APM Pirate players this game.
And it is worth pointing out, it's home advantage for the APAC server this time around. It does rotate around, so that could matter. Yeah, there is difference in latency when you're playing on different servers. That is a thing that matters sometimes in Battlegrounds, not often, but we could see that kick in with 3 different people playing APM Pirates.
Yeah, in this case, well, Beater might be the closest to reaching that APM status because he only needs 2 Hogars, where I think the rest of them will need 4, and at least Penguin-san does have a golden version, so he only needs 1 more, but the Tess is going to need 3 more Hogars.
There's another golden.
Oh, if this is the Hogar, then we could see it in action right now.
Come on, let's see.
Oh, the Tony, unfortunately, not the best since he already uses hero power, but It could maybe make a Salty Litter Golden or a
Yeah,
Peggy.
salty or potential Peggy, like you just said. Yeah.
Yeah, and the issue is like you do have to be a little bit weak to guarantee a Tony proc, and Penguin is at 12, so he may opt to not guarantee a Salty Litter Golden.
There you go.
Oh,
That's the best way
another
to get a
shot.
salty Looter Golden.
Yeah. Well, if there is a Hogar here, then Penguin could be infinite right now, but
Keeps missing.
another hit, another miss.
Takes the
Unfortunately.
Baron for much later, right? The
Yeah,
Baron
I
being
think
too
it-
infinite.
It might have been one of those things too, where it's like you don't want to think about this decision as much because maybe you triple another minion into a Hogar and you need
Right.
the time to play.
All right, this is decent. Picking up the strong arm now should be big enough to buy him another turn or two. He is only on 12, so it does need to work, but might even see the Baron played, actually.
Yeah, with the Selfless, I think it's not a bad idea at all. Yeah, we could actually see potentially Tony plus the Baron to proc a Hogar, or proc a Tony to Tusk Golden on maybe the Rips now.
Prioritize staying alive, wisely so as well. You can see. I mean, he still might lose this, but I think he's gonna be okay. You can see how dangerous this was. So
Yeah, and Sleepy's having quite a good game. He's now on tier 6 with, I believe that's already 3 red hand procs, maybe only 2 if that Lava Lurker has been buffed up by Spellcraft, but finally getting rewarded for his greedy style of play of holding cards for the quest completion.
gotta be tough mentally to play like Sleepy, because you are going to get these runs where you sort of come 7th, 6th, 8th, 7th, because you run into the tempo players over and over again, because they are going to destroy you, as we see Eastleaf blowing up.
Yeah, and we see the Millhouse on from Beater actually taking him out. Again, kind of contrasting why one is better than the other. Well, one has more potential at the Gallywix, you don't always get there. And in this sort of environment, it's very likely you don't get there.
This is something I intended to talk to you about at the start of day one, and it just hasn't happened. Like Taragoza and the strength of it since the buffs. Why haven't we seen much Taragoza in this tournament? So I feel like it's a good card.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where the combination is good. Like this Tarek and the promo is very strong for passive scaling, but the issue is you need to be able to reliably find those cards. And for the difficulty of finding the combination of them, the payoff isn't all that high compared to other minion types. Like we've seen almost every other minion type win except for dragons.
Yeah, I think the straight dragons with a nerf they took makes a big difference, but I do feel that you can just play a Taragoza on the board reasonably often. But it has been pretty brutal. It has been pretty slow to do that. People have been
Accept the might.
sort of very, very tempo heavy in this tournament. Maybe it's just been too slow in general.
Yeah, especially when it's hard to improve from that spot as well. I think we saw one player had the dragon build with Wondrous Wisdom Ball, but it was just so hard to improve. All these other boards have significantly higher chance. And here we see say finally getting the second Hogar, but will it be enough? I think he is favored in this fight. There's a lot of strength on the side of Sensei.
I was laughing at Sensei there as well. He was celebrating because he spent ages trying to get his positioning right to guarantee the Taragoza shield. He was really not sure where to put those selflesses to get this shield on, and when he hit it, it was like, yay, it got there.
And funny to know as well, he's been on tier 3 for most of this game
Promo shield, yeah.
with Cooked Book. He's going to be able to continue to stay on this tier and juice up his Cooked Book with free Pyres and the double Hogars.
Okay.
You can even go for the Wildfires too if he wants to, but it's going to be hard to triple them not being on tier 4.
Here we go, though. Penguin-san has everything, well, a large chunk of the things you want to do with APM Pirates apart from the extra Hogger.
Yeah, and we see him choosing to not level up yet, even though this level up does cost tier 4. I think he is playing it a little bit safer and perhaps waiting for the opportunity to get Eastleaf and have a easier turn to maybe go for this 4th Hogar.
Yeah, he's on 10 points, right? So doesn't want to throw it all away here. He's looking to just get into the check situation by the end of lobby 5, get 10 points in 2 lobbies. So a strong finish here doesn't need to be a first place. He can just get 2 strong finishes, and that seems to be what he's setting out to do by not pushing too hard.
And this is a really interesting board from Beater. He found another Hogar, which enables him to generate money with pirates, while also having this Nomi on board. So essentially, I don't think he's going to go pirates, but he's going to use these Hogars to generate money in order to play Nomi more optimally. And we'll see here if he can manage to actually gold one of these, which would
Should.
essentially make his turns infinite.
He knows the exact board because he's the one who killed the Gallywix, remember? So he should be able to make this work.
Oh, and he has a really... I just noticed he has a really good quest for it too. The Devils in the Details. Being able to eat buffed up elementals is a perfect combination. But unfortunately, he won't be getting his Hogar golden here with the Tony getting sniped immediately.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's only winning very, very slightly by a minion, so it was a good chance, yeah, but unfortunately with no taunt to guarantee the order of minions dying, this will be unsuccessful, and I don't think we'll see him trying to go for a Tony proc again, but perhaps if he feels he can get away with it, he might.
Yeah, let's see how that goes. Let's see what we're looking at here with Sleepy. Has just got a bit of everything.
Yeah, he has 2 modules, so he can play on Leroy a little bit if he puts one of these modules on the Mechano tank. And he can also choose to scale up the mech roll with these spellcraft spells as well.
I predict over the next 3 lobbies to see Sleepy leaning further and further forwards as he starts getting back into this tournament. He's currently in sort of semi-resigned mode. Like, don't want to be active. I just want to lie back and cry about this. But I've just got a feeling that as he starts to get into this tournament, and I think he might, that we'll see him start sitting forward more and more. It is a long day as well, so joking aside, like you do have to protect yourself a little.
Right. And Penguin's finding the other Hogar. Not quite having enough gold to play with as he'd like, though. It's only 3. The danger of having only 1 gold and 1 normal, you might not actually have enough gold to play as much cards as you like. But he does find a cool skill to end on here. Choosing to just protect the glow scale. But yeah, it could have also been used to give another 3 HP to a Hogar if you wanted to.
And he'll be going through the cry of the Battlegrounds player of just give me 1 more turn. That's all I need.
Yeah, but in these sort of games, 1 more turn is honestly a lot to ask for. With so many players right now being at the cusp of defeat with their life totals.
This looks weak. TJ showing us Matsuri because Matsuri is not very strong and he needs 2.5 points to get to 20 and he hasn't got a lot going on here and he's only on 7.
It doesn't look like it with having a 5-4 Deflecto and only a 14-12 mech roll. I don't think he'll be able to survive this round. And yeah, it's quite sad because like you had mentioned, he only needed a few points and he's going to fall a little bit short unless I think 2 other people die with him, he might get it. Or 3 people even have to die.
Need to be a large number, yeah.
But yeah, sorry for him. He's the only one to drop. Interesting enough, I think Beater lost his last combat, but he's still alive. So maybe he ended up going for the Hogar being golden.
Coin, minion, coin, minion, coin. I don't know how this hand happens.
Oh, that's such good symmetry.
He's just been keeping the coins and picking up a minion and just not playing them every turn or something, waiting for Athissa, most likely, actually, is why he's holding on to all this stuff, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I imagine like he must have been holding them for a while, just nothing really to spend them on, but he's also not in the worst spot too. Those menaces may have been sitting in his hand for quite some time then, and he can now really buff up his Deflecto.
Yeah.
This is also one of those boards you're kind of talking about where it's just a lot of stuff, right? Like, he has a big Cyclone, he's a big Deflecto, he's a big Corrupted Myrmidon, and a big Warden of Olds, but it's not like a very coherent composition. It's, like you mentioned, just a lot of stuff.
It feels like he can almost turn this into a board, but then he got offered the Orgazo as well. Like, he's got a couple of shields, but they wouldn't be very big, and some ways of buffing to make sure that he gets the resets on the deflecto, but it's not quite there. Sort of talking of not quite there, this board from Hoff is also a little bit of everything.
Yeah, but one thing to note is with the smoking gun, this is significantly stronger than you may expect because of the volume of minions that'll be summoned from both the Omega Buster and the Kangors. And yeah, it's actually quite a fair matchup. Like if they had played against, say, Beater's board right now, they would potentially even be in danger of dying here. But this is actually the two AP Empire players against each other, and they're both in range of dying. So unless there's a lucky tie, one of these very potent players are going to be out.
And Beater needs a top 3 finish to be the only person to put the lobby in check, so it's a big deal if he can hold this one on.
Yeah.
He's praying, he's keeping his Nomi, he's just got everything going on here. He knows it's going to be close. Oh, it's nowhere near. It's not even close.
Yeah, it seems like with that reaction, it was not going to do it. The Golden Selfless and the Ton of Leroy, which is very smart to kill off a Divine Shield minion. It's going to be too much to overcome here.
And that's Penguin San, who is going well, just chugging along as well. We're going to have a lot of people in range, but probably, unless SSA can pick up 6 points, or Hoff
he would need a second.
7.
Right?
They're the only 2, yeah. Oh no, Hoff's on 11. My eyesight is going. I thought he said 13. So
Yeah, I think SSA actually has a lot of potential to that. Like, he has AP Empires as well, but he has the cooked book to produce stats a lot faster than his opponents. If he manages to play against the Hogger player right now and steal the Hogar, I could see him potentially winning, but it's going to be up against Hoff's Buster builds, so not exactly what he wants to see.
Rakanishu of all things.
I mean, it's put up a good result in both times we've seen it. Third place and now already top 4 from Hoff, and I think it's unlikely for him to die this turn, so maybe even better than top 4.
This has been weird. It's sort of 3 busted Hogger comps that didn't quite make it, but didn't go completely off the charts at least.
Yeah, this one is a lot more slow paced, let's say, than what we were seeing from Beater, where he was frantically putting down cards at the end. Sasay is taking his time, knowing, I'm probably not going to have that many more cards to play. I'm just going to make sure I order them correctly.
But did Beater tie with Sleepy?
Yeah, Sleepy also died the same turn. And yeah, both of them quite expressive as well at their losses.
Well, here's Penguin San finally getting properly rolling with a lot of time on the clock as well, and going really fast again on home server. Has got to tier 6, which means there should be no trouble in keeping the Infinite rolling, even with 4 Hoggers.
Yeah, and he has 1 strong arm in hand and a brand if he chooses to take it. It's a choice to skip it, because you could always take it and hold it in hand for later, or you could play it immediately and sell off the Peggy once you're done with your turn. It is a significant amount of buffs, and I think the Peggy's not necessarily needed here,
Right.
but it could also be like a time issue as well.
I think so. I was going to ask you, but at the time he had a lot of cards in hand, so it was nothing like as bad as it looked. But he was down to only 4 gold, like sort of 30 seconds. So I wonder if he looked at it and thought, I just don't want to process how much chance there's of messing this up and just going to make number go big.
Yeah, and as we've seen, like, he used the strong arms with 10 seconds on the clock because he really wanted to prioritize positioning. Yeah. And there were so many positioning choices to be made here. So I like the decision to be a little conservative there with the skipping brand.
Yeah, no harm in repeating that discussion as it was yesterday as well, like we were talking in terms of, it's better to make the right play and burn a few stats than it is to just go for the absolute massive number of stats and then somehow not get your positioning right, because that's worth so much more than the 6/6 of stats you're going to miss.
Right, exactly, especially in the spot where, one lost fight could just mean the difference between making top 4 and getting first. And yeah, Gosu does stay alive here, I believe.
Does.
Left. Oh, Hoff ended up dying from a very sizable life total. So I believe now Sesase plays against Penguin-san. And he's only 1 placement away from putting the lobby in check, I believe. He needs to, I think, take out.
Barov's blessing.
Say,
Having an absolute nightmare. I don't want to be blessed with my hero blowing up. Thanks, Barov.
I was confused there. Yeah, talking about Hoff.
TJ's trauma, not Barov's blessing. Oh my.
But I think Sisei is in a very good spot to take at least second this game because I just saw Penguin Sun's board was quite fair. Or not Penguin Sun, Rim Ghost's board was quite fair. It's just a lot of stuff. And Sisei has a lot more potential. And he also has the lethal to back it up too. Even if he doesn't kill Penguin Sun, he might be able to weather another fight against against Penguin Sun.
Right.
And yeah, stay alive against Rim Ghost.
This is one of the most lovely feelings in the game, even for us mortal players. You get into the routine and the rhythm of just press button, refresh, buy pirates, press button, refresh, buy pirates, and so on. And when you get in this routine, even at my level, it just feels great. You feel like you're doing something really important with your life.
Yeah, every single one of these players has played this exact composition a lot, so at this point it's all muscle memory, and it's very comforting to just play the style of composition when, maybe you haven't been able to play these sort of really aggressive, greedy comps because of the nature of Lobby Legends.
There we go.
And I'm not sure if this is just a lot of actions queued, but I think Penguin is a lot less careful with the positioning this time around, really focusing to get every single card down as he could.
Yep, against the Ghost, so he knows he's going to win. So this time, the exact opposite of what we said last time is true. Get the numbers ready for when it matters. Who cares where you put your things? Just number go big.
Right, and funny enough, the Omega Wester doesn't die, so it's not going to get summoned by the King Wars. Not that it's really going to make a difference in this combat, though. But yeah, it's just the smoking gun really trying to chip away at this 300 HP salty looter.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Good effort. A for effort.
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen this kick off more often. It is a build that it doesn't require getting to 6, so you see quite often as we see Rim Ghost taking third. So it's going to be Penguin San versus Sesei.
Yeah, and Sesei has put the lobby into check officially now.
Wow. Alright, who's gonna win?
Oh, Sesei's board is not to be underestimated here, actually.
How has that got to 135 health? I don't even want to know. It's tripled, right? That's how.
Yeah, and again, he's on tier 4, so he's only gotten them through hero powers. But he's able to buy them 3 times and apply Cook's Book 3 times. And he even has another one on the board too. He can buy that if he chooses to, and sell off maybe a Cyclone or a Glow Scale here.
There we go. This is a far more sensible blessing from TJ.
Yeah, and one important thing as well is the positioning is really important here. If Sesei opts to put the mech rolls early on, he may run them into the Leroy and not get additional resets. So if that's the case, the potential is pretty limited here from Sesei.
Yeah, I think that weirdly the 135 health isn't quite enough on the Vantage anyway. It needs to be sort of 200 to be able to poison something and survive on extra time. Is bizarre.
Interesting positioning here with the Selfless being so late means that there's a very low chance that it's going to shield the Mantids here, which I think are the more important units. Oh, and yeah, the Meckrel is going to run into the...
both of them, yeah. Oh no, just the one.
Oh, but the shields actually apply, and this could be a sneaky win. Oh, it is.
Unbelievable.
Sesei actually takes down the lobby. I waited until the last second to put my Barrow's Blessing, and I put Sesei, but I was a little iffy until I saw the end of that fight. It was very lucky that the Mantids didn't get taunt. If they had gotten taunt, they would have gotten sniped before the Selfless got to go off.
Thought I had you. Thought I had you. I picked Penguin early on, like I do. I don't need to see the shots. I can just use my powers of guesswork. But yeah, I thought I had you there. But no, it's SSA taking it down, which will... It's a big deal because Penguin was going to put the lobby in check anyway. So the extra points for SSA get him closer to be able to catch up next time around.
Yeah, and it was...
No, SSA was going to put it the other way around to what I said.
Yeah, and yeah, like Beater Babbitt and Matsuri is still not far behind. If SSA doesn't manage to win a tournament immediately this upcoming round, they still very much have a chance to put the lobby into check and win themselves.
Yep, this is sort of the pattern we've got used to. Obviously, Be Nice in the first one just went, I'm not having any of this other people business. I'm just going to win it first time. But in general, what we have seen is it's unlikely that SSA wins it this time, although playing really well today. And then 3 or 4 people will catch up, and then the whole thing is absolutely wide open. But he's won twice already, so it'd be interesting to see if he can just get it done.
Yeah, and while the spotlight mostly was on Rimgosu, as we've been mentioning, SSA was the second place finisher of the last Lobby Legends, so not far off from Rimgosu's reputation, and if he managed to get first this tournament, I mean, also in the same conversation in terms of greatness.
No, absolutely, no, completely. And obviously, coming second, he did actually have the most points last Lobby Legends as well. So it shouldn't be any surprise that he's the first one to put the lobby in check at all. Scored, because of the length of it, he scored 35.5 points last time without actually winning the thing. He got a second and a third after getting into check, but just couldn't get that win. But here he is, putting the lobby in check after only 4 lobbies, 2 7-pointers there, and it must be a decent favourite, not a massive favourite because the likelihood is there will be a lot of people in check next lobby, but one free shot at it. Let's see if he can get it done.
Yeah, and there's still the possibility of 4 other people putting the lobby in check, but Sleepy and Rimgosu will need to catch a little bit, but still again, it's possible for them to take the whole thing. It's kind of in their hands to stop the lobby from ending.
Yeah, that's a thing that we're going to talk about as well with a high-level player, because the casters don't necessarily agree on this as to how much... If I win the lobby, no one else wins the lobby. That's the starting point, right? So there's that. But also, there's those turns where you're up against the person who's got the lobby in check, and it's turn 4. Do you hold back for your own quest because you've got more chance of winning the lobby, or do you just put 7 damage straight into their face and say, well, that's my job done. Whoever fights him next, do the same thing, and he won't be winning this lobby.
Yeah, there's an interesting theory that if only one person is the lobby in check, everyone kind of should do all they can to stop that person from winning. But in theory, in practice, you can't really coordinate that well to prevent them from doing so. But it could be interesting to see if that happens this upcoming game.
Yeah, a good old-fashioned prisoner's dilemma. And the other dilemma is, do we want to see more Battlegrounds? Yeah, of course we do. Right, we're going to have a short break. We'll see you in 3 minutes, and we'll have some more Battlegrounds for you right after this. welcome back, everybody, once again to Lobby Legends Castle Nathria. We're going to go into game number 5, and the lobby is in check, and it's Sese, second last time around, who has got the lobby in check. With me still is Lee, and I want to ask you, Lee, experience. You've played a lot of Hearthstone at all levels, of all types, of all standards. Is the experience of coming second last time around a big deal here for Sese?
I think it definitely is. He kind of knows what the drill is. He was very close to winning the tournament. Like, if it was maybe his turn to have an APM Pirate game like he did last game in the last tournament, you know, could have easily been his win. I think, again, something you mentioned that's good for him is he kind of just looks like he's having a lot of fun playing the game. So nerves, I think, are probably the least of his problems compared to everyone else. Like, he's there, he's having fun. He's been to these finals before. He's proven it. You know, he just has to do what he's always been good at, just play more Hearthstone Battlegrounds and do well.
Yeah, and I am looking forward to seeing. We look like we're going in game there, but we're going to have to wait just for a moment. Looking forward to seeing if people do decide to pick on him. Turn 4 will be sort of the telling factor there. I'm wondering what happens. Let's say we see somebody put 6 damage into him turn 4. Then the person who plays him on turn 5, I wonder if they see that 6 damage and go, oh, we're doing this. And then they could snowball where everybody just plays maximum tempo into him every turn, which would be, I would find it incredibly amusing, to be honest. But it's probably not so amusing to be on the other end of.
Yeah, I would say that at least in this environment, that's kind of already what happens. Like, we've seen so many of these players, they haven't been holding the triples, they've just been taking them and playing them as strong as possible every single turn. So honestly, not even a big difference compared to how the rest of the games have been going. Maybe slightly worse, but this should be mostly like exactly the style of play he's been used to.
Yep, on the other side, we still have Matsuri 1.5 points away, Bitter Babbit 2.5 away, Penguin 4 points away, Hoff 5 points away. They're the only other people who can put the lobby into check. This game, so the Rimgozu, Sleepy and Eastleaf will have to wait at least one more, and probably in the case of Sleepy and Eastleaf, 2 or 3 more games. They're going to be looking to win out at some point. So curious to see how they approach it, because yeah, Eastleaf can't get the lobby in check in 2 more games, being on 5.5 points. So I think his job is just ignore all the things going on around him and just win some lobbies.
Yeah, I think so as well. If Sleepy ends up winning 2 in a row, he can't put the lobby in check, but Eastleaf, like, he has to wait at least 3 games.
Yeah, his second Lobby Legends, played last time as well, didn't reach the final day, so this is a step forward, and then hopefully we see Eastleaf again next time around, and then, assuming he hasn't won this one, because anything is possible, step up once more. That's how it seems to go, as people slowly progress up through the ratings, which is weird because it's the same 48 people every time. Not quite, but you know what I mean.
Not quite, but a lot of overlap, yeah.
All right, Matsuri looking for a hero that will get some points. That looks.
Oh, he snap picks the scabs, yeah. I was thinking it'd be a little bit close to the cookie too, but in this lobby, it seems like there's a lot of token minions to stay down one with, which is usually what we're gonna do. To say with the Togwaggle, a very good hero for winning a lobby.
Yep, quite a high roller hero, exactly where you want to be. I just noticed that Sleepy is on the Queen show. I'm going to pick Sleepy for my bandwagon pick, I think.
This is, I think, the 3rd game in a row that Millhouse has been played, and I think I'll probably continue my trend of going for Millhouse.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a bad idea at all. It makes me happy as well because I do think that Millhouse is super good, but it doesn't seem to quite have the stats, maybe because it's quite hard to play for some people at least.
I think that's the one thing that is very difficult, that you're punished for rolling, so you really have to make the best out of every single shop you see. And that can be very hard when there are just so many good cards. Like, when you have multiple directions, which one do you go with? How do you know?
Buy every amalgam I see. And then I can just go.
Then you can.
All my battle cries can just buff that one card and hope for the best. Get myself an evil twin and shut my eyes.
Yeah, and here, see a pair of a Freshing Anomaly and a Puppet. So a lot of tempo, but Penguin decides to roll past it and maybe favor of more economy cards like this Alley Cat.
Yeah, this is a decent spot to be in.
Yeah, and then Beater with the Deathwing, I believe. A very good hero for putting the lobby into check. And then I'm curious to see Sleepy and Eastleaf. I like that they have heroes that are also very easy to win with as well, but not the most consistent heroes, I'd say, with Varden missing potentially on the hero power procs early, and then Queen Ashara is just always risky.
Yeah,
Having to
Ashara's
force a single tribe.
pretty grim, but everything else does look pretty powerful. Very good chance that SSA, I mean, has got a chance to do it with the Togwaggle, but everything else in here also has that high roll potential. So you'd think the SSA might only have the standard 1 in 8 chance here, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, ooh. Finley has the Bear Up Hero Power. Again, he also has the Refreshing and Ally pair, same with the Millhouse, but it's significantly less value since his rules cost 1.
Okay, Sleepy is the person who is tasked with playing its SSA, which is not going to give me the outcome I wanted, of course. Which is play everything and hit it. Oh, he is going to do it. I love you, Sleepy. Thank you.
Yeah, I think in this case it makes sense with having 2 Molten Rocks. With 1, probably not enough. And that's a little bit of the dilemma of staying on tier 2. Like, you usually need combinations cards to make it work, like a Molten Rock and a Party Elemental, or in this case, 2 Molten Rocks.
SSA is having none of it, though. He's going to just fight back as well. So it's not even going to work for Sleepy here.
Yeah, and SSA has an extremely good combination here with the Snail Cavalry and the Deep Sea Angler. So his Snail Cavalry will gain 2 HP every single turn. Exactly the sort of combination I was talking about, which is important to get on tier 2 to really feel happy about that decision to stay down.
What Quest? Big deal now for the whole tournament. If he can get something he likes here.
Oh, so these don't stand out to me too much, but it's always interesting to see if Gassy Mask can work out in this lobby. And it seems like I think a lot of the good end of turn effects are actually not in this one because Demons are out and Kobolds are out.
Didn't actually see what he ended up taking. I was coming to the conclusion that I don't think I've ever reached before, that it might have been Devils in the Details being the best card.
Yeah, I'm never too sad to see that one if Elementals are in, because you can always make big Elementals and eat them later on, which I think Beater was doing in the last game, but not quite enough to stave off the APM Pirates from the Reno.
Wait to see what he did take there. Eastleaf, on the other hand, very bizarre looking Varden build. You've forgotten your Deflecto. You haven't got one.
It's interesting to see if Eastleaf does have a quest that's that can benefit off these menaces. If it's summon minions or have enemies die, this is a great setup. He's also choosing, I've noticed, to I think go for this replicating menace triple, because if he wasn't, I think he would have taken both of the menaces this turn instead of the weaker Harvest Golem. So maybe opting to go for a tier 5 triple in the future.
It has to be either Death Rattle or Summon a Minion to related. It just has to be with the way he's playing this.
Yeah, and if it's like have enemies die and a Smoking Gun reward, this could work out very, very well.
It is just die. It is just Death Rattles by the look of it.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's only 2 out of 7. But he summoned like 3 minions.
Rimgozu doing some damage there.
Oh, we see Rimgosu doing his best Matsuri cosplay with the Snickersnack Hook Tusk with the golden
Gel Collector?
Shell Collector, yeah.
Names were so easy 3 hours ago, weren't they?
I know, yeah.
Harder and harder.
Marathon, not
Refix
only for the
Shell
players, but
Collector.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
It's actually almost the exact same setup as Matsuri had before. And I think we might see Rimgosu leverage this into leveling up to tier 6 like Matsuri did. Like, it's only 7 gold turn. It's turn 5, but he already has the quest activated, and he has a full board now, taking this high main to fill up the remaining board slot.
Yeah, that looks like enough numbers to get you to tier 6, doesn't it? Like, it's some stuff. It's all right. You're going to get these coins. You're going to get the money from the Reef Explorer. That will in turn allow you to play a board next turn. Yeah, I think you can get all the way up.
Yeah, Scab's gonna be pretty sad to see this, but I think he also gets to steal the Reef Explorer a lot of the time because that was on board before the turn started. And on Sleepy's side, it seems like he's activated the... Oh, that's an interesting action. So he activated the hero power in combat because Deathwing's hero power gave his minions 2 attack.
Yeah, nice.
Very niche situation, but working out extremely well in Sleepy's favor.
I feel like we haven't seen Sleepy win a single combat fight all day. I know he has, but it's like whenever he's been on cam, he's just taking 4 damage. Seems to be exactly where he's at.
Yeah, and Sleepy again, I noticed he took Pilfered Lamps with 35 for enemy stat. I think almost the exact same requirement as last time.
Pilfered Lamps, huh? So, Ashara with Pilfered Lamps, that sounds really easy to activate. Like Golden Ashara in, what, 3 or 4 turns? Golden Athissa, words are going terrible.
Yeah, I could see that. If he's able to level up aggressively to tier 5 or 5 triples, but right now his board's not really facilitating that too well. So he took that early triple, I think even into a 3-drop. That's where the Arm or the Warden of Old came from.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And yeah, I think that also maybe wasn't the quest he was looking for exactly. Secret Sinstone is maybe Queen Ashara's most powerful quest word, and even maybe its most powerful user as well, with a 1 gold Discover hero power.
This to say, by the way, did take the mask for his quests, so make that work. But Suri with nothing at all going on here.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the Mama Bear, and he can fill up his board with Beast later, but again, it's going to be one of those boards that's hard to win with. But the Stolen Gold makes us significantly better.
Yeah.
We may see a Leapfrogger build, finally, with this very strong Beast setup.
Yeah, my brain was blanking out there for a second. Like, yeah, Leapfroggers was something we've talked about so much. We expected so much of them, and people haven't been able to stabilize enough to get them going, which is weird because it is the one build you can get going. I also think we maybe haven't seen that many Beast lobbies. Like, we've seen quite a few, but not a huge number.
Yeah, it's been one of those things that maybe the key Beast cards haven't been found early enough, and they've not had enough time to build for their ideal comp.
Oh, tournament leader going through the Ghastly Mask. Looks like he's going to get it done very soon. But also hasn't taken any damage yet. It's tiptoeing towards an early victory.
Hoff here as well with the Elemental Ghastly Mask. I think he got Major Domo with that. But it's going to be unclear if this will be strong enough to deal with, I think, Matsuri's Golden Mama Bear builds. I think this might be a case of too little, too late from this Nomi player.
Yeah. Sort of cornered into having to go for it now as well, I think. You're here now.
Yeah, basically, but it's such not a good a Ghastly Mask lobby. Like, I think the most powerful ones that can work, the most powerful cards that can work there are just unavailable.
Yeah, you've got a bad Nomi. It's only turn 7, I guess. If you can hit the triple into another one, maybe you'll save it.
Yeah, but that's always the danger of going for this sort of builds when beasts are in. You can just so easily take 15 and then 15 and then be dead.
Yep.
And to say, with the dragon build, you did get it activated quite early, only on turn 7. And he has a very clear direction now. It's just unclear if this will be strong enough. He's really looking for, I think, a Terragosa right now with the double prize promo Drake.
Yeah. So far, not looking particularly like a lobby-winning board, but on the other side of that, nor is anybody else, and somebody's got to win it. So Sleepy might be the one that's actually looking like winning this lobby to me if I had to really pick, but you can't change your bandwagon on turn 7, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think I would maybe even lean towards Matsuri because he can make the Stolen Gold work very well. But the one issue is there will be Wind Fury Cleave available in this lobby with Nagas in.
Golden for Sese.
This is, yeah. You can either go for a 6-drop right now if he buys it, or he can hero power the shop to take, I think, 1 elemental with the Stasis elemental. Probably not worthwhile to hero power. I'd like to see a 6-drop here right now, but I could also see maybe just taking it and then rolling for prize promo drakes since it is such a strong card.
It might take a little while in this situation to make sure you're not second guessing yourself as well. Like your sole aim is win the lobby, which is it's a situation you're very rarely in. He has been here before, but even then, with his experience, it's only a handful of games. So trying to work out which is the best course to win the lobby rather than get the most MMR, some situation you're not often in.
Yeah, and one other thing to note as well is the longer you wait, the less likely it is that you'll be able to do a play that's not just buy and level, because you just won't have time to finish the turn properly. But here, I think this is the ideal situation for Sisase, getting the Caligos. And one really nice thing about the hero power is you can get like 3 battle cries for a very cheap price of using your hero power. You can spend 9 gold to buy 3, or you can spend 7 gold to get 3, and then 2 random cards. Oh, I just noticed the Ghastly Mask also works with the end of turn hero power effect on Toggle. So it went from 8 to 6. So this is synergy that we overlooked. It's
kind of cute.
That maybe pushed him into going for this one.
And he fancies it. Like I don't think I've seen him look this. I want to say nervous, but it's not quite nervous. But this animated at all in any of the lobby legends he's been in. I think he fancies this might be it. I think he feels that this might be finally the game where he's going to get this done.
Yeah, this is just an incredible position to be in. It's good to see him showing so much emotion when the end is close, but he's also got to make sure that he does play well for the rest of the game.
Yeah, there's Sleep. I predicted leaning forward in chair more and more, but actually he's leaning back in chair more and more. Be out that door in a moment, the way he's leaning so far back. Just has not had a day, once again, where things have worked out at all. I guess yesterday sneaking into the final at all was kind of an extra life, but...
Yeah, and it seems like he went immediately to tier 6 and tried to hero power for Thissa, and not quite getting it. He has a very cute build, though, with the Kangor's Apprentice and the Pashmars, but... Yeah,
I wonder how close he is on the lamps, because if he actually activates them, he's got 1 million pairs.
Right, but... Again, it just might be too late, and I don't think the rest of the board is strong enough to get through another 2 turns, especially with the way the lobby's looking right now.
What about this Hydra with double +8 on it? Or triple +8?
Yeah, if anything's gonna get there, it's gonna be this, but unfortunately for Sleepy, no Wind Fury on that side, so it may only get 1 hit in, but with 2 hits, I could definitely see this getting there. And here's an interesting
how close that lamps is,
too.
but I suspect that the lamps isn't even there yet. I suspect it's like a mile away. It's 35 minions die he needs, I think.
Yeah, and he only really had Kangors and Micromummy to do it. I wanted to highlight one thing as well. Sleepy did decide to use the spellcraft spells on different minions than the Hydra. I feel like a lot of people are sometimes just autopiloting and putting all the spells on the Hydra to buff it up permanently, but he's also thinking about what the best use case of them are for winning this fight immediately, which would be spreading them out. But yeah, unfortunately, he just gets it done, and he's very dead.
Yep. Oh, no, no, still dead.
Yeah, still dead. Even if the Hydra gets the hit again, it doesn't kill off enough minions.
Sleepy.
Sicily is looking in a fantastic position. It'd be interesting to see what Remghost is up to, since he also had a very strong start.
Yeah, we're starting to get to that position now where, the people who could high roll the lobby are starting to struggle.
And wow, this is the board to compete with SSA. Important to note that Peter Babbitt also died the same time as Sleepy, so he will not be putting the lobby into check. But I think now Matsuri is guaranteed to put the lobby into check.
If
Only needed 1.5.
if there's a lobby to put in check, because SSA is running away with it at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say this board is really, really formidable, though. A golden Smogger on tier 6 gives him an additional plus 12 plus those stats a turn, and the rest of this board is no slouch as well. But it is a little bit weak to have the 2 12-11 recycling race. Perhaps it's a turn he decides to sell them off, or even just keep them and to have the potential to scale more. It's one of those things where it could be appealing to go more strong against SSA, because if he wins, then the tournament is over. But at the same time, you also jeopardize your chances of winning the lobby, which I think Rimgosu does need to put the lobby into check, maybe the game after.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to win this lobby, because SSA on 41, you're not going to do it by chipping away now. That time has come and gone. By SSA, in fairness, on turn 4 himself, just having a really strong board. There was no opportunity for anybody to play strong board, chip away, because he just went for the tempo himself.
Yeah, but easily if you're... This could potentially be competitive with what both SSA and Rimgosu are doing, if he managed to find a triple on a Baron, like we saw Collins do on his Varden game with the Goldrin and Baron.
Oof. The other side of this board's not competitive, though.
Yeah, not really. So it looks like another elimination, unfortunately, for Hoff here. And Hoff did need 5 points to put the lobby in check.
Right, so buggling away. Even if Sese doesn't win it this time around, it looks like he might only have limited company in the next game, even if he doesn't win this one.
Yeah, I think Penguin-san, if he can survive here, he'll maybe have a chance, but not looking likely with the amount of Beast tokens that are left over here still.
Doesn't seem that great from Matsuri, though. It doesn't seem to have evolved into anything really terrifying.
Yeah, so he's maybe not going to be the one that's going to contest SSA's first place potential. But anything can happen with Leapfroggers and Stolen Gold, so I don't want to call it yet.
I mean, somebody's got to judge. Just as they did just lose a fight. Wow. That's probably against Rimgosu's weird board.
Yeah, so it's interesting that Rimgosu is able to keep his recycling race and his light spawns and still win by, I think, 10 HP or something. So he is the player to watch when it comes to seeing who can stop SSA.
Right.
We see a tier 6 discovered. Did he get the Wraith triple then? Because that's a huge, huge deal for tripling more elementals and getting massive amounts of stats on the board. You can also Hero Fire for a 5 to get a Nomi potentially. He did, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a very big deal. Unfortunately not hitting the Nomi, but that would be, I think, the card to get right now to continue the scaling. He also has plenty of life total to use in order to scale up a Nomi. So it wouldn't be like a greedy play, I think, to play a Nomi for a turn or two.
It'd be too late to hit a Gar at this point.
Oh, another triple.
That's some big stuff. Okay. That's a 90-90. Okay, it's coming together.
And a Tavern Tempest too, to get 4 free rolls for the next turn at the cost of only 1 gold most of the time.
Coming together, but it seems to be capped quite low. Let's see. Like the triples are all going to be sort of 100, and that's it. And like you say, unless there's a Nomi turns up or something else changes.
Yeah, and the scaling on the Elementals shop is pretty limited too, because it's only light spawn, and you've reached the point in the game where he's not able to play cards that summon cards in order to trigger revenge procs. He's more like replacing big elementals with slightly bigger elementals.
Yeah, it's just triples or nothing, and he's got to get through this somehow first as well. The crazy that he should get through, but we've all been here.
I'm not so sure because that Deflecto is going to kill 2 minions. I think it's going to be a slight loss here for Rimgosu, but I think he can't deal with only, I think, 9 damage. And yeah, the one other thing is it's so easy for the, Rimgosu to find triples with this golden raid. That's the main way he's able to get stronger here.
Sisse might have lost again here. Maybe he's a bit weak.
So.
We are going to go to a Barov's Blessing. It's a crucial time. Sisse just hasn't improved his board. That's what's been happening here. He's just got stuck.
Yeah, that's the problem. The Caligos is a little too slow. It's not benefiting at all from the quest of Ghastly Mask.
Yeah, he got an initial boost because he got the elemental buffer. My brain's just gone into meltdown. But since then, into pure dragons and nothing's happened. Looks like we're going to get a game 6.
Yeah, I think so. And Eastleaf on the side has, I think it's going to pivot over to a Macaw Reborn Buster comp. He did pick up that Rather, so he's very much intending to play a Macaw, and with another Macaw in shop too. I think this may be the turn he transitions over. But he opts to skip it, I think maybe to roll for this Buster triple a little more often. But as I say, is doing a lot of stuff too. It's not like he won't be improving very much here.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff, but nothing's actually changed. That is one of those turns where you're sort of fiddling around, tweaking things, but Nadina's obviously a thing that's changed. That's a big deal. But that's all. See how this works out.
Yeah.
Both on Eastleaf.
Interesting to note that I don't think Eastleaf actually... Oh, Eastleaf I thought was going to play the Menace on a Magnetic Minion, but on a mech, but he opted not to. He is going to go for this. But unable to play that Reborn Rattler.
Oh, and Sisse's getting the news. Gonna have to go again.
Yeah, it's just too much. The mech rolls are so annoying to deal with here.
They really are.
It could potentially be a... I think he survives here, though.
Might win. No, he doesn't win, but he survives, yeah.
Yeah, but I just don't think the potential is there for Sisse to win this lobby, unfortunately.
No, he's getting outscaled by the other 3 players now, so if he's losing already, then... gonna be dangerous.
There is quite a bit of variety in this top 4. We have Matsuri with the Beast, and able to steal the Baron. I don't know if he still has a Leapfrogger though, because I think he had one in hand for a while, but he may have had to sell it in order to get stronger for an earlier turn.
Doesn't look like it, but it's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah, he doesn't have it, but he's still going to take it because all he needs to do is roll into a Leapfrogger, and then I think he has quite a good setup for that.
I love it. This quest is so ridiculous. It's like, well, he's just stolen a Baron. Now all he needs is a Leapfrogger, and that's his comp. Well done. 2 cards.
Yeah, but the important thing is he did have to play for that a little bit, but
course,
yeah, it's pretty ridiculous to be boom, 2 cards.
There it is.
And there it is. Oh,
Straight
I
past
skipped it. Oh no, it was so fast too. He just knew that it wasn't gonna be played, but that's the case. I don't know. I feel like he maybe could have picked even another card off of that Discover if he wasn't planning to. But maybe he's looking to go for a Goldren instead, which would be more immediate strength and less reliant on, the Baron surviving.
Yeah, also maybe if he, I just don't know. I'm probably not strong enough, but maybe if he'd rolled it on the first roll immediately, he might have taken it, but with only 1 or 2 rolls left, decided to skip. Like, that's another option.
Yeah, the other important thing to note is his Surat is taunted, so the Macaw can't protect the Baron by summoning more turtles. But Eastleaf looking really strong here. He has a backup Buster, just in the case that his first one gets sniped because it is taunted, so looking really, really strong. Even eliminate Matsuri here, I'd say.
Yeah, eliminate Matsuri and then go AFK and lose the tournament to Sisse and annoy everybody because you're in last place and just ruin everybody's day.
Well, Eastleaf just needs to win 3 more games, and then he'll be in the same spot as Sisse right now.
It does look like there's a chance of that. Like, that there won't be many people put it in check, even if he doesn't win the 3 more. Maybe there's a win and then a third and then 2 wins might do it for him. So certainly saving the game has obviously given him more chance. If it's over, it's over. But put him really into this.
Oh, on the other
0%
side,
to 2 or 3% chance of winning.
yeah, I mean, you always take that 3% chance. As Battlegrounds players, we kind of know that 3% chance happens more often than you think.
All the time, indeed.
Yeah, but he actually ended up beating Rimgosu, but not quite eliminating him, I think. He's only at 1 life right now. And he has a little more potential now than Dina's. But again, the stats on the side of Say is not really getting that much bigger. Without a second Kali, it's really hard to scale up additionally here.
Yeah, and he's just been
This point.
stuck here, hasn't he, for 3 turns?
Yeah, the other issue is it's hard to improve from the spot because you've already committed to Nadina's on board. So you only have 1 space to cycle buff cards if you want, but as we say, Say has been basically rolling past all these battle cries. He's not focused on trying to scale up anymore, and I think he's instead looking for those crucial tech cards that can help him beat E-Sleeve's Buster Comp, or maybe like a Leroy or a Poison against Rimgosu's Elementals.
There's the Nomi he's been looking for 7 turns.
Yeah, I think he also decided it was a little bit too late to keep going for them, but he has so much potential. He has a Golden Tavern Tempest. He's getting 2 per turn. I imagine here he might be freezing for the Tunnel Blaster, because he can Tunnel Blaster Dina's and then Tunnel Blaster again to clear the shields from them. Like, if he plays Tunnel Blaster, Baron, he completely counters double Nadina.
This is exactly the board we talked about several turns ago, where it's capped at basically 100 on everything. Like, everything's now golden. Because he didn't find the Nomi, there was no way of making these things any bigger. And yeah, he's just got a whole board of 100s that aren't going anywhere particularly big. So he's going to have to make utility cards work for him here.
Yeah, but it seems like 100 is just enough. Like, that's also the amount of stats that I think Sisei's Razor Gore has, which is just slightly over it. So Rimgosu maybe taking this lobby down.
I mean, he'd better. He's just put out the
he needs
person
to.
who was beating Sesei, so he'd better finish the job. Because yeah, Eastleaf's like, are you sure? Are you sure he didn't want me to take this? Because he could now just end the lobby if Rimgosu loses, who's beaten the person who we know could beat Sesei.
And Sisei also has perfect knowledge too, or Rimgosu has perfect knowledge of Sisei's board as well, because he played against him with the double Nadina. So I'd really like to see some interesting Tunnel Blaster combinations to counter these Nadinas. And I imagine double Tunnel Blaster and Baron might just be the way to do it. But I think he skipped both of them, huh? He sold off his Tunnel Blaster, so maybe opting instead to go for a 1-card tech choice instead of going for 3, which is also reasonable. And here he's opting to go for the choice of a small taunt to make sure Nadina doesn't die, so he won't get any value. But this will be countered if let's say it does play a sparring partner on Nadina.
I'm scared. Or excited, I'm not sure. Both.
Yeah, but I would say that Rimgosu probably has a huge advantage here because the elementals are just so big. I think they just size up way better than Sisei's dragons right now.
Just wondering how the little ones match up. So in the world where Sisei's Razor Gore takes down 3 of these elementals, 1 with a divine shield and 2 because it's just that little bit bigger. That's the world where the little guys better do their jobs and hit the right things.
Yeah, but I think because the other small ones just don't do enough here. But we'll see.
Nadina tech here with a 3-2 at the end that you talked about.
Yeah, precisely. And he even decided to ton up the mummy in case, but I don't think he froze for it. It's just he wanted to play sparring partner for additional money.
Whether by design or not, the anti-Nadina idea was Pete, but yeah.
Oh, but here, okay, the hits really did not go well for Sisei here. So not quite able to take out, I think, was that 5 elementals on its own. But Rimghost is able to save the lobby for everyone else, but I don't think that many other players had the lobby in check. Was it just Matsuri? Penguin-san needed 5.
Yeah, because Rimghost needed 7.5, which was impossible, so he hasn't got the lobby in check. Matsuri, Bitter Babbit, Penguin with the others. We'll have a look. I'm going to let the admins do this one because if I try and guess, it is going to be disastrous. But it's not many people, so CCC gets to go again. Second in the previous Lobby Legends and looking good for at least second today because second place is the person with the most points who doesn't win after check. And he is just stretching that lead. He is going to be so far ahead on actual points. It's going to be ridiculous.
But I really like the way that he was able to put himself in a position to win while also not getting a bad position. Like, It really seems like he's either going to get first or second today, which is just so nice to basically guarantee that.
Yeah, it's a nice comfort zone, isn't it, where you know that you're not sort of wasting any money by going for first. Not that I think that almost all of the players here, if not all of them, will be very much interested in that first place, at least at the start of the day. It's the job of some of these players to limp up the leaderboard, I guess, now, but it is still nice to have at the back of your mind, well, if I make a mistake, it's not going to cost me financially. I'm just going to carry on playing the best things I can do.
Yeah, and in the case of some of these players, I imagine we'll be seeing their faces again very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. But Sleepy's got decisions to make here. Poor Sleepy. I do feel sorry for him. 6.5 points.
Oh, Rimgosu just barely being off, and then Penguin-san Beater being very close again. I think Beater had the chance to put the lobby in check twice, but fell a little bit short.
Can we talk about this one, was I say, though? Like the last 4 games? Just pretty colours. First, second. Oh my. Should have done it in the other order.
I know, yeah. But if the pattern continues, the next game is a 7-point win, so it'll be enough. On the other side, though, Rimgosu, you can very much see, we were talking about first or last. Like, he has 2 firsts, a last place, and then a 7th and 8th, and then you got a 3rd.
Yeah, and again, I'm just going to have to bring it up one more time. If Sleepy wins 3 lobbies in a row, he wins the tournament.
Yeah, and if any player can do it, like, Sleepy's the one to try to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Him and Rimgosu, the 2 players. Rimgosu's just got into that position. The 2 players who we'd expect to have a chance at that, but obviously they're all capable here. But that is lobby number 5 in the books. Still only 2 people with the lobby in check. So could be a long one. And with that in mind, we're going to take one more break to set up lobby or game number 6. And we'll be back in just 3 or 4 minutes to see if someone can close it out. 5 games down, and only 2 players have got the lobby in check. I think that's a pretty unique situation. And so I think all the players this time, Lee, will just be playing for themselves because kind of everybody just needs a few points to put Game 6 into this situation where nearly everybody will have the lobby in check. Is that your take as well?
Yeah, this time the margin to get the lobby in check is a lot closer, with only 7.2 or 2.5 points from Hoff. So I imagine if no one wins the tournament this round, I think there'll be many players to put the lobby in check for the next one.
And there'll be me saying, but Sleepy only needs to win 400 lobbies in a row and he'll win the tournament. Yeah, Sleepy, of course, would really like to win this lobby and slow things down, but realistically he is just playing to get as many points as possible now. Here we go, one of the players who can win the tournament came so close a minute ago.
This is exactly what Sasei wants to see here. The Bran has the amount of minion types that they all have battle cries in them. This is like a perfect Bran lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to at least consider the patches very briefly until you realise all 5 minion types have their battle cries in.
Yeah, and the patches may not be the most consistent hero, but if you're going for a first, you know, it's sometimes with the shot.
That's what I mean. Like in ladder, you don't even look at it there. You just take the Bran. And here, you just have a very quick glance, and then you take the Bran. Is how I was seeing that.
Yeah, the Janus is always interesting too, because you can just swap Murlocs with the Bran and have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
But to say, with the ideal start too, with the turn 1 Alley Cat, and he is going to opt to play it. I see sometimes players want to hold it, but it doesn't really make that much sense, I think, until you've accumulated a few more battle cries. You just take so much damage, and you kind of sell off cards to buy more in the future as well, if you want to spend your gold wisely.
I'm going for it. I've seen Matsuri is going for the win on the Reno. I've bandwagoned him turn 1 here. He's gone for Sese because he's got that amazing brand start. I'm getting that feeling. I think this could end on this game.
Yeah. I like that both of the players that have the lobby in check have such high potential to win. This is another pirate game, so if Matsuri does end up tripling into a Hogar early, it could be a game over for everyone else.
Yep. Although Murloc's in, so that makes it a little bit harder, of course, but you still end up with the Divine Shields and stuff to help your pirates along.
Yeah, and with the amount of
Decision
counterplay
time.
available as well, Matsuri could easily find ways to deal with the poison Murlocs. Ooh, Matsuri is going to go for this pair of the Swamp Strikers, and he's going to freeze, I think, both the token and these.
Yep.
The Ruckable Hunter for additional strength. Really good.
That makes sense. He's going to stay down on 1. We talked about this earlier. Play Warrior Curve, most likely triple hunting curve of some sort anyway. And then when he finds that triple, off he goes. So yeah, be strong while you're looking, as well as getting as many minions as possible on the board.
Yeah, and see, Sasei also did pick up another battle cry, but he didn't find 2 though. I think sometimes on 4 gold you can double sell and double buy to get your quest activated by your hero power activated by turn 3. But oh my gosh, the trip already.
My Macaw impression there. Yeah, hope you liked it.
I did, yeah.
And now the plan is to look for a 5 and hope it's a Hogar.
Yeah, in this lobby, there's a lot of other options as well. There is Bran with the Murlocs in, there is Baron with Beasts in, and there's Mama Bear as well. I think all 4 of those options be very appealing, but the best ones would likely be Hogar and Bran. But Bran could even be the best one in this lobby because of the ability to generate money immediately and be so strong with battle cries.
And he is doing it because of that freeze. With a pretty strong board. He's actually decided not even to mess around worrying about his quest. His whole game plan here is to get it done with the hero power.
Yeah, but
Good call too.
if he does manage to find a quest that complements those strategies, this could easily snowball. The classic Snicker Snack could be great with the brand.
Yeah, we're seeing that plays out well, especially for Matsuri today. Hoff has got stuff going on. Early triple again that we're seeing.
Yeah, into the amalgam.
Fellback Mask with only 45 die?
Yeah, unfortunately not the best option with how Daryl wants to play, which is usually they stay on lower tier and there's less minions to eat with the Felbat.
Right.
Yeah, these all don't tend to work out as well as you'd want to on this hero. Oh,
Oh, it's gone crazy. So
Oh,
many
gosh.
alley cats.
yeah, so you can buy an alley cat here and hold it, and then take a 4-drop next turn, which is the sweet
this-
spot. If he hits a Prominent Lookout or a Reef Explorer, it's a huge power spike.
This feels very Shudderwock.
Oh, and the cry for help already for Theotar's Parasol. Seems like he's gonna go for it now, even.
Yep.
Oh, the Rendell is fantastic. You can get this alley cat for free and potentially make another triple if he finds another alley cat, or even a Khadgar, which can double the amount of tokens generated to 4.
Not freeze here?
I think I would probably freeze because there's only one minion that would be remaining.
Right.
Pretty low cost.
You miss your 50-50 unless there's a rule I don't know that means you guarantee to get it.
Yeah, but I could see him also wanting to level up and roll next turn. Oh, he can't do that because there's no gold to roll. But perhaps he wants to also have a chance at hitting this Wabi triple, so he wants to
Sure.
maximize that.
He hits it anyway. Easy.
Yeah, that's the best scenario. But yeah, he has direction with the Bran. He has tempo with the Theotar's Parasol on turn 4, and a lot of additional money with this Rendell. Only taking a slight loss here. Nothing to be too sad about.
Rimgosu not messing around though, getting that tempo in there.
Yeah, and Rimgosu also only needing 0.5 points, so he
Right.
just needs to not get last place.
But he's in a good position where he really can just do what he just did there, and he's probably going to anyway, but yeah, put the tempo in there. Make sure he does some maximum damage to the person, one of the people who could stop him from winning without any risk.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Beater is a little far from completing his hero power. He needs a total of 30 attack throughout the board, but the cool thing is his spawn can help him activate it in combat, since it does also count during that phase as well, as you saw with the Deathwing and Sleepy's Queen Ashara the game before.
Sleepy. Further back now, feet on table. Sums up his... I'm not laughing at him. I really like Sleepy as a character, but it's been that sort of day.
Yeah, and he's also going for the same curve that Matsuri had gone for, which is stay on tier 1 and get triples. But not quite as big of a payoff as Matsuri will have with his Reno hero power.
I'm not in position to check either, but I think Sleepy might have stopped streaming. The microphone's not there anymore.
Oh, yeah. It's all the way. You can see a little bit of it in the corner, but it may be the case. I feel like I've heard some players where they've stopped streaming when they've had a bad set of games. Like, I think Collins did that during one of the qualifiers. He turned off his stream, and then he still ended up making it through, because I think he got like a
Right.
last place. Yeah. Anything to help the mental. Like, all these players really do want to win, so they'll do everything they can to maximize their odds.
Yeah, I think it's been really appreciated that we do get some of the players willing to share their thoughts with us for any length of time. Honestly, I think players like Sleepy absolutely shouldn't feel pressured into doing that, but the fact they choose to do that for us is super, super good for the game and super good to see.
Yeah, and
Do it now.
with the triple, yeah, I think it makes sense too. You can decide to keep the Murloc or the Scallywag here. The Tipper, I think, always goes. Unfortunately, without Mithrax in the game anymore, a card that's scaled with minion types, he might opt to keep both Murlocs, but instead he keeps the Pirate for maybe Lightfang's chance. Oh, not the best, but also not the worst. Like the Pale Skull Crocodilus is a good backup game plan for now.
Yeah, he doesn't get to use the hero power is obviously the big deal. You sort of want to get it used and move on with your life as Reno, but this is a wait and see, isn't it?
Yeah, especially if he wants to win and just win the tournament now. He may opt to take the Crocolisk, but not hero power it, and just use it for strength in the next few turns.
And see what he hits. Like if he hits something next turn that works with it, then you can still use it for massive strength. But second place is worth nothing here, so it's a really weird situation to be in with specifically Crocolisk.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, Sisse with another triple. He found another alley cat, I think, and he's in such a good spot.
It really
Um,
is.
yeah, I guess here. Oh, he opted to. He may have ran out of time there because he had one more goal to roll. I'm not sure if he necessarily wanted the grubber, but again, maybe just focusing on the positioning. His opponent on this side is not very strong at all. Yeah.
What is happening? Easily must have triples set up, I'm guessing, because otherwise something crazy is going on. Maybe some more cats in hand.
Yeah, I could see at least one more cat in hand. If there's two, then that could be two 6 drops, which is maybe what he wants to be doing because, you know, he is pretty far behind the standings. But, I mean, the more I look at it, Sisse is just really in a good spot. The main contender in Matsuri's Reno is kind of missing on his direction.
I don't even know what's happening here.
Yeah, this is just
Two overseers.
strange things.
A handful of just cards. What's occurring? Oh, it's
He's just gonna level and take these and then try to be stronger later, but I mean, oh, he does have 2 demons per turn, so
okay.
it does make sense to pick these up and triple them with the the quest proc later.
That explains the random garbage in the hand, at least. There's just this primal thing just chilling as well that I assume was like a missed triple that he just took and then has never found a Murloc worth playing.
I think so, yeah. You could always opt to buy a Murloc, but at this point, it's not even worth it. You kind of just get your money back anyways, because you're spending 3 for the Murloc, and then you're only getting one additional one from the lookout.
Beta getting nowhere either. He's fine, but not threatening yet.
I imagine he'll want to force a pair maybe on the Big Fernal or the Lookout here. But even if he gets it, like, it's not really very promising. You could also force a triple on the Trickster as well, but it's not the greatest odds with some of his minions have significant HP. Oh, so I guess Sisse did actually want the Grubber as he now has a pair of them. But pretty awkward to keep on board with only one golden card so far, and it's also a 2/2 as well.
Making quite a lot from Sisse, who is looking more and more like it's going to be hard to stop here. Hasn't got a killer build yet, hasn't got sort of giant health Murlocs and poison, but does have a lot of the things that build into that going on so far, so definitely looking pretty terrifying.
Importantly enough, he also has the life total to get there as well. It's pretty easy for him to pivot out of it as long as he finds a lookout, I think, in the future. And with another triple from him, he might have found something. But how's Daryl here? Let me see what quest reward he has. He has a Victim Spectre and there's 716 minions, which isn't the hardest to do on Daryl because you are buying so many and summoning them, but yeah, still not having it by turn 8, which is really not something you want to do with Daryl. Like, usually you want a nice quick quest so you can have redundancy on your game plan, which is just be very strong at every stage of the game.
He's not Daryling, right? He's playing very strangely. He's going for this 5-drop triple rather than staying on tier 3 and that sort of thing. So he is playing a little bit more aggressively than a standard Daryl might.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason is because this lobby has no dragon, no elemental, and no mech, so those premium tier 3 divine shields aren't available, so he has to go for a different game plan.
Well, there's 3 game plans.
I would love to see the Hogar and putting it last, but I think it's a very small chance it would be duplicated, so the Maw Bear is a more sensible play, but as a viewer, I would love to see the Hogar and what it could snowball into.
Definitely been amusing, and also somebody who wouldn't mind seeing another game of Lobby Legends, because at the moment Matsuri has gold into the croc by the look of it. The 2 people with the lobby in check are looking pretty good.
Yeah, and he has the Hydra as well to buff up with the croc, a combination I really like, but it didn't get any buffs, so unfortunately it's gonna be a 2/4 here. But yeah, I think Matsuri maybe resigned to the fact that he might not win this lobby, but still playing for points.
Yeah.
And Sleepy being a little bit better of a game now, but again, the classic being very low health points with a strong board.
It feels like he's been just half a turn too slow all day. Like the number of times it really is the Battlegrounds player cry of give me one more turn. But with Sleepy, it's been every game so close. 2 or 3 battles that just didn't go his way when he was in a good spot, that sort of thing. Maybe a turn we didn't see, but where he just seemed to have missed 2 turns in a row with lamps to get any pair. I feel like it's just one of those days where it hasn't gone for him. There's a lot of poison.
But here, this makes the transition to poison quite easy here. You can even take a triple here and try to hit a young Murkai, perhaps. But he's gonna have to set out of a lot of these other cards, his Peggy perhaps, and his Felbat, in order to go for it. But I could see him also opting to keep this Felbat because it's so strong with his Amalgam and his Annihilate Battlemaster.
I always hate this position where the most useless card on my board is a 25-23 that I just cannot sell. The one I want to get rid of.
Yeah, it's already been golden, so all the text is essentially useless. Curious to see if, you would take the triple, but no, just opting to poison some Murlocs. He can... Oh, he could take a Battlemaster, yeah. That's the better option here, I think. Opting to only go for 2 poison and continuing with the demons.
Yeah, this suddenly looks like a pretty decent board, actually.
Yeah, but on the side of Penguin Sans Vol'jin, we see the classic random big Corrupted Myrmidon.
So weird.
Yeah, but it makes sense. I think he didn't find a Cave Hydra, otherwise he probably would have made that a little bit bigger. But he has a lot of potential to make a big Hydra if he sees it. You can first swap a minion on his board to the shop, and then buff it up additionally with the 2 Mama Bears on board.
East Leaf explodes, no surprise there. He was really all over the place there with a board full of tabby cats a few turns ago.
Yeah, and here we see Matsuru's Golden Crocodile really carrying the fight with the Macaw being so high attack and high HP. So not enough for the Battlemaster to deal with. But that is a Battlemaster pair, I believe. Not a triple, unfortunately, for a beater. And maybe a lucky matchup here with the Daryl being able to do not that much damage because Daryl normally only has low tier minions and he's tier 4. So maybe another turn of time for beater.
Although it is a Daryl who, he's been tier 4 for a while. I think he had a triple on that 4, so there might be a scary 5 drop out there.
Yeah, I think he was showing Murlocs as well, so beater could be very, very afraid of a bunch of poison Murlocs, which is exactly what his composition struggles with right now.
Yeah, and he hasn't... The other thing that's happening to Beta here is he's not really getting anywhere.
Yeah,
He's trying to be strong and go up, but it's just not going very quickly.
Yeah, let me take a look at what beater needs to put the lobby in check. He needs 2 points, so he needs to not die solo right now or with only one other person. So winning this is everything right now.
Yeah, and he was a massive front runner. Like yesterday, he played incredibly well, did incredibly well in the groups, and then first 2 games today, he was looking at one of the players who would have it in check, maybe by even lobby or by game 4, and here we are in game 6. This one fight is all he's got.
If he doesn't make it to put the lobby in check right now, this could be a very extended series because, yeah, he could easily win the next one and
yes,
the tournament goes on.
Assuming again that this doesn't get done because the 2 golden colours there, Sesese and Matsuri, as you see, the 2 have got it in check, rising to the top of the leaderboard once again.
Yeah, but luckily for Peter, there is no poison on the side of Hoff, but he's made very good use of this Mama Bear, buffing up both the Surats and the Amalgams here. So maybe
really
even enough to
close.
take him out. Yeah. The issue is this Big Fernal is still chewing through a lot of the board here. Looks like it'll be...
Poison was wasted.
Loss here, but he is still alive at 1 HP because Hoff is only tier 4.
Alright, Sleepy has got everything. What do you want to do, Sleepy? You've got Golden Hogger if you want it. You've got 2 health, so you probably don't want that.
I think he might end up going for this Tony 2 test because it is pretty big from Cook's book, but I imagine he'll have to sell off the brand this turn. He even maybe take a Leroy here just to be strong. It is a minion that can now trade multiple units for one because it is so big.
Oh.
That is exactly what Sleepy needs.
He does, and it might be what the whole lobby needs, because even though he's not currently incredibly powerful, he does have the ability to get powerful with the stats he has going on. Obviously, there's Murlocs to be dodged, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
I also like that Sleepy can easily hero power this gas coiler for a 5-drop, and that could be a Hogar to make him infinite with the Cooked book. But opting not to go for it and just playing for strength, which makes a lot of sense when you're on 2 life.
Oh god, Cooked book though, if you can just get this Tony on the board and set it up somehow.
Yeah, I imagine Sleepy finds a Void Lord, he may be tempted.
There's another one! Now
Oh,
he's
yeah,
got to
he could
go
just
for
do
it,
it.
surely.
Yeah, like...
Because if you hit, you've got the 4 of them, and you've got a brand, you've got it all. And if you miss,
Yeah.
well, okay, it's not been your day, so that's where you're at.
He's also opting to freeze for the board of 3 Pirates as well, expecting for them to be, yeah, just extra gold for him. But he does first have to successfully proc the Tony, which isn't hard at the gas core. I imagine that was the main reason he went for this.
I mean, first he has to live, which he should, but, I mean, 2 health against Matsuri's pretty scary beast board last time we saw him. This might just be death.
Yeah. Oh, he picked up 2 poisons, but I think it's very likely they'll run into other minions. But this 10-10 Magic Queen, if it runs into the Battle Master, I think it'd be over.
The gas coiler survived as well, so the Tony's not going to proc.
Yeah, both the Hoggers running in there, but it could be a chance that he takes out Matsuri here. This gas coiler needs to survive and deal damage though.
Yeah, this 57 310 gets this done. It doesn't kill him.
Yeah, but everyone who's at 10 or below has to be careful of Sleepy now. I'm really curious to see what Sisse is up to. He's still at 35 life, and he is the other player that put the lobby into check.
Poison Murlocs, plenty of health, 2 selfless in hand already, but doesn't get to play Sleepy while Sleepy's setting up. So if Sleepy can dodge him for 2 or 3 turns while he gets large, I'd fancy Sleepy can maybe get through this, but
Yeah, but
Poison
Sleepy is
Murlocs.
playing now, yeah. And he only had 1 big minion, which is the Battle Master. And it has to be up against 3 Poison Murlocs, one of which, importantly enough, is stealthed. So it cannot be sniped until the very end. And it's very likely that Sleepy will have Battle Master be the last minion, and Sisse will have the Toxfin, which would always kill off the Battle Master for free because it has so much life. But Sisse opting to instead hide his non-poison minion, I think maybe to try to get value off of that.
yeah, this is absolutely the time he wants us to play Sleepy. So that could have got scary if Sleepy got sort of into this, but yeah.
But yeah, Sisse is looking in a fantastic spot. He doesn't quite have as much scaling as the other Murloc players we've seen in this tournament, but I mean, still, the young Murkai is going to poison yet another Murloc here, so it's actually going to be 4 poison Murlocs and not 3. So Sleepy has to be very, very careful to navigate this, but I don't think he's able to.
No, it doesn't look likely, although we'll see. He was getting pretty large. Maybe he can get foot. No, he shouldn't be able to, but let's see how it goes, I guess. Oh, he
is kind of competitive with the
yeah. If
and
the shield,
the,
if the divine shield
poison.
survives, there we go. There's 1.
The issue is the rest of these Murlocs are not easily dealt with from board, I think. Yeah, unfortunately for Sleepy. I should say victory for Sisse.
Yep. Just not Sleepy's day, just running into the wrong thing at the wrong time once again.
Yeah, and Rim Gosu again in the top 4. Maybe he will have... Oh, his Staff Origination. So very strong tempo quest, but not the best for the late game.
Well, if Rimgosu doesn't win this lobby, the tournament is over because the other 2 players have the lobby in check.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Um, and it looks like Gosu doesn't really have the best setup to deal with either of them. His board doesn't have that many stats. Like he does have the Staff of Origination to buff it up, but it's not quite going to be enough against Sisase. Maybe enough against Matsuri's board of beasts.
Yep, turn 13 right now. It is worth noting here at this point, which is a very niche scenario. If he doesn't think he can beat Sesese, he is allowed, if it's in his own interests, to lose this game. If he thinks that the only chance is Matsuri... Oh, no, it doesn't matter, because Matsuri's also got the lobby in check, so it wouldn't matter. But in the world where Matsuri wasn't in check and could save the match, you are allowed to purposely lose if it's in your own best interests.
It's your interest to accumulate more points to...
But here, because they're both in check, you are supposed to try and win, yes.
Yeah, and it's also in his best interest to win and get maybe an additional point or two.
Exactly, yes.
To place higher.
No, it would be a very niche scenario, which wasn't even this scenario, but there you go. I was getting excited because it's late.
Yeah.
Right, so he does need to win. He needs to knock out both of these players to stop the game from ending. And I don't think he's going to do it, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think maybe if he had more Poison Murlocs, but with there only being two, and we know Sisei has bigger Murlocs than these Cleaves, even buffs up with Staff Origination, it's going to be very, very difficult to win against it, especially multiple rounds too, because this is at 35 and Rimgus is only on tier 4, so the amount of damage he can do is quite limited. But even so, like, I think Matsuri has a very, very strong chance of taking out Rimgosu here. We saw the interaction where Illidan's hero power goes off before the start of combat effect on the Manta Queen. So Manta Queen actually got killed before it was able to adapt.
And yeah, there.
Oh wow, it's a very narrow win by Rimgosu. So technically the tournament is not over, but Rimgosu has a long way to go to stop it.
Yeah, how is he going to deal with those Murlocs that will only have got more Murlocky in the last few moments?
Yeah, and this is a case where the stats matter a lot, and Sisei has so much of them. But he's going, I think, for a Manta Queen potentially. The Barrel's Blessing.
Okay, well, here we go. Last Barrel's Blessing probably of the tournament by the look of this. So that says what I'm going for. Yeah, we both picked Sisei here.
Yeah, the Gold Gripper staying in even for this last fight. It has enough stats to be competitive with almost all of Rimgosu's board, I think, except for the Lava Lurker, but I think he'll put it in back for that scenario.
Rimgosu found a way
also...
here. There's no chance, right?
Oh, the Manta Queen can be interesting, but yeah, I mean, the Cleave also has to be dealt with as well.
He's got more shields.
Yeah, quite a bit more shields, right? Like 2 more shields, but Rimgosu does have the guaranteed shield with the Selfless.
No, that's what I mean. Rimgosu's got more shields. And his Murloc size might not matter if he's got more shields.
Oh, yeah, he has 4 Poison Murlocs then, yeah. But I think Sisei has just more minions to fight with here.
Yeah, he's got the... Yep.
But, actually putting the Gold Grubber so early means that it won't actually kill off the Lava Lurker in one hit, so... Yeah, this could still be Rimgosu's win.
Hey. Is this the moment Sisei finally gets it done? He's smiling, but he's always smiling. Oh, didn't take off 2 shields there. That might have been the moment.
It looks like it is gonna be Rimgosu taking it down slightly, chipping.
What a transition!
Yeah, he found that last Poison Murloc at the last turn, right? He didn't even have that before. And I think now Sisei kind of knows that this Void Lord's not necessary. Like, it doesn't stop that Wind Fury Cleave from happening. So I'd like to see him sell it off and maybe taunt up a big minion to stop the Hydra from killing anything.
Just needs that other Selfless. Unless there's something funky he could do by putting the Selflesses in Hydra positions.
Oh, even having a glow scale as the only taunt could help a little bit too, but actually not, because it wouldn't kill off the Hydra. The taunt has to be big enough to kill off Hydra for it to be effective.
He's also got this awkward situation with the Power Soul buffing his Selfless.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't matter yet, but it might end up mattering eventually. I don't think it will.
Yeah, it could also be in his best interest to keep the Void Lord too, because even though it doesn't stop the Hydra, it can sometimes pop shields. But I think you'd have to find another taunt in order to do that, because right now the Hydra hits, it kills the first body of the Void Lord, and then it also kills off the 1/3s. So it's not particularly useful right now.
Just pointing out, I don't think it's relevant, but as it's a thing that might happen, the Selfless is now out of Tunnel Blaster range because of the Power Soul.
Yeah, I would actually like to see the positioning change of the Salt Scale Honcho to be first to deal with that taunt, because it can kill off the Lava Lurker without dying.
Alright, let's see what he's up against. What improvements have been made?
Oh, no more Hydra.
Interesting.
And putting the Lava Lurker in the last position to attack before it gets value traded, I really, really like that positioning from Rimgosu here. Now I think it's all up to whether or not this shield can pop, this Selfless can pop a shield, which it does not, and it also doesn't give him an additional shield. So yet again, another one, but this time with Rimgosu dealing 11, so say getting farther and farther away from that victory.
But also getting nearer and nearer to Golden Baron, Golden Selfless. Let's see what Rimgosu can do to improve himself.
Yeah, and the important thing as well is sometimes you can Tunnel Blaster away these small Murlocs, but just say can't do that because the Murlocs get buffed up by the Staff Origination.
TJ flipping around to show us what's going on. Sese found the Golden Selfless. Rimgosu has the gold as the Baron in the shop as well as we cut away. So both have decisions to make here about how to maximize shields.
Yeah, and there's also a Deep Sea Angler which can give a temporary taunt for this combat. So Sese can decide to taunt up something to misdirect the Leroy from Rimgosu's side.
So he's going for the traditional approach that people at 8k MMR know and love. Golden Selfless, a Baron, stick him on the board, get some shields and see what happens.
Yeah, and the nice thing is you can taunt up the, you can stealth the Baron as well with the Parasol, but he may opt to stealth something else instead. I think at this point the Gold Grubber might be the weakest minion here. And he
right, the Mantic Queen to swap in, right? Yep. Although there was that lurker, but you've got to assume the lurker's no longer lurking, I guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's no longer lurking, it's actually attacking. Oh, wait. He's playing the Tunnel Blaster, but I don't think this is gonna work all that well since the Murloc is so big, but it could work out here. Oh, not quite. But it does block the Selfless from dying, which is pretty important here.
Both players going for the thing we've been talking about for a couple of days. The you put your Baron, if you're desperate to win the fight, you put your Baron in the attacking hit a shield position so that you don't waste a poison taking out shields. They hit each other, which is kind of amusing.
Oh no, but because Rimgosu is bigger from the Staff Origination, yeah, he's actually taken down by Rimgosu's Illidan. This is the second Illidan win we've seen. I think Illidan's only been picked twice this tournament, so 2 for 2
my. Sese second again. I even heard some giggling in the production room there as they learn they've got to go again as well. Just not got it done. Everything but getting it done, Sese. What can he do? Like, he's playing great, right? He's not doing anything wrong or not doing... Sorry, every Battlegrounds player does things wrong, but he's not doing anything stupid or bad, like in general.
Yeah, I don't think so. That game kind of reminds me of Beater's game with the George. I also thought Beater was going to win that game with Sese here, but because his opponent found the tech cards necessary faster than he did, he ended up having the disadvantage against his opponent. So in this case, it was the Golden Selfless and Baron difference, and also the Staff Origination too, making the Selfless big enough to tank a blaster hit and still die.
Right, before the numbers come on the screen, Lee, I'm going to ask you. Spot answer, instinct only, no calculating. How many players have won a lobby today? How many different players?
I'd say probably 4, because Rimgosu won twice, and I think some other player won twice.
Yeah, we'll see how many it is and who it is in just a moment. The answer to that question. You might want to play along on Twitch if you've been watching all day as well, or on YouTube. But yeah, it is going to go into a game number 7, sorry. The record is 8, which was last time around, but this time there's going to be multiple people with the lobby in check. There you go.
And oh my god, actually only 3 players have won the lobby. Rimgosu won 3 times.
Just only 3 different people have won, and I know for a fact, because I checked this last night with the person who asks all the puzzle box questions, that nobody has ever won 3 games in a final before. So Rimgosu setting another record there.
Yeah, and classic Rimgosu style too. Like, I think he was behind in the last Lobby Legends too, but he ended up coming back to win it.
Yeah, and Sleepy, Eastleaf, and Hoff. Sleepy only needs to win 3 lobbies in a row, and he can still win this event. I think I might have said that a lot of times in a row. But I'm getting instructed to take a short break so that we can get people set up for Game 7. Might be a slightly longer game, I think, now, because we just had 3 in a row. But we'll see you in a few minutes for the conclusion of Lobby Legends Castle Nathria. Well, I didn't think we would be saying this, but welcome back once again to Lobby Legends Castle Nathria. I said that last section was going to be the last section. I lied. We've got another section for you, going to game number 7, courtesy of Rimgosu, twice in a row, saving the lobby head-to-head. The first time quite expected. This time around, though, quite the comeback to beat the 2 people who are remaining, both of whom had the lobby in check, and both had fairly different comps for him to beat. I thought it was quite well played by Rimgosu there.
Yeah, I really liked how he transitioned into beating Matsuri with the Hydras, into having the more poison endgame cards for Rimgosu there. It was really well played. And Staff Origination just really doing a lot there too, enabling unbuffed Hydras to actually do work onto Matsuri's board.
Yeah, it was like turn 14 or 13 when you said, oh, there's a staff, it doesn't, it doesn't do much. And I was going to go in, I was going to say, yeah, it really doesn't do much anymore, but turns out that the Hydra was just big enough, largely acted really as a shield remover as well. And he had the 6th sense of when to swap things in and out, predicting what his opponent was going to do, so give himself the maximum chance of winning. I think he won a 50-50 or 2 along the way, but yeah, you kind of have to in Battlegrounds, that's fine. And here we are. We've now got 5 players with the lobby in check and a chance to win the tournament, and those who haven't, as I want to keep saying because I find it amusing, have it in their own hands if they just keep winning out. But for Sleepy and Eastleaf, they have got to win 3 in a row, most likely. Unless one of them wins and then the other one wins and the first one comes second and they build up their points that way until they both get into check. That's another way of doing it.
Everyone goes to check, yeah.
As long as one of them wins each of the next 2 lobbies, everyone would be in check, and then straight shootout. 1 game of Lobby Legends Battlegrounds for all of the money. It's not for all of the money, it's for 10,000 of the money.
Yeah, but maybe seeing a little bit of nerves getting to Sisei there at the end. He did play Tunnel Blaster with no shields on the other side, so yeah, a little bit of a change from what we've normally seen, where he's more calm and collected.
Yeah, and it was the first time in the middle of that game, or it may have been the game before, they're starting to blur into one long game now. The first time I've seen him in his 3 appearances where he did actually look a little bit fidgety, as if I think I might be going to win, whereas before he's just played Battlegrounds and see what position he gets. And never think about winning. That's sort of the number one thing about getting nervous. But the second you think that, you're thinking about winning, so it's too late. But we are into the game by the look of things. And Rimgosu on Elise, who is somebody we don't see very often at all anymore, at least at my MMR.
Yeah, I think a few of these heroes are new, Skycam Crag and Nazoth as well. But yeah, maybe not the best hero selection choices for our players here.
So I've sort of ribbed Eastleaf and Sleepy a little bit, but Hoff is a genuine contender. He's just 1 point out, so he will have the lobby in check if there is a lobby to go for. But the Sleepy Eastleaf Hoff combination do need to win, otherwise the tournament will end on this lobby. But we keep saying that, and it keeps going on. Looking down the armor on everybody picking reasonable armor heroes. Nobody got one of the power heroes, if you like, which is interesting to me because they're going to get good quests, but nobody's taken a chance on one of the 0 armor heroes to just try and win there and then.
Yeah, and a lot of heroes here I think have very explosive potential in this one with mechs, beasts, and Murlocs in. So yeah, interesting to see who we'll choose for our bandwagon.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very good point. Also looking at Matsuri, he stayed on 1 as Finley, so he's going to have the armor, and if he's hit a hero like a Reno on top of that, that could be really interesting.
Oh, Matsuri was... Do we know what hero power Matsuri has?
I don't remember if we did see it, I've got to admit, but it's one that stays down and takes tokens for sure, because he stayed on 1. So
yeah, let's see if we can take a look here.
Bran or a Reno, something like that.
Oh, it's a Maiev. Yeah,
Maiev
really
with
nice
this shot.
With it's both a triple and a pair, which is the nice thing about an Alley Cat. And like I mentioned before, with Beasts and Mechs being in, this could be a really good lobby to go for a tier 6 Death Rattle minion.
Minder always taught me, if you have 5 gold and you ping, you get a 5 tier minion. If you have 6 gold and you ping, you have a 6 tier minion. So if he wants a 6, he has to freeze and ping something else.
Yeah, you could also opt to buy the alley cat and then later on just sell the main body so he could hold it, but he's choosing, I think, maybe to go for the tier 5 triple here. And that's a very good way to remember what triple you'll get.
Yeah, Minder's really good at teaching sort of people of my level stuff like that helps you just remember the obvious stuff, but also it's only obvious when you've heard it, right? Otherwise, you just don't think about it. You work it out each and every time for no particular reason.
Right, yeah. It's particularly useful, especially in these cases where you may have a lot of decisions to make, even though it's only turn 3.
Exactly, yeah. Which he did right there, so he won't need that way of remembering it. But let's see what he gets. Play 5 mechs or beasts. A Spectre, I like it.
Yeah, the Spectre is quite nice. I think Evil Twin, maybe not exactly what he's looking for. It's going to be hard for him to make a very big minion to copy with Evil Twin.
But he is going to do it. Like, the 5 battle cries is tempting, but yeah, he goes for the beasts or mechs.
Yeah, if the reward is slightly better, like Stolen Gold, I could see that easily being the pick. I mean, he'd only have to play 2 more battle cries, which is super easy.
Looking good for Matsuri, though. He is going to have one of those games where he gets lots of higher level triples, and that's exactly, obviously, what this game's all about.
Yeah, I see Rimgosu also went for the Stolen Gold with the Leapfrogger on board, so maybe this will finally be the Leapfrog victory. With Stolen Gold as a puzzle box question as well.
If Rimgosu wins it with Froggers by winning 3 lobbies in a row to win back-to-back Lobby Legends, that would be pretty sick.
That's the storyline we all are looking forward to.
It's a storyline for sure.
But interesting enough here, I think the Bird Buddy is quite strong with Stolen Golds, but he may also opt for the Banner Boar for a little more scaling here if he thinks that maybe the direction it goes down.
He's taking a long, long look at this Bird Buddy.
Yeah. Oh, it did opt to go for the Banner Boar. Yeah, the thing with the Bird Buddy is if you don't have a setup to actually enable it, like it can easily be bait if you don't have like a menace or a sewer rat.
Second frog in that shop that he chose not to freeze as well, obviously. The way it works is you just don't need that if you've got the stolen gold going on.
Yeah, and this is Sleepy going for a 3-drop early on, hitting Khadgar, which is probably the best thing you can get because it enables you to get multiple triples off of alley cats later on.
Sleepy has fallen so far back his chair, he's gone back to 2019 with his Jandis.
But now he's looking like he's in a good spot. Now he's sitting straight up and looking confident.
He's refreshed, the stream's back on, if it was ever off, and looking great.
Yeah, and actually, he tripled this mummy, I think maybe just by hero powering into it multiple times in order to get it.
Maybe this is the break he's finally needed. Like, I've been a bit mean, sort of commentating on his demeanor, but he has had so much bad luck. But with the style that he plays, you do have a very narrow margin, right? If you get a bit of bad luck, you are going to have a bad day. It's just the nature of what he does.
Yeah, and I was taking a look at Sleepy's quest as well. It's play 10 elementals or beasts to add a young Murkeye to his hand and get Ghastly Mask. So we could see yet another Ghastly Mask Murkeye combination win a lobby. And of course, Sleepy not having the lobby in check would mean that would be another guaranteed game of this tournament. And then Hoff here, just buying a lot of stuff. Like, he stayed on tier 2, he's filled up his board, and only sold 1 minion to buff up the Beast Taunt from his hero power. But not quite enough here, I think, to deal with the board from Rimgosu, with this road board being a little big. But no, it's a tie, actually.
Struggling now. It's been so easy to focus on who to go for the last few games. Now suddenly anyone can win it. It's like, oh no, we just got to watch everybody at once. TJ, just show us all 8 screens at once.
Sleepy with the first of two 5-drop discovers here. First being Baby Crush can combo very well with Mama Bear or a Croc, and also it fills part of the quest too with one of the
There's
beasts.
the bear.
Oh, this is exactly what Sleepy needs to come back in this game. And he may not even be done with the triples. You can go for more if he wants to.
Battlegrounds
Swap
is
it back.
so easy when your cards aren't utterly terrible and you don't have terrible luck. Look at this.
Yeah, well, he can always... Maybe he won't go for a triple, but he should always buy this because it is free. He spends 3 gold to buy it, and he's getting 3 minions to sell.
It's a big triple though, right? It's the old school, your tabby cat gets really big with a Khadgar and a bear.
Right, because it copies that effect of Mama Bear's +5/+5 buff, so it's an 11/11 instead of a 6/6. And yeah, I like that he's also opting to not play his Baby Crush, because he is going to go for a triple again the next turn. If he were to play his Baby Crush, he would have to make the difficult decision of selling off either Mama or Baby Crush, I believe. Actually, technically he doesn't have to, but I think it makes it a little easier to juggle the space on the board, but at the cost of obviously a lot of strength, with Baby Crush being very strong with Mama Bear.
I don't recognise this. Sleepy's having a fight that he's going to win.
Holding
His
a
hero's
5-drop
attacking
too.
the other hero.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see what Eastleaf's up to, since he is quite low now. I think almost at cap range.
Greedy Crag, by the look of it. Actually, it's only turn 7, so it's not particularly greedy. Let's have a look.
Yeah, he is. He does have bird buddies with actually stolen gold as well. So he has to add 16 cards to hand, which he's gonna do very easily actually with this pair of Sunpick and Relaxers. But it's a little short though. 13 out of 16. You can only really buy 2 minions right now.
14. Run out of steam.
Yeah, and I don't know if he'll be able to hold on for another fight here. It's looking quite bad for him. He'd really like this Rel and this Bird Buddy to be golden, but maybe next turn golden versions of those aren't even going to be enough.
It is only turn 7, so 16's a lot to take with double Bird Buddy. I mean, I can see it happening definitely, but surely he'll kill a minion or 2, and yeah, he'll be all right.
Yeah,
I'm not certain that he'll be all right, but he'll be all right.
Yeah. Always dangerous when there's no taunt on the side of Eastleaf, though. It could be the case that the... Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, is this how it ends? With Nomis?
With the Victim Spectre, I imagine that's how he got this second copy.
Yeah, he's just going
very
to...
high chance.
He's got to position this right. This is such a hard calculation, right, where to put the Nomis here to try and get the third one. But
Yeah.
if he hits the golden, only the Murlocs will be able to save the lobby at that point.
So I like this play by Matsuri where he ends up at the last second positioning the Smogger at the end, because it is unlikely that the Nomis will be the last to die. So he's hedging for that and saying, well, I'm also fine if Smogger is the minion to be buffed up here. But in this case, it's actually a pretty useless Swamp Striker.
I feel like Sleepy has a triple in hand that we didn't see.
Yeah, he has a Merc Eye, at least from the quest, and I believe he may have been holding, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is why he didn't play the Bigger Crush before, so he could get an extra token off of the Khadgar, because he needed both the Khadgar, Mama Bear, and then 2 additional spaces to get another one. But
Yes.
now his patience be rewarded.
I saw the 27-27, so I knew there must be another triple, but yeah, I was slightly confused. Didn't trust myself on there, but Hoff somehow hasn't been taking any damage as well, which is weird because he didn't have a particularly great start.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the fact that Spawn always can do a lot. Yeah, this... Oh my gosh. I don't even know if he'll want the brand. I imagine so with the young Merc Eye, though, but he'll need to be patient in order to play it. Maybe waiting for a lookout.
Gar, Nomi, and Tavern Tempest, but you've got huge beasts and it does nothing to do what you want to do. Yeah, well played.
Yeah.
Dodged.
Perhaps if it was a different quest, this even could be a Nomi game, which maybe he'll still go for it here. If he can swap this Tavern Tempest the next turn, he can get a lot of free elementals.
I think this is just take a look and see how you feel, and just you're doing this on autopilot now, right? You haven't quite decided what you're doing yet, I don't think.
Yeah.
Maybe you have.
Oh my gosh, 2 elementals. I think now it's a very real option to just go elementals with Bran and Nomi. Oh, and another free Tavern Tempest. With a little more time, he could have been quite a bit stronger, but it was a very difficult turn.
The problem he's going to have, well, so there's multiple problems he's going to have, one of which being that, you know, he hasn't got much going on just yet, is that Matsuri's doing the same thing, but a long way ahead.
Yeah. The only thing is Matsuri doesn't quite have the life total that Sleepy has to play with, but it is faster scaling. I'd say 2 Nomi versus a Nomi and a Bran. But I wouldn't sleep on the usefulness of the hero power as well from Sleepy here.
Remember that Matsuri has staff as well, though, so we'll start off with an elemental or Nomi every single turn.
Yeah, that's true. It'll be a lot easier to triple any cards he has. But Sensei here, who was? Oh, he's Menagerie Mayhem, I think, with summon 20 minions. But if that was a stolen gold board, he's doing exactly what Collins did, I think, on game 1 of day 1. He has a Goldren and he has a Golden Baron, but not on 6 yet in order to get that Goldens.
And Collins did win that lobby, because I was about to say that this is one of those boards that looks like a second place board. Although it's getting worse because he's rolling absolute rubbish in the shops. But that aside, this is one of those boards that you get to the end game and you're like, how do I finish this? Because your Goldrins only take you up to 80-80 or something like that, maybe 90-90. It's a tough one, but obviously it can be done.
I kind of wish this ended up going for the taunt on the last shot, because if he does get his Baron sniped, it's kind of an instant lose, but it's also only, I think, a 1 out of 14 in order for it to get sniped. His opponent has to go first and then immediately hit the Baron, so I like this choice of taunting, saving a sparring partner for a beast taunt instead of a temporary one.
Or,
no,
however,
he chooses to go for it now. Yeah.
He just did that on purpose to make you look silly. I'm sure he did. Just waited to the last second. He's like, oh, what's Lee going to say?
Yeah, and I think this is one of those things we saw Sasai do before, where he did kind of maximize his time in order to, to make the best decision, which he did do here, I think. Oh, no value there off of the Macaw, and with only 1 beast left, I think it could potentially be Sasai's win here, but no, not with that hit.
It's really close to work out now.
Yeah, I think, that was quite unfortunate. I think it would have been a tie if maybe it had not hit directly into the Baron. But yeah, Sasai in a little bit of danger now. Curious to see how Matsuri's board has developed now.
A quick look at Penguin. Okay, yeah, as expected then.
Oh, Penguin has the Shaker and the Golden, but Matsuri with 4 Nomis. Oh my gosh. This is quite insane.
Quite happily just Nomiing along. And of course, like you said, the important thing here is that Matsuri can play any 2 30-30 elementals of his choice and have a really good chance of tripling them as well as the game goes on.
Yeah, at this point he may even want to put his Nomis earlier to not get them, because at this point, why do you even want 5 Nomis?
That's a stupid question. Of course you want, But
after I asked it, I was like, oh, there are reasons to fight opponents.
Chat will say, why wouldn't you want 4 Nomis? But yeah, realistically, look how quickly they're getting huge. He's already, and they're going to get gigantic because of the easy triples, even though they'll only be double size, not triple size, I guess. But that's not a thing, is it? Anyway, he's already going to be planning how to make sure he doesn't lose to Murlocs, I guess, at some point.
Yeah, and he can kind of do that with Wildfire and Cyclone. It's not Beater's side. He is actually going for these Poison Murlocs, but they're kind of small, so big wildfires could take out 2 with one hit.
He's against Eastleaf, though, I think, Beta. So for now, that's a close one.
Yeah, he's potentially gonna lose here if Eastleaf does have the tools to beat him with Beast or Max, but unfortunately for Eastleaf, it's not quite enough summons as he'd like to help contest these Murlocs with.
I'm actually surprised
Perhaps
Eastleaf's
enough,
still alive. You mentioned 3 or 4 turns ago that it looked like he would die soon. I'm like, nah, he'll survive 1 or 2 more turns, but I didn't expect him to still be here with very little improvement all this time later.
Yeah, it's kind of the issue with these stolen gold boards. You're only looking for a few cards, so the chance of you hitting them is not particularly high.
Beta survives.
Yeah, wins by 1 HP. Very important if no one has died this turn. Now, Eastleaf is also in danger of dying. And yeah, everyone has hung on, apparently.
Wow.
I hear Hoff playing against the build I believe he would want to go for with the Leapfrogger. Oh, but it's a mirror match, yeah, Stolen Gold versus Stolen Gold.
Yeah, first time we've really seen Hoff, but yeah. Was Lloyd leader and now is just melting in the face of everything. But Mgosu does have the pretty close to ideal whole build already. Just needs to find a Baron.
I think what could be improved is another Macaw and maybe another Sura, and then yeah, it'd be close to a perfectly programmed build, but I think he's gonna struggle against the big elementals from Sleepy here. Without Baron, the amount of stats he has on board is basically what he's getting, and yeah, Sleepy also has quite a bit of stats to go for. The Wildfire as well, gonna be very, very impactful here. And it's kind of funny, Sleepy ended up getting the Young Merkai from the quest, and he sold that, and now he has a Charlie, which was the other high-end reward from Gaslight Mask.
Yeah. And ended up with what he doesn't know is a small elemental board. Because somewhere in the world, Matsuri is just buying elementals and adding 4/4 to his board each time.
Yeah, Matsuri is, oh my gosh, they're already 60-60 or 59-59 in terms of buffs.
He's actually sold one of the Nomis just to make room so he doesn't die because he is low on health.
Yeah, I think it was a good play. He doesn't really need to be weak here. And he might even lose to Beater's Murloc board. No matter how big the elementals are, they still trade 1 for 1, unless it's Wildfire or Cyclone. This is sick with... not the best board. I think the Leapfroggers
Who even knows?
interfere a little bit with the Golden Macaw, but there's still a chance.
Nothing going on the other side either for Hoff.
Yeah, but it's pretty close. I mean, the Golden Crockless does do a lot here. Maybe not enough to beat this Hydra, though. Like, still a significant amount of buffs, actually, from that. And the Cleave does a lot of work. But with no chance of sniping off the Croc until right now, maybe not enough. Oh, or...
That might be. It's so difficult to
that
judge.
seems like a little bit absurd. It's the power of the Leapfrogger. So now Sissy is actually in a good position to transition over to a Leapfrogger build now that he's survived. He already has Golden Baron, which is the hardest part of it, which is why Stone Gold is so valuable.
Eastleaf dies and will need to fight at least another some lobbies.
And Penguin-san, no slouch here either. Unfortunate interaction here. He had a full hand of Blood Gems, so his turn 12 prize actually was forfeited. And yeah, he has quite a strong comp, but the issue is it's not going to be improved very much in the upcoming turns because he's not getting any permanent stats besides those Blood Gems on the Shaker and the permanent buffs on the Duo.
Yeah, there's several boards on this lobby which look really, really strong that probably are just not really, really strong. This is one of them.
Oh, one other funny thing I just noticed is he has friends along the way to get 2 random Quillbar, and he never gets them because his hand is filled with gems.
That is really funny because I lose track of which things you do get and which things you don't. But gems ruin most things. I know that.
Yeah, I think it's only Spellcraft that they have like a hidden container for them. And I think here Matsuri has a very, very strong chance of winning unless Hoff managed to find Baron. But from the last time we saw, I don't believe he did.
I've always been thinking, can't get rid of these Nomis.
Yeah. One funny thing is I think maybe Matsuri gets another Nomi at a high percentage of the time here because
Yes.
the rest of the elementals might not die. So just the first Nomi will.
Oh, it's ridiculous. And it's not even that strong, right? He definitely needs some... I mean, it's huge for now, but later on, in terms of winning the lobby, he does need some versatility, and he hasn't got that right now.
Yeah, and I believe he actually tied with Peter Babbitt because they're both at 16 and 9 respectively. So, yeah, he managed to stay competitive also against the Murloc board.
This is going to be over one way or the other really, really soon, though. Look at all these health totals. Nobody's got any health left.
Yeah,
Maybe there won't be
being
time.
one of those players that didn't quite put the lobby in check, I believe. Right now, it's only Sleepy who's alive who
Yeah,
can extend this tournament.
it absolutely is.
But yeah,
I'm
we see
sure who's
Beater's.
going to win this.
Yeah, Beater managed to beef up his Murlocs quite a bit, but I mean, Sleepy also had quite big elementals too. So it kind of depends, I think, on who has more utility here. But with Beater's Golden Selfless, I think I'll give the advantage over to Beater.
Yeah. Curious as to whether you bother playing the other Murloc here because you don't want it to take a Divine Shield.
Oh, but one thing that Beater can do is if he moves Toxfin to the left of the Young Murkai, his remaining Murloc will have poison. So as long as he does that, there's no bad target for the Golden Selfless.
Yeah, yeah.
And now it's his decision whether or not he wants to put it later for cleave protection or just put it earlier in case it doesn't die.
Sleepy.
Oh, and one good interaction here is Sleepy swapped a 4/1 Cyclone to the shop to apply the Nomi buff to it. It's a good use of game mechanics there.
Sleepy's keeping up with Matsuri-ish surprisingly well, considering he's had half or a third of the Nomis. Brand's doing some work.
I think part of that is because of the Brand plus Tavern Tempest ability to gain a lot of shot buffs for essentially free.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to play very, very strong this turn to be competitive. So I'd like to see another Amalgam here and then the Manta Queen to end with, and maybe even buffing up the Mantid with the Uther if he has time. Because it could be relevant if there's a non-poison minion.
Okay, here we go.
The Wildfire is actually big enough, I think, to overkill almost everything. It has to hit a Divine Shield. Looks like it'll be a tie.
We might see a few of those going forward. Of course, Bitter's poison is quite small health, so eventually someone's going to get double Golden Cyclone is the way forward.
Yeah, but if Beater ends up playing against, I believe it was Penguin Sun's double Mecro board, he will lose because the HP on his Murlocs are smaller than the attack that the Mecros will get. So that could be the end of Beater if he gets that matchup.
And if Beater goes down, then Matsuri and Sleepy kind of have it between them to a large degree because the Meckrals are unlikely to be able to do anything against these. I know Meckrals can surprise, but they're tiny. Even with the
and it
ground
actually
soldier.
is this matchup. But so I predict it'll be a matchup in terms of who can get bigger between Matsuri and Sleepy.
No, I agree with you. I'm just curious. Let's say this Ground Shaker gets Necroed onto one of the Meckrals. Is that a way that this could fight, maybe, against the Elementals? Not really, right? It's not enough.
Yeah, I think it probably wouldn't be big enough to cover one of those big Elementals, but it'd be close, and it might be enough with the Ground Shaker buffs. I could see it happening.
Yeah. I'm sort of clutching at straws really because I absolutely don't think it will happen, but just looking for ways that it could. Your first way has got to beat Beta, but you can see how that's very likely because of the tiny Murloc healths, unless Beta gets to buff up those health totals on them.
Yeah, and I think Beater's probably gonna have to run a Ghoul or a Tunnel Blaster as well to negate the shields, but even then, they all get reset, so it's not like it's that helpful.
Matsuri has gone with the double Golden Cyclone. That's going to be massive if Bitter does survive.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting to see who will be bigger, but I think because Sleepy had Manta Queen and he had 3 tribes, you could get multiple hits off of that, but it's gonna be a fight of who gets to go first because if the Cyclone goes first, it kills off the Manta Queen, but if it goes second, then the Manta Queen's gonna hit 2 for 1, I think.
Also, if Sleepy loses, he dies, but if... Oh,
yeah, Nathria wasn't expecting that.
yeah.
This Sleepy probably wins this then.
Depends on this hit. Yeah, he does.
Oh, Sleepy knocks out Matsuri, actually.
Wow. How did Sleepy keep up? Well, he didn't. He just teched in the right thing at the right time. Matsuri thought he had won this tournament.
Wow. And now it looks like it may be Sleepy's win here because, like I mentioned before, Penguin-san really doesn't improve very much every single turn, while Sleepy has been continuously improving by a lot with his scaling.
Okay. Here we go. Penguin's chance to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Or Sleepy's chance to make it go yet again one further. Here we go.
Another thing to note as well, with the Golden Crackling Cyclone, these mech rolls can very easily be dealt with. But at the same time, it could also not be dealt with at all if the Cyclone keeps alternating hits.
Yeah, Sleepy has a combination of big stuff and poison here. We'll have to fall the right way, but it probably will. He'll have an idea what he's up against as well.
But Penguin-san does have a chance here with this Manta Queen as well. I like that pickup quite a bit. And if somehow this game does last another turn, now Necrolite to put the gems from the Ground Shaker to a mech roll or even a Deflector.
Well, if Penguin wins this fight, he wins Lobby Legends.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this. I did choose Sleepy for my Barrel's Blessing here, but anything can happen when there's 2 mech rolls that are taunted.
Yeah, especially with the weird makeup of both boards, right? Like Sleepy's got some big stuff and some small or some medium poisons. Penguin has his own medium stuff, a poison, divine shields, mech rules going on. Like it's a very weird makeup on both sides. It's not very formulaic at all. So let's see what happens. Good luck if you're a Penguin fan or if you're a Sleepy fan.
Oh, and he's delaying also the hit on the on the Manta Queen. See what happens. Oh. Well, the mech roll gets sniped.
Okay.
It will, so I think this is Sleepy's win then.
He's leaning forward in his chair. Told you.
Sleepy with a very creative game this time. Everything was kind of leaning towards Murlocs, the Bran, and the Young Murkai quest reward, but he managed to make a Nomi game work.
And yeah, first time we managed to see Sleepy, and rightfully so, just have a smile for basically a day and a half, because the only other smile he'll probably have had in this day and a half would have been when he got through yesterday, when he'd gone away, left his keyboard and thought he was out of the tournament. And here we are. We're going to go to game number 8. This is pretty silly. The game is still not over, and the person who's going to be most upset is going to be Eastleaf, who Sleepy has bought an extra life for, but got 0 points. So still Eastleaf. If you just got like a 3rd or a 4th there, we're thinking, okay, a couple of wins, I'm all right. He's a long way behind.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like it could potentially not be over next game too. I think both Sleepy and Eastleaf are still a ways away from putting the lobby into check.
Yep, absolutely. So if they just alternate, if Eastleaf wins the next one, it could even be not over the one after that. We might go 11 games or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of Battlegrounds for the fans to watch and for us to cast, so I am excited for the possibility that that might happen.
Yeah, I have no idea anymore. That one seemed impossible. Like, the last game seemed impossible, but this one, Matsuri had him covered with just a bigger Nomi, and then the poison seemed to be gearing up to take on the winner of the biggest Nomis, and then Matsuri lost the important Nomi off because Sleepy fiddled around. And yeah, you see Matsuri's response there. He thought he'd won the tournament, and he hadn't.
I think like maybe a reason was Sleepy was able to go to tier 6 and find Manta Queen. Matsuri stayed on tier 4 the entire game, even when it only cost 1 to level at the end there.
Hoff did pick up the required point, so now there are 6 people putting the lobby in check. And Sleepy, I could go with E-Sleep, needs to win 3 more, but Sleepy, to continue the story that I've said every single game, only needs to win 2 lobbies in a row to win Lobby Legends.
Yeah, the dream stays alive for Sleepy and for E-Sleep as well. Imagine we'll see a lot more leaning forward position for Sleepy in the future.
Yep, leaning more and more forwards as it goes on. I'm leaning more and more forwards as it goes on. I'm getting excited now because it is going to end eventually, maybe, if we're lucky. But we are going to not end it unless we go for another break. So let's get into game number 8 soon. Let's go for a break. Let's get them set up. Let's get hyped. The end of Lobby Legends coming soon. Welcome back again to Lobby Legends Castle Nathria, the match, the tournament, the event that refuses to end. Sleepy keeping it alive this time and taking us to game number 8. We're now at the point where CCC has beaten his own record of 35.5 points to go to 36 points. A record he set in Lobby Legends 5. So it's been a long one, and it's just going to get longer, I think, Lee, because Sleepy now has the knowledge that he just needs to win one more to go into a situation where anybody can win it.
Yeah, I'd love to see it because that would mean, I think, the first player to win 3 games in a row in Lobby Legends finals. And yeah, it'd also make for some exciting Hearthstone Battlegrounds too.
Yeah, so CCC is still the person that I think, and I want to see about 7 of these people win this. I want to see all of them win it. 7 was the number I just picked out the air, which means he doesn't like one of them. Who is it? No, absolutely not. I'd like to see several of these players win this tournament, but CCC coming so close last time, being so close twice this time, I think is the player that I'd most like to see win it. But if Sleepy can win it after some pretty horrible lobbies yesterday and today, that would be amazing. So I am looking forward to seeing who gets this done.
Yeah, and I think no matter who wins, there's always going to be a good narrative to talk about as well. Everyone being so just so esteemed at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Eastleaf winning it would also be absolutely incredible, given that he's been in last place 4 times today, which makes it even more incredible that the tournament is still going. But the number of points is getting pretty crazy. CCC on 36, Matsuri on 32. That's a lot of points, and also it's kind of locked in the top 2 places, or second and third places for those 2 players, whatever happens, which is a nice feeling. But we've seen them both. We've seen CCC and Matsuri have that look on their camera of, I've won the tournament. I'm going to win the tournament. And then something has happened to them. And both of them have just been so close. But that's the Czech format. It is providing the excitement that sometimes it provides and sometimes ends up with a bit of a damp ending, like when Be Nice won. It was just like, I'm in Czech, I've won. Hey, that was a short tournament. Today, Lee, you are the honourable person who gets to see the other side of that coin.
Yeah, I mean, and I've had a good time so far, but I think at this point some of the players are maybe a little bit fatigued now too. I kind of noticed from the player cams that Matsuri and Say, they felt a little defeated when they lost out, because again, they were so close, they could feel it. And their boards and their comps are incredibly strong, but there just happened to be someone stronger than them at the time. And,
in that last game, could Matsuri have done anything differently? Like he got those massive Nomis off and then seemed to just keep building and building. Was there a time where maybe he should have switched?
I think there maybe been a chance where he could have leveled to tier 5 and tried to triple into Manta to help him with that end game, because Murlocs and Mechs were in. He also didn't really seem to find any modules to go with his amalgams, which could have helped him a lot in that matchup as well. Even making a Divine Shield Poison amalgam could have been very helpful to deal with the Cyclones on the side of Sleepy.
Okay, so just trying to scan myself down through. I'm trying to scan myself down through. There's a phrase you say at 5 in the morning, if ever I heard one. Scanning down through the heroes to see who I'm going to pick for my bandwagon. I'm going to stick with Barov. I think better Babbit on Barov sounds like a terrifying combination to me.
I think for these heroes to stand out, I think Maiev has done quite a good job in this lobby, but if Rimgosu picks Millhouse, I may have to choose that with both Elementals and Pirates in. It's a very good Millhouse lobby, so I'm going to go with Rimgosu.
Okay, well, here he is, and yeah, once again, Lee showing that professionals always leave all the decisions till the last possible minute, which makes sense in the game and in the Tavern Buddy game.
Yeah, and I believe I'm 1 for 2 out of Millhouse. Not bad at all when there's 8 players in each lobby.
Oh, we've now had finally a 4th person actually win a game in this lobby as well. The others were just carving it up between themselves.
Yeah, Sleepy saving the day with his win. And Mgosa here with a pair and the decision to roll here for a card if he wants to, but I imagine a roll might actually be in order here to try to eat a better shop and also buy a better minion than either a Scally or a Imprisoner here.
Sure. I mean, your Millhouse, effectively, you don't need massive tempo because you're going to get that by accident. But he disagrees. He just wants to save the roll.
Oh, and he'll hold it as well because I think Millhouse or Nozdorma went up to tier 2, so there's no way he can lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will opt to play the Imprisoner, at least holding the battle cry for quest completion, which I like. Perhaps a slight ordering mistake here, while having the Prisoner first would mean 1 more damage to Sleepy.
How tough is this? Obviously, people stream for 5 hours on a very regular basis with no apparent sort of difficulty, but to play under pressure with breaks like at somebody else's pace against the best in the world for 5 hours, is this going to be pretty tiring for these players? Are we going to start seeing mistakes creeping in?
I think so, yeah. We've already seen a little bit of it. I mean, this is a game where it's near impossible to play perfectly, especially as the day drags on, as today has shown. Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing you can do is accept that mistakes will happen and don't let that upset you or ruin your tempo of play.
If it's going to happen to everybody, then when it's your turn, it's just like, okay, well, that was my turn to have the mistake. The thing I always do in that situation is ask myself, did I do it on purpose? And the answer is 99% of the time, no. So if I didn't do it on purpose, why be angry? Like,
yeah,
I do get angry.
Yeah.
I'm quite a tilty, salty player, but realistically, if you didn't do it on purpose, then why would you be angry at it?
Right, yeah. All you can do is just try not to repeat it in the future.
Exactly. And if you do, don't be angry. Just don't do it next time. All right, Matsuri has a choice. Cooked Book, Spectre. 20 minions die seems tough, but there is a Scally in the shop.
Yeah, the Teal Tiger seems like the most difficult one. I think with that requirement increasing Frenneman stats, you usually want to be on tier 2 where you have Spawn and Rel. So I think we're going to see either Cooked Book or Victim Spectre here. But Cooked Book may have more potential here with no Murlocs being in.
Just lost a triple Nomi game. Maybe he won't be in the mood for a Cooked Book.
Yeah, but he also had Victim Spectre that game too, so they're both kind of haunting him a little bit. It seems like he
do tend to do that to people.
Spectre. Yeah, I think the comments were play Demons and Pirates, so he already has 3 out of the 5, so it makes a lot of sense here to take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, one
Also,
issue is he doesn't have a triple lined up though, so he may opt to stay down here.
Also gave me time to realise that what I was going to say was wrong, so I'm not going to think anything. I'm just going to stare at the screen mindlessly now.
Yeah, I think that's why this turn seems kind of hard. Like, usually you have the triple lined up on Maev, you level up on 6 gold, you buy and you hero power, but here, yeah, it's not quite so straightforward. That's where he does decide to do, yeah, exactly that. And he now does have a triple lined up with the Imprisoner.
Yeah.
It is a very expensive one, though, but they also help him complete his quest, so it's not too bad. Maybe taking that early 4-drop with the light spawn.
So thanks to Minder, I know that Matsuri will go for a 7-drop with his Maeve. How it works, right?
Yeah, the math lines up.
Story checks out. Very sleepy with a little elemental boost early on here. Something we've seen this played quite a lot compared to what I see on ladder, actually. Just the avenge mechanic being used quite aggressively by players.
I think it is a hard mechanic to play perfectly, so I think we see a lot of it here because they know how to balance the scaling of avenge while also like being strong when they need to by not trying to go for maximum avenge anymore.
Is it a big deal that demons are in when you're playing for buffed elementals as well? Is that part of the reason to do it? Because you're not looking for 50-50 game-winning elementals usually from it, I don't think.
Yeah, so what I'd say in this lobby with Beasts, Mechs, and Murlocs out, it's going to be a battle for stats, and the most effective stats you can go for in this game are either pure demons pure elementals, elementals plus demons, where you buff elementals shop and you eat them with demons, or I'd say APM pirates or Cobras.
Yep.
Those are the ones, and either of them could win, but I think historically we've seen elementals win, so I'd probably say Sleepy's in a pretty good spot here.
Wow. And of course, if Sleepy does get the win, we do go to a game number 9. And then it's down to Eastleaf to save the day.
But Eastleaf can't even put the lobby into check, so he could also save the day. In this case, only for himself, so he'd be a rather selfish superhero.
Yeah, I think I've just worked out that we can go to a game 12 in some scenarios here.
Yeah, I think so. If Sleepy wins... Actually, no, if Eastleaf wins, but Sleepy doesn't put the lobby into check, yeah. And then they have to just
Sleepy
off
wins. And then Eastleaf wins again. Yeah, that would be game 12.
Yeah, so that would be the maximum amount of Hearthstone Battlegrounds you can provide today. But yeah,
There's always
they first have to do a lot.
To get even more, I'm sure. All right, Matsuri, though, with Maev. As you say, that delayed triple, but now it's turned into 2 triples, one of which was kind of a safety first one, but the next one, he has a decision now how big he wants to go.
Yeah, and I imagine
the Spectre actually forced one upon him that he didn't want, I think is what happened here.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see he has the Pip's first mate also in the last position. Maybe try and triple that with the Victim Spectre, but yeah, the Picky Eaters making that plan a little hard to execute on.
He may have taken the Imprisoner by choice, but I've got a feeling he didn't and it just happened.
Yeah, I don't know, because there were 2 in the shop, and I think he coined out to buy it on 6 gold, so maybe intentionally taking the 3 drop there. Oh, I would love to see a light spawn game.
Yeah.
This is exactly what Matsuri did last game, too. He had Victim Spectre, and he copied a Nomi. In this case, you could copy light spawn and do the same thing he did last game.
They're trying to hit the light spawn or the pip, both would suffice, I think. And this light spawn is going to get a lot of work done. We've already seen that Sleepy has embarked down that route as well, so could see them go toe-to-toe with some stats wars once again.
Yeah, the issue is, however, here, the big Picky Eater may be the last minute die because it's so large. Unlikely to die in the first hit. He's having a good game, too, with his Rendell as well. Really staying competitive everything else while leveling to tier 5 this turn. So really trying to go for an aggressive line of play.
I just assumed that the score sheet was bugged when I see that Beta's like two levels ahead of most of other people. But he knows how to play aggressively when needed with the best of them. With Barov and a load of coins, sure, let's go for it.
Yeah, he has all the economy, coins from his hero power, early golden swabby, and also Rendell, which gives a card per turn.
Okay, Sleepy hasn't made a huge amount of progress, but you don't at first, right? It just gets low at first, but now you've got the major domos, things can start to lift off a bit.
Yeah, it can be a little deceptive though. He's already gotten 6 buffs in the shop, which if you had a Nomi, right, you'd have to play 6 elementals for that, but he's just done it by going through these combats. But the scaling on that will be a little less good than Nomi would be.
Don't know what happens if we get to game 11. We've only got 10 games on our quest sheet. We might just have to play without quests, you know? I'm sure there's no easy fix to just adding another line in Excel. We'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we'll have to just revert back times to play in a different patch.
Oh, I forgot that Sleepy's got the cooked book, right? So these buffs are going to be doubled, kind of.
Yeah, which is pretty good, but unfortunately there is no Nomi to help out with that. Otherwise it would be kind of double the Nomi buffs.
Yeah. There's just a little head start is kind of what I was getting to. So he's already got enough buffs to mean that the cooked book being on turn 7 isn't a disaster. Normally turn 7 cooked book without the head start, your minions are just a little bit behind. But yeah, obviously a Nomi would be glorious as well for him.
Yeah, and I think one thing about Cooked Book is you don't have to play really hard into it where you just want to stay down and try triple stuff. It can also just be like something that happens for you in the background, just like a nice bonus effect to play with.
Fellbat food?
Maybe the case here, and yeah, potentially. The issue with Fellbat though is Because the buff gets applied when you buy it, it wouldn't quite work with Felbat.
Sure, okay. That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, but Felbat is still very much on the table for Sleepy, but not a great way to get it without tripling pretty soon.
Actually, I see that's why Cookbook is worded the way it is, because probably in some early testing, somebody did exactly what I just said and said, hey, this is stupid, let's not do this.
Yeah, a little too good demons perhaps. And just to say here, with an amazing start, I'd say he has Recycling Race and Hogger for money, and he's just gonna keep generating more of it with the, with these pirates and elementals and Reef Explorers. And also with
Yeah.
Devil Details as well. So if he finds a Nomi, like here, he could eat some buffed elementals. Unsure if he'll go for it though. Might be a little slow here.
He's whiffed on pirates quite heavily this turn, so I don't think he's actually managed to sell much through this turn. So next turn might be a problem, unless we missed a lot at the start of the turn. Unless I missed a lot specifically while I was looking at the quests.
I think this turn, because he leveled, probably not as much gold as he'd want to have next turn, but still a decent amount with the Reef Explorer. And if he does find another Hogger, unlike other heroes, he doesn't really need much more to be infinite. That might even just be enough for him.
This Battlemaster is interesting because it is Devils in the Details that is his quest, so just playing this out and getting an instant buff to the attack, which is the hard point of getting Battlemasters to work, could be pretty tasty here.
Yeah, also with the buff from the Eelbound Archer, but he opts to instead buff up the Peggy, maybe thinking that the Battlemaster would just be temporary for now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, from Matsuri's side though, he decided to go for a 6 and play our favorite card, T-Master. So I'm not so sure it'll work out for him with him not copying T-Master or anything useful, just a imp. Maybe a little too slow for what the rest of the lobby is doing.
Yeah, Matsuri now in a world of trouble. Looked off to a really, not a really fast start, was kind of a turn behind the pace that you want to be, but a pretty good start. As Eastleaf's day of misery continues.
Unfortunately not a uncommon sight we've seen today. Eastleaf being the first to drop.
That's his 5th top 8 of the day.
But
and
now...
part of him will be hoping that Sleepy doesn't win this lobby.
Just to get it over with maybe, but...
Double Tietar, is it too slow? Khadgar Selfless in hand.
I think it's really good, but the issue is the minions are buffing up aren't particularly useful. He already has 3 tribes, Pirate, Demon, and Elemental. It's enough to maybe like stay alive for a few turns, but I highly doubt it competes with the amount of scaling that other players are doing. Specifically, Sisase with his Galliwix, Pirate, Elemental, Demon build.
Right. Golden Selfless will again prolong it a bit longer, but just a reminder, because we haven't said this enough times over the last 100 hours, that you do have to win the lobby when the lobby is in check. So Matsuri here trying to find a way to actually win this lobby. So having some survival, like Lee was alluding to, not necessarily the best thing, but
yeah,
if he does, you might as well get the points.
Yeah, if he does manage to survive here, he is in a good spot because I think there's a high chance that the Atara will get buffed up, or will be duplicated by the Victim Spectre.
Yeah, make up some space, be able to put something good down.
Yeah, and
who knows?
The cyclone's quite big, but yeah, it actually does kill a lot of Matsuri's board. Depends on what his wildfire hits go. That is not the hit that Matsuri is looking for. It may be an end to the game for him.
Yeah, looks that way. He's going to have to hope that Sleepy wins the lobby. Otherwise, having been so close on a couple of these last games, I think in particular in Game 7, Matsuri thought he had probably won. He may once again not be the Lobby Legends champion.
Oh, and Hoff here not having a bad game at all. 29 life with a golden Pashmar. And an interesting synergy I'd like to point out is with Devil in the Details and the Spellcraft, if you eat minions in the shop that are buffed up by Spellcraft, those stats become permanent and not temporary. But it's a little hard to manipulate because you only need 2 minions in the shop, so it's not a guaranteed thing.
Yeah, and Hoff kind of not really been in contention for large portions of the day. And there's this... There was just a look on his face there for a moment of realisation that, hang on, all day long I've been scrapping and scraping trying to get to 20. I only just got there last game, and now I'm starting to put together a board that can win the title. Long way to go, but just that realisation that, hey, hang on, I've got a chance.
Yeah, and no, he's still got just a lot of random cards right now. I think he was looking for a minion to buff up with the Wrangler, which he may have now found with this Bristleback Knight. But an interesting skip that he made was the Void Lord. I had some interest in that one because it does protect both the Eliza and the Pashmar, but perhaps Hoff thought it was a little too slow here.
Yep, throws away the Scally, so that's any interest in Exodia gone. Not that there was much anyway, obviously, just any time I see an Eliza and a Scally, though, I'm like, oh, it's there. But yeah, that's a decision he had to make, and he's realising that this sort of menagerie build is far better.
Yep, and there's just a lot of cards that maybe need to be replaced soon. I think the Eliza with no other pirates, that +2, +1 effect on the entire board is probably going to be a little slow now. And Beater's board, he's gone to tier 6, he's found a golden little rag and Gar and a Bran and 2 genies, so he may be the player to watch, especially with his quest reward of getting to Naga.
Yeah, and that Gar's going to get super big, super quick, as anyone who's ever played it will already know. And in no Murloc lobby, you called it at the start, stats are everything, and there's going to be some stats on that side of the board.
Yeah, and dealing a lot of damage every single turn too, now that the cap is gone, dealing 20 here, but you could easily deal 30 damage if the Gar and the big elementals survive. And yeah, he has found this triple genie. He has more money to spend with the Tavern Tempest, and not getting a Gar, but a Zap instead.
And he needs to go, right? This is not the home server, so
yeah,
there's a lot of actions need playing this turn.
Especially when I remember that like Reef Explorer can also give him Hoggers, and he may have to juggle multiple.
Double Reef Explorer, just press buttons, throw things around. This is where my brain leaks out my ears when I'm trying to do this. I just press things, like select the wrong discovers, and everything just goes horribly, horribly wrong all at once. Should that party element be sold, or is it okay being there?
I think it's okay being there. Right now, it's just a temporary card to boost up both the Gar and get a little more bust with the Party Elemental effect. But
faster!
Yeah, I mean, I think he's playing probably as fast as he can with the latency.
I'm not criticizing him at all. I'm just like excited that he'd go even quicker. I just want to see all these things.
Gosh, 2 Smoggers. And he's gonna have to make sure he ends on strong minions, so I'd like to see him play double Leroy here, yeah. He has the space for 2. This is against Rim Gosu, which I think was Millhouse, so the Leroys would definitely do a lot. Going to go for the maximum respect, which I'm a big fan of, yeah.
And there's the professionalism we've seen from all of the players that we talked about a little bit yesterday. Running out of time, work out how you want your board to end, and just do what you can in the time available.
Yeah, and now we see kind of the drawback of cards like Lieutenant Gar and Master Realities. The taunt being not a boon, but actually a burden here, as the Leroys find a target.
But the Cyclone had an accident on the other side, hit the worst available target, and that's going to allow Beta Babbit to take this down and put 16 into his opponent.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like it's either going to be Beater or Sisase. It'd be interesting to see what Sisase's been up to since we last saw him.
Oh, look.
And not quite finding the second Hogger, but not a bad board at all.
No, not bad. But, yeah, here we go. TJ's got the idea.
Oh, this is going to be a difficult one. It seems like the Genie was sold on Beater Babbit's side because he really wants to keep the double Leroy, which makes sense. They're far more valuable than 2 random elementals at the end of the turn.
This is my bandwagon pick. He's also my Barov pick, so I'm just all in on him now at this point.
Yeah, and there's going to be really important positioning decision here, where Sisei wants to position his Golden Manta Queen. I would really like to see him position that in the very front, because Peter's Leroys are aiming to take that down before it can deal with the Gar. If the Gar survives, the rest of the board actually just dies on Sisei's side.
Worth noting there that while you were looking at the sides, Better did turn down the opportunity to take a second Gar, presumably assuming it's too late. This is kind of his board now. It's 2 Leroys, a Gar, a Bran, 2 Rags, and a slot for basically the rest of the game until he does something with that Bran slot, maybe turn it into a poison and Mantid later on. This is just make some numbers, hope they don't do me.
Yeah, and I like also that the Gar is going to be protected by the glow skill taunt here. But yeah, not quite the best end unit that Peter won end on. He's only going to have a that, but oh, I see triple Mantid on the side of Sisei. So now I wish I saw that before I made my bet.
Yeah.
The Gar will be taken down. But could still be potentially Peter's win here.
Oh, that was a great hit for him.
Oh, a very slight loss.
He survived, so to say.
Peter's still alive.
Yeah.
And Sleepy has managed to knock out Penguin Son too.
Down to the last 3. What's Sleepy got going on? Nothing by the look of what was left of that board, but...
Yeah, but maybe a Golden Hogger. Oh, the double Hogger cooked book. We've seen that earlier today as well with the test on one of the games.
Oh, there's the Golden Hogger if he wants it, but it might be a bit too late.
Yeah, I think on Sisei's side with the triple Manta Queen, he has a significant edge here.
These things are huge, though.
Yeah, the Wildfire in particular, if CP manages to find Wave Rider and Glow Scale, right now he has the Wave Rider, you can deal with the Manta Queens, but he opts to skip it, perhaps to look for a triple or a Divine Shield minion.
Does the Bran go here for maximum statage, maybe even one of the Hoggars? Like, do you just go all in here and just... it's not big enough, actually, you don't give it to the Hoggar. But...
Yeah, I think maybe if Sleepy needed a tribe to field Manta Queen, but currently he doesn't have that.
They're smaller than I thought. I thought maybe they were 40-40, 50-50, which made it more interesting.
Yeah, I could see maybe even the Hoggers go down to be maximally strong here, so it could be just replace your minion with bigger minions from the shop.
Right. Okay.
There's one more roll to find something. Maybe a Smogger, but he's gonna keep the Hoggers. Oh, not quite enough gold for the Berserk Knight, which I think would be a big help here. He's yeah. One important thing to know is he really doesn't want to sell off the Hoggers because he does have to win this lobby in order for the tournament to go on. So that makes a difference in terms of how strong he wants it to be.
Not quite big enough by the look of this. It's close, but not quite.
Yeah. Depends on where this Wildfire hits. Oh. Yeah, I don't think it's enough.
Not. So the tournament is going to end.
Either. Both players being APM too, and this is where the home server advantage may provide to be a big boon to Sisei.
Wow, here we go. The tournament is going to end probably on this last fight. There might be 1 or 2 more if they get into a heads up, but the ties don't look that likely. I think somebody's likely to take it here.
Yeah, I'd say the advantage is probably to Sisei because Peter Babbitt, his main thing is this Gar, but it's so easily taken care of because of the taunt on it, and Peter hasn't managed to find deep sea anglers or sparring partners to really help taunt up more of the board to avoid that.
Whoa, okay. Yeah, Bitter.
Oh, the Void Lord could be a good pick to snipe the shields, but not quite as want. He also can't really make good use of Manta Queen because he only has 1 tribe on his board, which is the Elemental.
Yeah, it's still a... Maybe have to just gamble on it doing something. You can still high roll.
Yeah, like, there's not even a good ending unit for Peter here. He has a... The best thing to end on is maybe a Charlie.
Yeah.
just really, really not what you're looking to end on here. And then, yeah, Sasay also has 16 life too. So if he does manage to lose, I think he has more time to beat her here. But here we see the Golden Selfless, the Baron, the triple poisons, and two big pirates. I'm gonna say it's probably Sasay's win here.
He knows, yeah, he's seen the percentage. That must be 100
yeah.
or 99 or something from there.
Yeah, it must be. And
There's
after
no way
such
he
a
would
minute-
dare think he'd won unless he's won.
Right. Yeah, he knows. Smile is massive on his face.
Yeah, absolutely well done to him as well. He got the highest points last time by an absolute mile. And it came second. This time he's been second in so many lobbies. He's got it done. Well done, SSA. He's a player that's provided us so much entertainment as well as also being the most calm player. But today it did start to wear on him, the fact he was close, not quite close, not quite close, not quite repeatedly. And so, yeah, he got it done. And we'll have to see what he has to say about it in just a few moments.
Yeah, I liked the progression of his expressiveness. It went from very calm, collected to, like you said, it's kind of a roller coaster. And to see his face at the end there was just amazing. All that hard work and able to improve from second place to first place. And now, he's proven himself over and over.
Yeah, and it's almost first place to first place, right? I know that you win with the rules in hand, and the rules is the check system. But in terms of most consistent player, he has come top of the table twice in a row in terms of points. So, yeah, absolutely delighted for him, especially as he had 2 wins earlier in the day as well. And I'm sure that Chris, the person who helped us do the Tavern Brawl, will be delighted to see that 2 people got 3 wins today as we look at that final standings. His original suggestion was, let's do an over-under on 2.5 wins for one player. And I went through all the results ever. It's like, it's never happened. He's going, okay, we'll change it. It's happened twice today. He was right all along. Well done, Chris.
Yeah, oh gosh. And no slouch on points from the rest of the players. 33, 32, 30.5, and 30. Like, any one of them could have also been the winner too, but today is today's day.
43 points. Last Lobby Legends went the same number of games, which was 8, and 35.5 points was the higher.
Yeah, and he didn't even win too. That was to say, but he got second place because he finished first in the last one.
And Rimgosu, we've had the stories of Rimgosu, very feast or famine. We've only seen the feast before today. Today we saw both sides of that. Keeping it alive twice, making SSA have a much longer and more terrifying evening than otherwise he would have. But also Rimgosu having some pretty bad results in there as well. And again, that's not a dig, that is the way that he plays the game, and it's been very successful for him. Eastleaf having a day to forget. Sleepy got in there, gave it a chance, but couldn't quite get it done. But I feel that Sleepy's results there don't quite sum up his skill level. He was very close on a lot of those turns to kicking off and getting a lot of points, and just had one of those days where he couldn't quite get the rolls he needed.
Yeah, and still putting up a very respectable performance there at the end. Didn't give up, and yeah, I imagine we'll see him again in the future.
No Froggers, or basically no Froggers. What went wrong, Lee?
Yeah, I think the issue was when you go for a composition like Deep Froggers or Mech Exodia, there's kind of a lot your opponents can do against you, but there's not a lot you can do besides just triple things. So I think that's kind of what happens where we saw basically all the scaling comps, they won the game while beating these other comps that didn't want to scale. And I think it's just a function of them being easy to play around, and stats still are good, like the numbers that you keep growing again and again, and you do kind of need to be bigger than your opponent's stats in most games.
Yeah, and I wonder if one of the problems, again, because for the audience's sake, we've mentioned this several times over the weekend, but we've covered a lot of hours now. At the level that Lee plays at the level these players play at, the top players have a little bit of time because they're outplaying only the top 200 players by a little bit. to set up, but Stolen Gold isn't easy to set up now if you don't have much time. There's a lot of tempo play in this tournament. We saw quests completed quite late if you weren't careful here. Would that be a problem for setting up?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was also the fact that people really weren't able to use Stolen Golds as effectively as they wanted to mid-game. They were still taking a lot of damage because, yeah, their opponents were just stronger than normal. And yeah, we didn't see like too many Stolen Gold scaling comps too. You can also use it for scaling like Terragosa and getting Avenge value, but none of that today, unfortunately.
Well, we do have our champion on the line, so let's have a listen to what Say is going to say to us about his victory. Hello, can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah.
Awesome. How do you feel to finally get this one?
So happy. Yeah.
So happy. You have been happy in every tournament you have played anyway, even when losing. But when did you realize you had won? When did you finally know that you had won this tournament? So.
Oh.
When did you relax? When did you feel you had won?
Yes, I relax every time.
Did you know that you beat your own record points? You have again got the most points ever for any player.
Yeah. Player?
And
sorry.
to win? No,
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Oh, sorry.
Anything you would like to say?
Would you like to say? I told thank you for Japanese Battleground community.
No, that's very good. The Japanese community love you.
Yeah.
All love you.
Yeah.
And will you win again next time?
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent. And so, thank you so much as well. It's so good to see you win this finally after so close last time.
Thank you.
And thank you as well for talking to us. We very much appreciate it. And good luck in Lobby Legends 7 and well done.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome to hear from Say there. He is happy, and I do not blame him at all. Struggling through second place after second place and finally winning. It's great to see, Lee, right?
Yeah, and I like that he thanked his community as well. Like that's always one of the best parts about games is you have a community of people like you who enjoy the same thing. And I'm sure he had a lot of support as well through this tournament, watching him at home.
Absolutely, and obviously a lot of competition in there as well as support. It feels like half of the field is from Japan these days. On a lighter note, let's have a look at the results. For those of you who've been playing along at home before you turn off, let's have a look at the puzzle box results and see how everybody did.
Oh, so not quite as good as yesterday, but today was definitely a record-breaking day in terms of what happened. We didn't really see that much Sire Denacius or Murloc Holmes, right? We didn't see Murloc Holmes at all today, and I think maybe only one or two, which is quite rare in an 8-game day.
Yeah, we didn't see Murloc Holmes yesterday either, which has been strange for me. It's a reasonable hero. Is it just the nature of the game, maybe, that people are trying to just be a little bit more greedy than Murloc Holmes is fairly standard, nice, good stuff?
Yeah, I think it's a factor of that and that it's not being offered as much now, it's not guaranteed.
Right.
And 1 gold, extra gold per turn's really not all that good, especially when you think of other heroes that do the same thing. They're not nearly as good. Barov, Sorella, and Lich B.
I am astonished, honestly, despite getting it correct, that nobody won with Stolen Gold as their quest. There was like 3 chances every time.
Oh, better than yesterday. The numbers went up a lot. I think they scaled up the points a little bit for day 2.
I mean, we just kept playing Battlegrounds all day, so I
Yeah.
look at those bandwagon points where we just played so many games. I've already had one person tweet me saying that they call me an idiot, which I did give permission to people to do if they beat me. But did anybody beat Lee? Because I think you had the second highest score yesterday, if I understood.
Yeah, I did yesterday, but today I think I was a little off on the bandwagon and Barrel's blessing. So yeah, I hope a lot more people beat me today.
Falling off the bandwagon to give people a chance. Of course, to beat you, they will have to have watched the entire broadcast. So anyone who has beaten Lee, thank you very much for watching and taking part as well all day. I'm glad you had fun. Oh, come on. Yes, I get it. I understand.
But you did close the gap a little bit for day 2, so that's good.
Closed the gap by going backwards another 60 points. Well, I see what you mean. I was closer today than I was yesterday. I understand.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, a thorough, comprehensive beating with caster versus pro player, to be expected. I'll take it. But yeah, I hope you had a lot of fun with that. Anything stand out apart from the Stolen Gold as surprising?
I'd say Elementals won a lot more than I expected. I don't think that was on either of our radars. And your favorite pick of Pirate Exodia actually performed extremely well this tournament. But Elementals, yeah, like, it was Elementals and Murlocs, I think. Those were the best performing minion types of this tournament.
And Demons, we didn't see somebody eating Elementals with Fellbats or Fellbat doing anything particularly exciting for the whole tournament, I want to say.
Yeah, I think it was because there are a few people that could do it, but you have to hit one single card, and it's very hard to find a tier 6 card, especially when you don't feel strong enough to level up to 6, which is most of these games.
Yeah, so where's the difference there? So we've said that about most of the builds, that going to tier 6 is bad, but yet Exodia Pirate still finds a way. Is that because you hit your Eliza on a triple and you go, okay, now I can go for it because I've got some of the other pieces and it just happens? Or is there maybe a different reason for that?
Yeah, I think it's because Eliza is very strong immediately when you get it, and it can translate easily into a game-winning comp. And the other comps that we saw as well, they didn't have to rely on a tier 6 card. They relied on tier 5 cards, which is significantly easier to get. So I think that's a main reason for seeing those compositions more.
Well, it has been an incredible tournament. I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it. But Lee, as TJ always does for me in this situation, have you got any final words you'd like to say before you go?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity of being able to cast today, and thank all of my fans that have been supporting me during these 2 days. And yeah, I love Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with you, and I know full well, having read Twitter and such like, that people have thoroughly enjoyed listening to your work over the last couple of days. And you definitely got the short straw / long straw, depending which way you look on it, in terms of the guest casters doing a long shift. So with that, it's going to be time to say goodbye from me, from TJ on Observer, and from all the production team and everyone here. Thank you very much for watching, and there'll be a Masters Tour in 2 weeks' time. So we'll see you again then. But until then, may Bob be with you.
Yeah.
closer than I thought it would be.
Yep.
Oh, is it 1 health? No way! No way! Dude, I thought that wasn't even close. Oh, that's so
Need
sick.
to fight it. He is only on tier 4 as well, so he's not guaranteed to kill Zigzag here.
Guaranteed to take the win. Guaranteed to knock him out as well. At 7 damage exactly. Man, Lighting having the game of his life now, turning it around.